What's going on, everyone? It's Fanfic Universe here. We've got something amazing for you today. What if Harry awakened as a Shadow-Dragon Progenitor at age 6 and made Hermione his Draconic Queen? Real quick, if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Join thousands of story lovers and hit that subscribe button. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, The Awakening. The cupboard under the stairs was darker than usual that night. 6-year-old Harry Potter curled into himself, trying to ignore the gnawing pain in his stomach. Uncle Vernon had been particularly upset about Harry accidentally dropping a plate while washing dishes, and his punishment had been swift: no dinner and 2 additional days locked in his cupboard. Harry hugged his knees to his chest, the darkness pressing in around him. He'd always found comfort in the shadows somehow. They never judged, never struck, never shouted. Sometimes, in his dreams, the darkness felt almost alive, like it was cradling him, protecting him. Tonight felt different. As his hunger pains intensified, something stirred within him. A pressure built behind his eyes, and his skin prickled with goosebumps despite the summer heat. Harry's breathing quickened as the strange sensation spread throughout his small body. "Stop it," he whispered to himself, squeezing his eyes shut. Not now. Strange things always happened around Harry when he was upset or scared. Aunt Petunia's prized vase shattered without being touched. His hair grew back overnight after a particularly horrible haircut. He'd once even found himself on the school roof while running from Dudley's gang. Each incident had earned him longer stays in the cupboard, harsher words, tighter grips on his arm. But this was different. The pressure wasn't subsiding, it was building, coiling inside him like a spring wound too tight. The darkness in the cupboard seemed to pulse, shadows deepening and swirling around him. A sharp pain lanced through Harry's back, and he bit his lip to keep from crying out. The Dursleys hated when he made noise. Through watery eyes, Harry looked down at his hands and froze in terror. Faint black scales rippled across his skin, appearing and disappearing like waves on water. His fingernails had sharpened, darkened, curving slightly at the tips. "No, no, no," he whispered, panic rising in his throat. "Please stop." The lock on the cupboard door rattled, then clicked open of its own accord. The shadows under the door seemed to reach out, pulling the door ajar. Harry stared, transfixed by what his fear had manifested. He'd never managed to unlock the door before. A voice that wasn't quite his own whispered in his mind, "Get out. Now. Run." Harry didn't hesitate. Moving with unnatural silence, he slipped from the cupboard and crept toward the front door. The house was quiet save for Uncle Vernon's thunderous snores from upstairs. Outside, the summer night was warm and still, stars twinkling above Privet Drive's identical houses. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, the stair behind him creaked. Harry turned to see Dudley's bulky silhouette at the top of the stairs. "Dad!" Dudley bellowed. "The freak's escaping." Thunder seemed to erupt above as Vernon Dursley's massive form launched out of bed. Harry yanked the door open, but before he could dart outside, a meaty hand grabbed the back of his oversized shirt. "Where do you think you're going, boy?" Vernon hissed, his mustache quivering with rage. His face was purple even in the dim light, veins bulging at his temples. "After all we've done for you," something snapped inside Harry then, a barrier breaking, a dam bursting. The strange pressure erupted outward as Vernon raised his hand to strike. Shadows from every corner of the room rushed toward them, wrapping around Vernon's arm, stopping it mid-swing. Vernon's eyes bulged in horror. "What are you doing?" he gasped, struggling against the shadow bonds. "Stop this freakishness at once." But Harry couldn't stop it, didn't know how to stop it. The shadows responded to his fear, his anger, his lifetime of accumulated hurt. They tightened around Vernon, lifting the massive man slightly off his feet. Aunt Petunia's scream from the top of the stairs barely registered as Harry felt something shift along his spine. "Monster!" Vernon choked out, his face contorting with fear and disgust. The word struck Harry like a physical blow. Was he a monster? The shadows receded slightly at his uncertainty, and Vernon's feet touched the ground again. For a moment, Harry almost apologized, almost retreated back to his cupboard to accept whatever punishment awaited him. Then Vernon lunged. This time, Harry's reaction wasn't fear, it was rage. Something ancient and terrible awakened fully within him, and the shadows didn't just respond, they transformed. Darkness enveloped Harry's small frame, and he felt his body changing, growing. Pain lanced down his back as something pushed against his skin from within. Vernon stumbled backward, falling to the floor, crawling away from whatever his nephew was becoming. "Petunia," he screamed. "Take Dudley and run." Through the haze of transformation, Harry caught a glimpse of himself in the hallway mirror. His eyes had changed, slitted pupils surrounded by emerald irises that glowed in the darkness. Black scales had formed along his jawline, and wisps of shadow curled from his mouth like smoke. "Dragon," something whispered in his mind. "Shadow-Dragon Progenitor. Free." The front door was still open. Beyond it lay escape, freedom. With a strength he'd never possessed before, Harry leapt past his cowering uncle and into the night. The cool air hit his skin, and instinctively, he knew what to do. The shadows bent around him, concealing him from view as he ran faster than should have been possible for a malnourished 6-year-old. Behind him, number 4 Privet Drive erupted in chaos, lights flashing on, Vernon's bellowing mixing with Petunia's shrill accusations. But Harry didn't look back. The shadows carried him forward, away from the only home he'd ever known. He didn't stop running until he reached the park 3 streets away, collapsing beneath a large oak tree, gasping for breath. The strange transformations had receded, leaving him looking mostly normal again, though he could still feel something different pulsing beneath his skin. Harry curled into himself at the base of the tree, mind racing. What had happened to him? What was he becoming? Vernon had called him a monster, and maybe he was right. Normal boys didn't control shadows. Normal boys didn't grow scales and claws. As his panic subsided, exhaustion took over. The shadows beneath the tree deepened, curling around him like a protective cocoon. For the first time in his life, Harry felt a strange sense of belonging within this darkness. It didn't feel evil or frightening, it felt like an extension of himself, a part that had been locked away until now. "What am I?" he whispered to the night. The shadows seemed to pulse in response, and before sleep claimed him, Harry could have sworn he heard that strange voice again, "You are the last. The beginning. Shadow and flame. Dragon child." Harry woke to birdsong and dappled sunlight filtering through the oak's leaves. For a moment, he thought last night had been another strange dream, until he noticed the shallow grooves in the dirt beside him, left by claws that had emerged while he slept. Sitting up, Harry took stock of his situation. He couldn't go back to the Dursleys. Even if Vernon didn't kill him outright, he'd certainly be locked away forever after what happened. He had no money, no food, nowhere to go. Yet strangely, he wasn't afraid. The voice in his head had called him a dragon child. Harry had read enough books smuggled from Dudley's second bedroom to know what dragons were, but shadow dragons. Progenitors. These words meant nothing to him. His stomach growled, reminding him of more immediate concerns. Food first, mysterious transformation later. Harry stood, brushing dirt from his oversized clothes. The park was empty this early, but soon people would come, people who might recognize him as the Dursleys' troublesome nephew. He needed to move. As Harry walked toward the edge of the park, he sensed something odd, a pull, like an invisible string tugging gently at his chest, urging him eastward. Without understanding why, Harry followed the sensation, letting his feet carry him through Little Whinging's waking streets. The pull led him to a quiet residential area he'd never visited before, stopping him before a neat 2-story house with a well-tended garden. Something, or someone, inside this house was calling to him. Not with words, but with a resonance he felt in his very bones. Harry hesitated at the edge of the property. What was he doing? He couldn't just walk up to a stranger's house and knock on the door. But before he could retreat, the front door opened, and a girl about his age stepped out, a book clutched to her chest. She had bushy brown hair and serious eyes that widened when they landed on him. For a long moment, they stared at each other in mutual surprise. Then something extraordinary happened. The shadows at Harry's feet stirred, reaching toward the girl like curious fingers, and a faint golden glow seemed to emanate from beneath her skin in response. "You," she breathed, her voice barely audible across the garden. "I dreamed about you." Harry took an instinctive step backward. "I should go." "Wait." The girl hurried down the garden path, stopping a few feet away from him. "You're like me, aren't you? You can do things." Harry's heart pounded. "I don't know what I am." The girl studied him intently, her intelligent eyes taking in his too large clothes, his unruly hair, the fading bruise on his cheek from Vernon's last lesson. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said finally, extending her hand with formal politeness that seemed at odds with her youth. "And I think you need help." Harry stared at her outstretched hand, then cautiously took it. The moment their skin touched, a jolt like static electricity passed between them. Hermione gasped, and Harry nearly pulled away, but the sensation wasn't painful. It felt like recognition, like finding something long lost. "I'm Harry," he said, omitting his surname instinctively. "Harry P." He stopped himself. If the Dursleys were looking for him, using his full name might be dangerous. "Just Harry." Hermione didn't seem to notice his hesitation. She was staring at their still joined hands, where the faintest outline of scales had appeared on Harry's skin, matching a barely visible golden shimmer on hers. "You're hungry," she stated matter-of-factly. "And you need a place to hide." It wasn't a question. Harry nodded cautiously. "My parents are at their dental practice until evening. Come inside." She tugged his hand, leading him toward the house. "I have so many questions." Harry followed, the strange pull now a warm hum of contentment. Whatever was happening to him, this girl was somehow part of it. The shadows around him calmed in her presence, no longer restless and wild. Inside, the Granger home was neat and filled with books. It smelled of cinnamon and paper, nothing like the artificial lemon scent of Aunt Petunia's obsessively cleaned house. Hermione led him to the kitchen and gestured for him to sit at the table while she rummaged through the refrigerator. "Are you running away?" she asked, placing bread, cheese, and fruit before him. "Is that why you look so worn?" Harry hesitated, then nodded, grabbing an apple and biting into it ravenously. "Something happened last night. I changed." Hermione sat across from him, her eyes intense. "I knew it. I've always been able to do things too, make books float to me, fix torn pages. My parents think I'm just clever with my hands." She leaned forward. "But last night was different. I woke up glowing. And I dreamed of shadows and you." Harry paused mid-bite. "You dreamed about me?" "Not exactly you," she clarified. "Not your face. But shadows that felt like they were looking for something. For me." She touched her chest, where the golden glow had seemed brightest. "I've read every book in the house, and none of them explain what we can do. It's not science. It's something else." "Magic," Harry whispered, saying aloud the forbidden word that had earned him countless punishments at Privet Drive. Instead of laughing or scoffing, Hermione nodded seriously. "Yes, I think so too. Real magic, not just tricks." She studied him. "But yours feels different than mine. Older. Wilder." Harry swallowed his bite of apple. Should he tell her? About the scales, the claws, the shadows that obeyed him? He hardly understood it himself. "Last night," he began tentatively, "I was locked in my my room. I was hungry and scared, and something just broke open inside me." He placed his half-eaten apple on the table. "The shadows came when I called them. And I started to change. To demonstrate, Harry concentrated on the feeling from last night. Immediately, shadows deepened around his hands, and thin black scales rippled across his knuckles. Hermione gasped but didn't pull away. Instead, she reached out slowly, tracing one scaled finger with her own. At her touch, golden light danced across her fingertips, meeting his darkness. Where they met, the energies twined together like old friends. "Dragon," she whispered, eyes wide with recognition rather than fear. "You're becoming a dragon." Harry stared at her. "How did you know that?" Hermione jumped up and darted from the kitchen, returning moments later with a heavy book. She placed it on the table, flipping to a dog-eared page that showed an illustration of a massive dragon, scales black as midnight, eyes glowing like emerald fire. "Shadow-Dragon," she read. "Extinct since the Founder's era. Said to control darkness itself, with fire that burns cold rather than hot." She looked up at him, excitement radiating from her. "I've been reading everything I can find about magical creatures since I first made my teddy bear float when I was 4. Most books say they're myths, but I knew they couldn't all be made up." Harry stared at the illustration. The resemblance to what he'd glimpsed in the mirror was undeniable. "But why now? Why me?" "The book says magical creatures often manifest their abilities during times of great stress or danger," Hermione explained. "Were you in danger last night?" Images of Vernon's purple face, his raised hand, flashed through Harry's mind. He nodded wordlessly. Hermione's expression softened. "Your family, they hurt you, don't they? That's why you ran." It wasn't really a question, but Harry answered anyway. "They're not my family. My parents died when I was a baby. The Dursleys got stuck with me." The admission felt both freeing and terrifying. Hermione's jaw set in a determined line that transformed her young face. "Then you're not going back. You can stay here until we figure this out." "Your parents are the kindest people in the world," she interrupted. "They'll help once I explain." She paused, reconsidering. "Well, maybe not the dragon part right away. But that you need help." Harry wanted desperately to believe her, but years with the Dursleys had taught him that adults rarely took the side of children they considered troublesome. "There's something else," he said quietly. "Last night, a voice in my head called me a progenitor. Do you know what that means?" Hermione frowned, turning pages in her book. "It's not in here. But progenitor usually means an ancestor or originator. The first of a line." She looked up, eyes wide. "Harry, what if you're not just becoming a dragon? What if you're the start of something new?" The idea was too enormous to contemplate on an empty stomach. Harry returned to his food, devouring everything Hermione placed before him. As he ate, she peppered him with questions about his experiences, comparing them to things she'd read in her books. "We need more information," she declared finally. "My books are mostly fairy tales and mythology. We need real answers." "Where would we even find those?" Harry asked. Hermione bit her lip. "I don't know. But if magic is real, if dragons are real, there must be others like us somewhere. People who could explain what's happening." As she spoke, Harry felt a strange tingle at the base of his skull. The shadows in the corners of the kitchen deepened momentarily, and both children turned as a book fell from a shelf in the adjacent living room. They approached cautiously. It was an old leather-bound volume that Harry hadn't noticed earlier, its cover unmarked except for a strange symbol that resembled a dragon curled around a tree. When Hermione picked it up, it fell open to a specific page as if guided by invisible hands. "The Bond of Shadows and Light," Hermione read, her voice dropping to a whisper. "When the last of dragon blood awakens, he shall seek his complement in one of golden essence. Together, shadow and light form the perfect balance, more powerful united than either alone." She looked up at Harry, her eyes wide. "I don't remember this book being on our shelf before." Harry reached out tentatively, touching the page. The moment his fingers made contact, the shadows around them deepened, and Hermione's skin emitted that soft golden glow again. The words on the page seemed to shift and change before their eyes, revealing new text. The Shadow-Dragon Progenitor marks the return of ancient magic to the world, Hermione continued reading, voice shaking slightly. With his Draconic Queen, they shall forge a new path, neither light nor dark but both in harmony. Harry pulled his hand back, and the text reverted to its original form. Draconic Queen, he echoed, looking at Hermione with new understanding. The pull he'd felt, the dreams she'd had, it wasn't coincidence. I think. Hermione said slowly, I think the book is saying we're connected somehow. That we're supposed to find each other. She straightened her shoulders with determination beyond her years. Harry, I don't understand everything that's happening, but I know one thing, you found me for a reason. And I'm going to help you. The simple declaration, spoken with such certainty, broke something open inside Harry. All his life, he'd been alone, unwanted, unloved, told he was a burden and a freak. Now, in the space of a morning, he'd found someone who looked at his strangeness and saw something valuable instead of something to fear. Thank you, he whispered, the words inadequate for the emotion swelling in his chest. A sudden knock at the front door made them both jump. Hermione slammed the book shut, shoving it beneath a cushion on the sofa. Stay here, she whispered, moving toward the door. Harry backed into the shadows of the hallway, feeling them wrap around him protectively, partially concealing his presence. Hermione opened the door to reveal an elderly woman in a flowered dress. Good morning, Mrs. Fig, she said politely. Harry's breath caught. He recognized the name. Mrs. Fig occasionally watched him when the Dursleys went out. What was she doing here? Good morning, dear, Mrs. Fig replied, her voice pleasant but her eyes sharp. I was just in the neighborhood and thought I'd check if everything was all right. There was quite a disturbance last night, something about the Potter boy running away. From his hiding place, Harry saw Hermione's posture change subtly, becoming more guarded. I haven't heard anything about that. My parents are at work, but they didn't mention any disturbances. Mrs. Fig peered past Hermione into the house. Are you alone, dear? That's not very safe for a young girl. I'm quite all right, Hermione replied with forced cheerfulness. I was just reading. The old woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Well, if you see or hear anything about young Harry Potter, you should tell an adult right away. He could be in danger, poor boy. Harry tensed, the shadows around him darkening reflexively. Mrs. Fig's gaze snapped toward the hallway, her expression changing from concerned neighbor to something more alert and knowing. Well, she said after a pause, I should be going. Do be careful, Miss Granger. As the door closed, Harry emerged from the shadows. She knows who I am. She used to watch me sometimes when the Dursleys were out. Hermione frowned. How did she know my name? I've never met her before. She peeked through the window, watching Mrs. Fig hurry down the street. And how did she know to look for you here? We're not even in the same neighborhood as your relatives. Harry had no answer, but a growing sense of unease settled in his stomach. Mrs. Fig had always seemed like a harmless, if slightly batty, old cat lady. Now he wondered if there was more to her than he'd realized. We need to be careful, Hermione said, pulling the strange book from beneath the cushion. If people are already looking for you, we don't have much time to figure this out. She opened the book again, but this time the text didn't change when Harry touched it. Instead, a loose piece of parchment fell from between the pages, landing on the carpet between them. In elegant, flowing script were written words that made both children's eyes widen, to become what you are meant to be, travel to the ancient circle where magic flows freely. When moon touches stone, the transformation begins. Shadow and light, bound for all time. Below this cryptic message was a simple map showing a route from their current location to what appeared to be a stone circle in the countryside. Stonehenge. Hermione whispered. That's what this looks like, but it's hours from here. Harry studied the map. How would we even get there? Before Hermione could answer, they heard the unmistakable crack of apparition from outside, though neither child knew that's what it was. They rushed to the window to see a tall figure in sweeping purple robes striding purposefully up the garden path. "Hide!" Hermione hissed, shoving the book and map into Harry's hands. "Upstairs, second door on the right. My room. I'll get rid of whoever this is." Harry hesitated, reluctant to leave her to face the stranger alone. "Go," she insisted. "If they're looking for you, we can't let them find you." The determination in her eyes convinced him. Harry retreated up the stairs, the shadows bending around him to conceal his movement. From Hermione's bedroom window, he watched as she opened the door to the strange visitor. Even from this distance, Harry could tell this was no ordinary person. The man radiated power, his long silver beard gleaming in the morning sun. He spoke to Hermione with grave politeness, and though Harry couldn't hear the words, he could see Hermione's defensive posture, her crossed arms and lifted chin. The old man seemed to be asking questions, gesturing occasionally toward the street and then back to the house. Hermione shook her head repeatedly, her bushy hair bouncing with the vehemence of her denials. Finally, the visitor bowed slightly and turned to leave, but not before casting a long, searching look up at the house, his eyes seeming to pass right over the window where Harry stood concealed in shadows. A moment later, Hermione burst into the room, her face flushed with excitement and fear. "That was Professor Dumbledore," she exclaimed. "From Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Harry blinked in confusion. "School of what?" "Witchcraft and Wizardry." Hermione repeated. "It's a school for people like us, people who can do magic. He said he detected an unusual magical surge in the area last night and came to investigate." She paced the room rapidly. "He asked if I'd experienced anything strange, or if I'd seen a boy with a lightning-shaped scar." Harry's hand reflexively went to his forehead, touching the scar he'd had for as long as he could remember. "Did you tell him about me?" Hermione looked offended. "Of course not. I said I hadn't seen anything unusual at all." She sat beside him on the bed. "But Harry, this confirms it, there are others like us. A whole school. Professor Dumbledore said I'd likely be receiving a letter when I turn 11. Did he say anything about dragons?" Her excitement dimmed slightly. "No. And I didn't ask. Something told me it would be better not to mention what we've discovered." She glanced at the book in Harry's lap. "He did say that you, well, Harry Potter, are very important to their world. That it's crucial you be found and returned to your relatives for your own protection." Harry's stomach twisted. "I can't go back there." "And you won't," Hermione stated firmly. "Professor Dumbledore seemed kind, but he doesn't know what those people did to you. And he doesn't know what we found out from the book." She took his hand, her skin warming against his. "We're connected, Harry. Whatever's happening to us, we're supposed to face it together." As their hands touched, that now familiar sensation returned, shadows curling from Harry's skin, golden light emanating from Hermione's. Where they met, the energies twined together in perfect harmony. "The map," Harry said suddenly. "Stonehenge. The message said that's where we need to go to become what we're meant to be." Hermione nodded thoughtfully. "The full moon is in 3 days. If that's what 'when moon touches stone' means, we have until then to figure out how to get there." 3 days, Harry echoed. 3 days until what? Transformation? Answers? He wasn't sure, but the pull in his chest had grown stronger, urging him toward whatever destiny awaited at the ancient stone circle. "We'll need supplies," Hermione said, practical even in the face of magical mysteries. "Food, water, a change of clothes for you." Harry gestured at his oversized hand-me-downs. "I don't have any other clothes." Hermione studied him critically. "My father has some old clothes in the attic from when he was younger. They might be big on you, but better than what you're wearing now." She stood decisively. First, let's get you properly fed and cleaned up. Then we'll make a plan. As they descended the stairs, the strange book clutched tightly in Harry's hands. Neither child noticed the owl perched on a nearby tree, watching the Granger house with unnaturally attentive eyes. Nor did they see the tabby cat sitting rigidly on a garden wall across the street, its tail twitching with agitation. The magical world had noticed the awakening of the Shadow-Dragon Progenitor, and not everyone was pleased. Albus Dumbledore paced the circular office at Hogwarts, his normally twinkling blue eyes grave with concern. Before him stood Minerva McGonagall, her lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. The monitoring charms at Privet Drive went haywire last night, Minerva, Dumbledore said quietly. Something happened, something beyond accidental magic. I've been saying for years that those muggles were the worst sort, McGonagall replied tartly. What did they do to the boy? Dumbledore sighed heavily. I don't know. By the time I arrived this morning, young Harry was gone. The Dursleys were reluctant to provide details. Reluctant? McGonagall's nostrils flared. Or terrified? Arabella reported that Vernon Dursley was babbling about monsters and shadows. Indeed. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. The magical signature I detected was unlike anything I've encountered before. Ancient magic, powerful and primal. He glanced at the silver instruments whirring on his desk, one of which had stopped moving entirely. The blood wards have fallen. McGonagall inhaled sharply. Then he's vulnerable. You know whose followers are the least of my concerns at the moment, Dumbledore interrupted. I tracked the magical signature to a muggle home in Crawley. A young witch lives there, one Hermione Granger, due to receive her Hogwarts letter in a few years. You think Potter sought her out? How would he even know of her existence? Dumbledore's expression grew more troubled. I don't believe he did, consciously. But the magic emanating from both children. He trailed off, moving to a bookshelf and extracting an ancient tome bound in what appeared to be scale-like leather. I've seen something like it only once before, described in this text. He opened the book carefully, revealing yellowed pages covered in script so old it was barely legible. The last known Shadow-Dragon Progenitor lived over 1,000 years ago, Minerva. Salazar Slytherin himself. McGonagall's eyes widened. Surely you don't think Potter, I don't know what to think, Dumbledore admitted. But if young Harry has somehow awakened this long-dormant bloodline, it explains the connection to Miss Granger. Shadow dragons always seek their magical complement, a witch or wizard whose magic resonates at the exact frequency needed to balance their own. Their Draconic Queen, McGonagall whispered, remembering the old legends. Dumbledore nodded gravely. The magic binding them is already taking hold. Miss Granger lied to me today, quite convincingly for one so young. I believe Harry Potter is hiding in her home, and she is protecting him instinctively. What do we do, Albus? If the boy is truly transforming into a shadow dragon, we must find them quickly, Dumbledore replied. Before they complete whatever bond is forming between them. And certainly before Voldemort's remaining followers sense this new power awakening. He closed the ancient book with gentle reverence. Contact Severus. His expertise in dark magic may be invaluable. Do you truly believe this is dark magic? McGonagall asked sharply. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Not dark, Minerva. Old. Primordial. Beyond our modern conceptions of light and dark. His gaze drifted to the window, where storm clouds were gathering on the horizon. And potentially beyond our control. In the darkness of a hidden chamber beneath Malfoy Manor, a tattered diary pulsed with sudden awareness. The fragment of soul contained within it stirred, awakened by the surge of ancient magic that had rippled across Britain the night before. If Tom Riddle's Horcrux could have smiled, it would have. After years of dormancy, waiting for someone to write in its pages, it had felt the unmistakable signature of a power long thought extinct, a power the young Tom Riddle had once sought desperately to claim for himself. The Shadow-Dragon bloodline had reawakened. And with it, perhaps, a vessel worthy of Lord Voldemort's return. The diary's pages fluttered in the empty room, as if blown by an unseen wind. It would wait. Its time would come. For now, it was enough to know that the game had changed, and a new player had entered the board. Back in Hermione's bedroom, Harry examined his reflection in her mirror with fascination. Cleaned up and dressed in clothes that actually fit, Mr. Granger's old trousers and shirt, rolled up at the sleeves and ankles, he looked almost like a normal boy. Almost, except for the strange luminescence that occasionally flickered in his green eyes when the shadows deepened around him. "You look much better," Hermione approved, setting a tray of sandwiches on her desk. She'd spent the afternoon explaining everything she knew about magic to Harry, showing him books that suddenly made much more sense in light of what they were experiencing. "I still don't understand how we'll get to Stonehenge," Harry said, taking a sandwich gratefully. "It's too far to walk, and we can't exactly ask your parents to drive us there for a magical dragon transformation ritual." Hermione chewed thoughtfully. "Maybe we don't need conventional transportation." She nodded toward the shadows gathering in the corners of her room as evening approached. "You can manipulate shadows, right? What if you could use them to travel?" Harry considered this. He'd never tried to use his abilities deliberately, beyond the small demonstrations he'd shown Hermione earlier. "I wouldn't know how to start." "Try thinking about the shadows as doorways," Hermione suggested. "In my books, shadow walkers could step into one shadow and out through another, as long as they'd seen their destination." Harry set down his sandwich and approached the deepest shadow in the corner of Hermione's room. Tentatively, he reached out, feeling the familiar response as darkness curled around his fingers like an affectionate cat. "Doorway," he whispered, focusing his intent. The shadow seemed to deepen, expanding slightly. Encouraged, Harry pushed his hand further in, and gasped as his fingers disappeared entirely, as if the shadow had become a hole in reality itself. "It's working!" Hermione exclaimed, jumping up from her chair. "Can you see anything on the other side?" Harry concentrated harder, imagining his hand emerging somewhere else. To his astonishment, he felt a cool breeze on his fingertips, though his arm still appeared to terminate at the shadow's edge. I think I'm touching outside," he said wonderingly. "The air feels different." Hermione grabbed a pencil from her desk and handed it to him. "Try dropping this through and see where it goes." Harry took the pencil with his free hand and carefully extended it into the shadow portal. A moment later, they heard a faint tap from outside the window. Hermione rushed to look out. "It's on the lawn," she reported excitedly. "You created a portal to outside." Harry withdrew his hand, the shadow returning to normal as he broke concentration. The effort left him lightheaded but exhilarated. "I did it. This changes everything," Hermione said, her mind racing ahead. "If you can create shadow portals, we might be able to reach Stonehenge after all. We just need to practice, make the openings larger, maintain them longer, and figure out how to target specific destinations." Harry nodded, a new determination filling him. For the first time in his life, he had power, real power, not just the helpless anger of a mistreated child. And more importantly, he had a friend to share it with. "We should start practicing right away," he said. "The full moon is in 3 days, and I have a feeling that whatever's going to happen at Stonehenge, we need to be ready for it." As night fell fully outside, the shadows in Hermione's room deepened naturally, responding to Harry's awakening abilities. Across the street, the watchful cat remained motionless, its vigilance unwavering. And miles away, in the cupboard under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive, a single black scale glittered in the darkness, the only physical evidence that something extraordinary had begun. The Shadow-Dragon Progenitor had awakened, found his Draconic Queen, and taken his first steps toward a destiny that would shake the foundations of the magical world. In just 3 days, beneath the light of the full moon, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger would begin a transformation that neither the forces of light nor darkness were prepared for. And somewhere in between, in the shadows that were quickly becoming his domain, Harry smiled, feeling, for the first time in his young life, that he might finally belong. The next morning dawned bright and clear, but Harry and Hermione barely noticed the beautiful weather. They had spent most of the night experimenting with Harry's shadow manipulation abilities, and by sunrise, he could consistently create portals large enough to step through, though maintaining them required intense concentration. "We need to test a longer distance today," Hermione said, making notes in a journal she dedicated to their discoveries. "The garden was a good start, but Stonehenge is over 70 miles away." Harry nodded tiredly. Creating even small portals had drained him considerably. "I'll need to rest first. And we should probably eat something." They descended to the kitchen, where Hermione prepared a substantial breakfast. Her parents wouldn't return until that evening. They'd called the night before to explain they were attending a dental conference and would be staying overnight at a hotel. The timing couldn't have been better for the two children's clandestine activities. As they ate, Hermione studied Harry with concern. "You look different today," she observed. "More defined, somehow." Harry hadn't noticed, but when he examined his reflection in a kitchen window, he saw what she meant. His features had subtly sharpened overnight. His cheekbones were more pronounced, his eyes slightly more angled. Nothing dramatic enough to make him unrecognizable, but noticeable to someone who was looking closely. "The transformation is accelerating," Hermione said, half excited and half anxious. "That's why we need to reach Stonehenge by the full moon. The book implied the ritual would stabilize whatever's happening to us." "To us?" Harry repeated. "Have you noticed any changes in yourself?" Hermione hesitated, then nodded. "My senses feel sharper. And this morning." She held out her hand, palm up, and concentrated. A soft golden glow emanated from her skin, coalescing into a small sphere of light that hovered above her palm. "I couldn't do this before." Harry watched, fascinated, as the light danced between Hermione's fingers before dissipating. "Light to my shadow," he murmured. "Balance," she agreed. "That's what the book emphasized, balance between our abilities." After breakfast, they moved to Hermione's backyard, which was fortunately shielded from neighbors' view by tall hedges. Harry stood in the shade of a large tree, preparing to attempt a longer-distance portal. "Remember, visualize exactly where you want the portal to open," Hermione coached. "The more precise your mental image, the more accurate the connection should be." Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on a location they had chosen together, a small wooded area in a nearby park, about a mile away. They had studied maps of the area carefully, and Hermione had visited the spot often enough to describe it in detail. The shadows around Harry deepened, responding to his will. He felt them wrapping around him, cool and comforting, as he pushed his consciousness outward, seeking the destination. For several minutes, nothing happened beyond the usual darkening of shadows. Then, suddenly, he felt it, a connection, like an invisible thread linking his current location to the distant park. With a gesture that came instinctively, Harry swept his arm in an arc, and the shadows before him parted like a curtain, revealing a glimpse of sunlight-dappled woods. "You did it!" Hermione exclaimed, peering through the portal. "That's definitely Willow Park. I can see the old oak with the carved initials." The portal wavered slightly with her words, and Harry gritted his teeth, fighting to maintain it. "I don't think I can hold it long," he warned, sweat beading on his forehead. "We need to go through now if we're going." Hermione hesitated only momentarily before grabbing her backpack and Harry's hand. Together, they stepped through the shadowy doorway, experiencing a brief sensation of cold and pressure before emerging among the trees of Willow Park. The portal snapped shut behind them, leaving Harry gasping and trembling from the effort. Hermione guided him to a fallen log where he could sit and recover. "That was incredible," she said, eyes shining with excitement. "A mile. On just your second day of practicing." Harry managed a weak smile, though his head was pounding. "It's getting easier to find the connections. Like the shadows are helping me, showing me paths I couldn't see before." As his strength returned, they explored the small wooded area, confirming they had indeed reached their intended destination. The success bolstered their confidence in the plan to reach Stonehenge, though Harry worried about maintaining a portal over such a vastly greater distance. "We should try to return the same way," Hermione suggested after they'd rested. "Practice makes perfect, after all." Harry nodded, though he wasn't sure he had the energy for another portal so soon. Standing in the deepest patch of shade he could find, he concentrated on Hermione's backyard, picturing it as clearly as possible. This time, the connection came more quickly, as if the shadows remembered the path they had just traveled. The portal opened with less strain than before, revealing Hermione's familiar garden. "It's getting easier already," Harry observed as they stepped back through. "Like my body is adapting to use the ability." "Your dragon nature is emerging," Hermione agreed. "The book said shadow dragons could travel vast distances through the dark places of the world." She checked her watch. "We should rest now and try again later, maybe push for an even greater distance." As they headed back inside, neither noticed the slight shimmer in the air near the garden shed, a disillusionment charm concealing a tall, thin figure in black robes who had been watching their experiment with narrowed eyes. Severus Snape waited until the children were safely inside before removing the charm. His face was set in a grim expression as he considered what he had witnessed. Dumbledore's suspicions were correct, the Potter boy was indeed manifesting abilities consistent with the Shadow-Dragon bloodline. And the Granger girl was clearly his magical complement, already showing signs of the corresponding light-based powers. With a silent turn, Snape disapparated, reappearing moments later at the gates of Hogwarts. The headmaster would need to know immediately. If the children were experimenting with shadow walking, they could potentially travel anywhere in Britain, including locations with ancient magical protections that might accelerate their transformation. Locations like Stonehenge. Inside the Granger home, Harry collapsed on the sofa, exhaustion overtaking him. Creating and maintaining the portals had drained him more than he wanted to admit to Hermione, who was already bustling around gathering supplies for their journey. "We'll need food, water, warm clothes," she was saying, ticking items off on her fingers. "The forecast says it might rain tomorrow night, so waterproofs too. And I should bring the book, of course." Harry watched her with half-lidded eyes, a strange warmth spreading through his chest. In just 2 days, this girl had become the center of his world, the first person who had ever accepted him completely, who had looked at his strangeness and seen something valuable instead of something to fear. "Hermione," he said softly, interrupting her planning. "Thank you." She paused, turning to look at him. "For what?" "For everything. For believing me. For helping me." He swallowed past a sudden lump in his throat. "For not thinking I'm a freak." Hermione's expression softened. She sat beside him on the sofa, taking his hand in hers. Where their skin touched, that now familiar sensation occurred, shadows curling from his fingers, golden light emanating from hers, the energies twining together harmoniously. "You're not a freak, Harry," she said firmly. "You're extraordinary. And so am I." She squeezed his hand. "My whole life, I've felt different, like I was waiting for something important to happen. Now I know what it was. I was waiting for you." The simple declaration touched something deep within Harry. All his life, he'd been told he was unwanted, a burden. Now, this brilliant girl was telling him she had been waiting for him. The shadows in the room responded to his emotions, deepening and swirling gently around them both. "I was waiting for you too," he replied. "I just didn't know it." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, before Hermione returned to practical matters. "We should rest today and make one more test portal tonight, maybe to the edge of London. If that works, we'll attempt Stonehenge tomorrow evening." Harry nodded, his eyelids growing heavier. "Wake me in a few hours." "Of course." Hermione stood, draping a light blanket over him. "Sleep well, Harry." As he drifted off, Harry felt safer than he ever had at Privet Drive. The shadows curled protectively around him, responding to his unconscious desires even as he slept. And beyond the windows, unseen watchers, both feline and human, continued their vigilance, waiting for the children's next move. The game was accelerating, pieces moving into position on a board that stretched across magical Britain. And at the center of it all, a dragon child slept, dreaming of stone circles and moonlight and a future where he was no longer alone. Chapter 2, Shadows and Knowledge. The full moon hung low over Stonehenge, its silver light washing over the ancient stones. Harry stood in the center of the circle, shadows swirling around his feet like living things. Beside him, Hermione's skin emitted a soft golden glow, her bushy hair lifting slightly in a breeze that seemed to touch only her. They had arrived just minutes before, stepping through a shadow portal that had nearly drained Harry's newfound strength to create. "Can you feel it?" Hermione whispered, eyes wide with wonder. "The magic in this place, it's like it's breathing." Harry nodded, unable to find words for the sensation coursing through him. The standing stones seemed to pulse with energy that resonated with something deep inside his changing body. The shadows between the monoliths were deeper than natural darkness should allow, beckoning to him like old friends. They had prepared as best they could for this moment. After Harry's recovery from their first shadow-walking experiment, they had made 2 more successful jumps, first to the edge of London, then to a forest near Salisbury that Hermione had visited on a school trip. Each attempt had come easier than the last, as if Harry's body was adapting to channel the ancient magic flowing through his veins. Now they stood at the epicenter of Britain's oldest magical site, waiting for the moment when, as the book had said, moon touches stone, to begin whatever transformation awaited them. "Are you afraid?" Harry asked, watching Hermione scan the massive stones with scholarly interest. She considered the question seriously before answering. "Not of what's going to happen to us. But I am afraid we might be stopped before it can happen." She glanced nervously at the surrounding darkness. "Professor Dumbledore seemed very determined to find you." Harry's jaw tightened. In the 3 days since his awakening, his appearance had continued to subtly change. His once unruly hair now lay smoother, with an almost scaled texture near his temples. His eyes had taken on a more pronounced almond shape, the green irises occasionally flickering with an inner light when his emotions ran high. The changes weren't dramatic enough to draw immediate attention, but anyone looking closely would notice something unusual about the boy. "We made it this far," Harry said with more confidence than he felt. "And the book was very specific about this being where we need to be." The mysterious book had continued to reveal new information each time they examined it, as if it were somehow alive and deciding what knowledge they were ready to receive. The night before their journey, an entirely new chapter had appeared, describing in cryptic terms the ritual they were to perform at Stonehenge. "It's almost time," Hermione said, checking her watch. "Moonrise at the center trilithon is in 2 minutes." They moved to position themselves precisely where the book had indicated, Harry facing east, Hermione west, their hands joined between them. The moon continued its ascent, its light intensifying as it aligned with the massive stones. "Remember what we practiced," Hermione murmured, squeezing Harry's hands reassuringly. Harry nodded, closing his eyes and concentrating on the words they had memorized from the book. As the first ray of moonlight pierced through the exact center of the trilithon, casting a silver beam between them, they began to speak in unison. "Shadow and light, divided yet one. Dragon's blood awakened, the cycle begun." The words felt ancient on their tongues, as if they were speaking a language far older than English, though the meaning remained clear. "We stand at the threshold, neither here nor there. Between worlds we balance, 2 powers to share." The moonbeam touching them seemed to solidify, becoming a tangible thing connecting their joined hands. Harry felt the shadows around him surge upward, wrapping around his body like a cocoon, while golden light enveloped Hermione. Where the energies met between their clasped hands, a swirling vortex of shadow and light formed. "By ancient right, by blood and bone," they continued, their voices gaining strength. "What was sundered, now make whole. Shadow-Dragon, Draconic Queen, bound together as once has been." The vortex between them expanded suddenly, engulfing them both. Harry gasped as he felt his body changing more rapidly than before. His skin hardened, black scales rippling across his arms and chest. His spine lengthened, his senses sharpened to preternatural levels. Across from him, barely visible through the swirling energies, Hermione underwent her own transformation, her skin taking on a luminous quality, her eyes shifting to a molten gold color, delicate golden scales appearing along her hairline and forearms. For what felt like an eternity but might have been only moments, they stood frozen in the magical maelstrom. Then, with a sound like thunder, the vortex collapsed inward, sending a shockwave of power across the landscape. Harry fell to his knees, still clutching Hermione's hands. She knelt opposite him, her transformed eyes wide with wonder. "Harry," she breathed, reaching out to touch his face. "Your eyes." He blinked, vision adjusting to new acuity that let him see clearly despite the darkness. "Yours too," he replied, marveling at the golden irises that had replaced her ordinary brown. "How do you feel?" "Different. Stronger." She flexed her fingers, which now ended in slightly pointed nails with a golden sheen. "Like I've been sleeping my whole life and just woke up." Harry understood perfectly. His body hummed with energy, the shadows around him responding to his slightest thought. When he looked down at his arms, he saw black scales had permanently formed along his forearms, though they weren't as pronounced as during his initial transformation at the Dursleys. "We should test what we can do," Hermione suggested, ever practical despite the extraordinary circumstances. "The book said the ritual would stabilize and enhance our abilities." Harry nodded, rising to his feet with a grace he'd never possessed before. Standing in the center of Stonehenge, he extended his hands and focused his will on the shadows between the monoliths. They responded instantly, surging forward to wrap around the stones, then extending upward to form a dome of darkness over the entire circle. "It's easier now," he said wonderingly. "Before, creating even a small portal was exhausting. This feels natural." Hermione held out her own hands, palms upward. Golden light gathered above them, coalescing into spheres that she sent dancing around the interior of Harry's shadow dome. Where light and shadow met, they didn't cancel each other out but rather merged into a beautiful aurora of intermingling energies. "We're balanced," Hermione said, understanding dawning in her eyes. "Your shadows would be overwhelming without my light. My light would be blinding without your shadows to temper it." Harry walked to one of the massive stones, placing his hand against its cool surface. He could feel the ancient magic pulsing within it, responding to his touch. The book was right. This place is important. It's like a nexus of magical energy. Hermione joined him, her hand beside his on the stone. Where they both touched it, symbols began to glow, runes that neither child recognized but somehow understood. "It says this was once a gathering place for magical creatures," Hermione translated, though she'd never studied ancient runes. "A neutral ground where dragons, centaurs, elves, and humans could meet in peace." Harry traced one glowing symbol with his finger. "And this says the last shadow dragon came here too." He hesitated, the knowledge appearing in his mind from nowhere, to perform the final binding with his queen before they disappeared from Britain. They looked at each other, the significance of their location taking on new weight. They weren't just performing a ritual, they were reenacting something that had historical precedent. "Harry," Hermione said slowly, "I think we need to find out more about who, what, we're becoming. The book only tells us so much, and clearly there's history here that we should understand." Before Harry could respond, a distant sound caught his enhanced hearing, the faint crack of apparition. His head snapped up, scanning the darkness beyond their protective dome. "Someone's coming," he warned. "Multiple people." Hermione tensed beside him. "Can you tell who?" Harry concentrated, his draconic senses extending outward. "I can smell them," he realized with surprise. An old man, like parchment and lemon. A woman, stern, like McGonagall from the other day. And he inhaled deeply, a growl rising unbidden in his throat, someone else. Male. He smells like potions and bitterness. They must have tracked the magical surge from our ritual, Hermione deduced. We need to leave, quickly. Harry nodded, gathering the shadows around them. Now that the ritual was complete, creating a portal felt as natural as breathing. The darkness parted before them, showing a glimpse of Hermione's bedroom back in Crawley. Wait, Hermione said suddenly, turning back to the standing stones. The book said there might be something left for us here, a legacy from the last pair. Harry hesitated, torn between escape and curiosity. His enhanced senses told him their pursuers were still some distance away, approaching cautiously. We have a minute or two, he decided. Where should we look? Hermione closed her eyes, her newfound instincts guiding her. There, she said, pointing to a specific stone that looked no different from the others to ordinary eyes. Behind that one. They hurried to the stone she'd indicated. Harry placed his hands against it, feeling for anything unusual. A section of the massive monolith shifted slightly under his touch, revealing a small hollow that had been invisible moments before. Inside lay a bundle wrapped in what appeared to be dragon hide, preserved by magic for what must have been centuries. Harry carefully withdrew it as Hermione kept watch for their approaching pursuers. They're getting closer, she warned. I can sense their magic now. Harry tucked the bundle into his jacket. Time to go. With a gesture, he expanded the shadow portal. Together, they stepped through, the gateway closing behind them just as the first figures crested the hill overlooking Stonehenge. Albus Dumbledore lowered his wand, a troubled expression on his lined face. We're too late. The ritual is complete. Beside him, Minerva McGonagall surveyed the stone circle with a mixture of awe and concern. The magical residue was palpable even from a distance, shadow and light magic intertwined in a pattern none of them had witnessed before. The power signature is immense, Severus Snape observed, his dark eyes narrowed. Far greater than should be possible from two untrained children. Dumbledore moved forward into the circle, his wand passing over the central trilithon where the ritual had taken place. Not children anymore, I fear. At least, not entirely. He examined a faint scale-like impression left on one of the stones. The transformation appears to have progressed significantly. What exactly are we dealing with, Albus? McGonagall asked sharply. You've been vague about these shadow dragons. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Because much of what we know is legend rather than documented fact. The last confirmed Shadow-Dragon Progenitor was indeed Salazar Slytherin, as I mentioned. But the bloodline was thought to have died out centuries ago. Evidently not, Snape remarked dryly. Evidently, Dumbledore agreed. The Potters are an old family with many branches. It seems young Harry has awakened a dormant trait. He examined another stone, this one bearing the faint imprint of a smaller hand. And Miss Granger appears to be his perfect magical complement. The Golden Queen to his Shadow King, as the old texts would say. McGonagall's lips thinned. Their children, Albus. 6 and 7 years old. Whatever ancient magic they've stumbled into, they can't possibly understand the implications. Which is precisely why we must find them quickly, Dumbledore replied. Shadow dragons were not inherently dark creatures, despite their affinity for shadow magic. But they were powerful, territorial, and fiercely protective of what they considered theirs. He turned to face his colleagues. And a young, untrained dragon with a newly bonded queen will consider any approach a threat. The boy was using shadow walking, Snape reported. I witnessed him creating portals between locations yesterday. With the power boost from this ritual, he could potentially travel anywhere in Britain, perhaps further. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Then we must consider where they might go. Young dragons seek 3 things, safety, knowledge, and treasure. His blue eyes lost their customary twinkle. They'll want to learn more about what they're becoming. And there are few places in Britain with the kind of ancient knowledge they seek. The Hogwarts Library, McGonagall realized. Perhaps, Dumbledore agreed. Though the wards may keep them out until their official invitation arrives. More likely, they'll seek older sources first. He glanced at Snape. Alert your contacts in Nocturne Alley. If the children appear there seeking information about shadow dragons, I want to know immediately. As his colleagues nodded and prepared to depart, Dumbledore cast one more troubled glance around the stone circle. The ritual performed here tonight had sent magical shockwaves across Britain. It was only a matter of time before others sensed it, others who might see two young, powerful magical beings as either threats or opportunities. The race to find Harry Potter and Hermione Granger had truly begun. Miles away, in the depths of Azkaban prison, Sirius Black jolted awake from a fitful sleep. Something had changed, a disturbance in magic so profound that he had felt it even through the Dementor's soul-numbing influence. For the first time in years, his mind cleared momentarily from grief and despair. Harry. The name came to him with absolute certainty. His godson, James and Lily's boy, was somehow at the center of whatever magical event had just occurred. Sirius didn't understand how he knew this, but the conviction was unshakable. He shifted into his animagus form, the large black dog pressing its nose against the cell bars. The magical signature was fading already, consumed by Azkaban's perpetual miasma of despair, but its character had been unmistakable, shadow magic of ancient origin, the kind that had been whispered about in the darker corners of the Black family library. Dragon magic. Sirius changed back to human form, his gaunt face set with new determination. If Harry had somehow awakened the draconic bloodline that had always been rumored to run through certain pureblood families, he would be in danger, not just from remaining Death Eaters, but from Ministry officials who feared any magic they couldn't control. He needed to escape. Now, not later. His original half-formed plans of waiting for an opportune moment vanished, replaced by urgent purpose. Harry needed protection, guidance from someone who wouldn't fear or try to exploit his newly awakened abilities. Transforming again, Sirius began the painstaking process of squeezing his emaciated dog form through the bars. It would take time, caution, and every ounce of determination he possessed. But for the first time since that terrible night when he'd found James and Lily dead, Sirius Black had hope, and that made him more dangerous than anyone in the wizarding world suspected. Hermione's bedroom looked exactly as they had left it hours earlier, textbooks stacked neatly on her desk, star chart pinned to the wall, stuffed animals arranged on her bed. Yet to the two children who stepped out of the shadows, everything felt different, smaller somehow, less significant. "We should examine what we found," Hermione said, gesturing to the bundle still clutched in Harry's hand. "And then we need to decide our next steps. My parents will be home tomorrow, and—" She hesitated, golden eyes troubled. "I don't know how to explain all this to them." Harry nodded, understanding her concern. They had changed in ways that couldn't be hidden, not completely. Even if they could conceal the scales on their skin and the unusual color of their eyes, the fundamental shift in their magical nature would be apparent to anyone who spent time with them. They sat on Hermione's bed, carefully unwrapping the dragonhide bundle. Inside they found 3 items: a small leather-bound journal with no visible writing on its cover, a silver pendant shaped like intertwined dragons, and a folded piece of parchment sealed with black wax bearing the impression of a dragon's claw. "The seal is addressed to us," Hermione observed, examining the parchment. "See the inscription? To those who follow in our path, when shadow and light are reborn." Harry picked up the pendant, feeling a subtle resonance as it touched his skin. "This feels alive somehow. Magical." Hermione broke the seal on the parchment, carefully unfolding it to reveal elegant script that shifted between languages, sometimes appearing as Latin, sometimes as runic symbols, sometimes as modern English. "Dear successors," she read aloud, the script settling into English as she spoke. "If you are reading this, you have completed the first binding ritual at the ancient circle, and the bloodlines of shadow and light have once again converged. Know that you are not the first to walk this path, nor will you be the last. The cycle of dragon magic ebbs and flows through the centuries, dormant for generations before awakening when the world has need of its balance." Harry listened intently, the words resonating with something deep inside him, a knowledge he hadn't realized he possessed. The journal accompanying this letter contains our collected wisdom, Hermione continued reading. It will reveal its contents gradually as you develop your abilities. The pendant is a key to places of safety we established across Britain, sanctuaries hidden from ordinary magical detection where you may train and grow without interference. She looked up at Harry, eyes wide. They created safe houses for us, for future pairs like us. Harry examined the pendant more closely. It was beautifully crafted, 2 dragons, one black, one gold, intertwined around a central gem that shifted colors in the light. There's more, Hermione said, returning to the letter. Be warned that not all will welcome your awakening. There are those in the magical world who fear what they cannot control, and the power of the Shadow-Dragon and Golden Queen stands outside their systems of authority. Trust your instincts above all else, they are the voice of your draconic nature guiding you. The letter is signed RR and SS. Hermione's voice dropped to a whisper. Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin. Could they have been? Like us, Harry finished, the realization striking him with sudden clarity. The founders of Hogwarts, 2 of them were a Shadow-Dragon pair. Hermione set down the letter with reverent care. That explains so much about the legends. Slytherin's affinity for serpents, his ability to move undetected through the castle, Ravenclaw's legendary intelligence and insight. And why they eventually left Hogwarts, Harry added, connecting pieces of history he'd gleaned from their research. They weren't just leaving a school, they were following their draconic natures, seeking freedom and their own territory. Hermione picked up the journal, running her fingers over its unmarked cover. When both she and Harry touched it simultaneously, a title appeared in raised letters, The Path of Shadow and Light, a Guide for Awakened Dragons. It's keyed to both of us, Hermione observed. We need to read it together. They opened the journal to find the first few pages filled with elegant handwriting that shifted between 2 distinct styles, one sharp and angular, the other flowing and elaborate. The initial entry was dated nearly 1,000 years earlier. My dearest S, the first entry began in the flowing script, has suggested we record our journey for those who might follow. The binding ritual we performed at the stone circle has stabilized our transformation, but we continue to discover new aspects of our abilities daily. Yesterday, S demonstrated that he can now maintain his full draconic form for nearly an hour, a magnificent sight, though still painful for him during the transformation. Harry and Hermione exchanged startled looks. Full draconic form? Harry whispered. You mean I could actually become a dragon? Hermione finished, her golden eyes wide. A real dragon. They continued reading, absorbing information about abilities they'd soon develop, enhanced magical resistance, elemental affinities, shadow fire for the progenitor, healing light for the queen, telepathic communication between the pair, and eventually, the capacity for complete transformation. This changes everything, Hermione said when they finally set the journal aside. We're not just children with unusual magic. We're. She searched for the right word, evolving into something else entirely. Harry nodded, processing the implications. And according to this, the transformation can't be reversed. We'll continue changing until we reach maturity. A comfortable silence fell between them as they contemplated their future. Outside, the night had deepened, stars visible through Hermione's bedroom window. In the distance, a dog barked, an ordinary sound in an increasingly extraordinary world. We should use the pendant, Harry said finally. Find one of these sanctuaries. We can't stay here, not with Dumbledore and the others looking for us, and not with your parents returning tomorrow. Hermione bit her lip, a gesture that revealed slightly sharpened canines, another subtle change from the ritual. I can't just disappear without telling them anything. They'd be frantic. We'll leave them a note, Harry suggested. Not explaining everything, but enough that they won't think you've been kidnapped. And the journal mentioned we can establish a mental link with those we trust. Once we're safe, maybe you can learn to communicate with them that way. Hermione nodded reluctantly. You're right. We need time to understand what we've become and learn to control our abilities. She picked up the pendant. How do you think this works? Harry took it from her, feeling the magic pulsing within the silver. Instinctively, he clasped it between both their hands and concentrated, seeking the connection it promised. Immediately, a series of images flashed through both their minds, locations across Britain, hidden places warded with ancient magic. I can see them, Hermione whispered, her eyes unfocused. Caves in Scotland, a hidden manor in Wales, an island in a lake. And this one, Harry said, focusing on an image that felt closest, most accessible. A sanctuary beneath London itself, connected to the ancient Roman catacombs. The pendant warmed between their palms, the gem at its center glowing with inner light. Both children understood without words that it was now attuned to them, ready to guide them to safety. We should pack only essentials, Hermione said, practical even in the face of magical transformation. Food, clothing, books that might be useful. As she gathered supplies, Harry used his enhanced senses to scan the neighborhood outside. No sign of magical watchers, but he couldn't shake the feeling they were running out of time. The ritual at Stonehenge had released enough magical energy to alert anyone sensitive to such things. It wouldn't take Dumbledore and his allies long to guess the children had returned to Hermione's home. Within an hour, they had packed 2 backpacks with necessities. Hermione wrote a careful letter to her parents, explaining that she was safe, with a friend who needed her help, and would contact them when she could. The careful wording revealed little while providing enough reassurance to prevent immediate panic. Ready? Harry asked, the pendant hanging around his neck, the journal and letter safely tucked into his backpack. Hermione took one last look around her childhood bedroom, her golden eyes memorizing every detail. Then she nodded resolutely, taking Harry's hand. Ready. Harry concentrated on the location the pendant had shown them, ancient stone passages deep beneath London streets, hidden from both magical and Muggle detection for centuries. The shadows in the room responded eagerly to his call, swirling around them both, deepening until they formed a doorway into darkness. Hand in hand, the young Shadow-Dragon and his Golden Queen stepped through the portal, vanishing from Crawley without a trace, leaving behind only Hermione's letter and a single golden scale that had fallen unnoticed onto her pillow. The Roman catacombs beneath London had been forgotten by most, buried under centuries of development, remembered only in obscure historical texts. But the sanctuary that Ravenclaw and Slytherin had created there remained intact, protected by magic far more sophisticated than modern wizards could achieve. Harry and Hermione emerged from the shadow portal into a vast circular chamber with a domed ceiling. The walls were lined with bookshelves containing ancient texts, interspersed with alcoves holding artifacts whose purpose they could only guess at. In the center of the chamber stood a raised dais with 2 stone thrones, one black, one white, facing each other across a table carved with a map of Britain. Torches flared to life as they entered, responding to their presence. Unlike ordinary fire, these flames burned in complementary colors, shadow-black flame casting cool light from one side of the room, golden flames warming the other. It's amazing, Hermione breathed, turning slowly to take in their surroundings. And it feels like home, Harry finished. The sanctuary resonated with their changed magic, welcoming them as if it had been waiting for their arrival. They explored the chamber, discovering sleeping quarters, a fully stocked potions laboratory, the ingredients preserved by stasis charms, training areas, and most importantly to Hermione, a library containing texts she'd never seen referenced in any of her readings about the magical world. These must be the personal collections of Ravenclaw and Slytherin, she said excitedly, running her fingers along spines bearing titles in languages she shouldn't have been able to read but somehow understood. Look at this, Draconic Transformations, a complete guide to physical manifestation. And this, the Shadow Roads, navigating the spaces between. Harry smiled at her enthusiasm, though his attention was drawn to something else, a massive tapestry hanging on one wall, depicting what appeared to be a family tree. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was more than that, it was a lineage chart of Shadow-Dragon pairs throughout history, dating back thousands of years. Hermione, he called. I think you should see this. She joined him, golden eyes widening as she understood what they were looking at. The tapestry recorded every Shadow-Dragon Progenitor and Golden Queen pairing since ancient times, with dates and significant achievements noted beside each. Some names they recognized from history or mythology, others were unfamiliar. Look, Harry said, pointing to one branch. Merlin was a shadow dragon. And his queen was. He squinted at the elegant script, Nimue. I thought they were enemies in the legends. History gets distorted over time, Hermione mused. Especially when written by those who fear what they don't understand. They traced the lineage forward, finding Slytherin and Ravenclaw prominently displayed, then several more pairs over the centuries, the intervals between them growing longer until the most recent entry, dated 1945, Percival Wyvern and Athena Drake, fell opposing Grindelwald's forces. Below that final entry, the tapestry showed an empty space, threads of magic actively weaving to create a new edition. As they watched, their own names began to appear, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, awakened 1987. It's recording us, Hermione said with awe. The tapestry is alive. More than that, Harry replied, noticing something above their emerging entry. It's showing our lineage. Look, there's my father, James Potter, and a line connecting back through several generations to. He traced the thread upward, Godric Gryffindor, and then further back to Merlin himself. And on my side, Hermione said, following her own ancestry line, there's a connection to Rowena Ravenclaw. Her voice rose in disbelief. But that's impossible. I'm Muggle-born. Maybe not entirely, Harry suggested. The journal mentioned that the bloodline could go dormant for generations, appearing to be completely non-magical until conditions were right for reawakening. They stood together, absorbing the implications of their heritage. They weren't random children who had stumbled into magical abilities, they were the latest in an ancient lineage, carrying forward a tradition and power set that had shaped magical history from the shadows. We have a lot to learn, Hermione said finally, practical as always despite the magnitude of their discovery. And not much time before people start searching for us in earnest. Harry nodded agreement. We should start with the basics, controlling our transformations, understanding our abilities, learning how to defend ourselves. And figuring out who we can trust, Hermione added. The letter warned that not everyone would welcome our awakening. As if in response to their discussion, a book flew from one of the shelves, landing open on the stone table. Its pages turned by themselves until settling on a chapter titled Allies and Enemies of Dragonkind. Hermione approached it cautiously. The sanctuary itself seems to be guiding our education, she observed, running her finger down the page. Listen to this, dragons, being creatures of both great power and wisdom, inspire both devotion and fear among lesser magical beings. Chief among their natural allies are. She paused, eyes widening, goblins, who recognize and respect the ancient magic they embody. Goblins? Harry repeated, surprised. I thought they hated wizards. Not dragons, apparently, Hermione continued reading. The Goblin Nation has traditionally offered sanctuary and banking services to dragon pairs throughout history, recognizing their status as creatures of magic rather than mere wizards. That could be useful, if we need resources beyond what's here. Harry joined her at the table, scanning the text. What about enemies? Hermione turned the page. While individual reactions vary, institutional opposition to dragon pairs has historically come from those with the most to lose from independent magical powers, primarily ministries of magic and their equivalents, who cannot control or regulate draconic abilities through conventional means. So the government itself might be against us, Harry summarized grimly. Great. Not necessarily against us, Hermione qualified. But they might fear us, which could be just as dangerous. She continued reading. Most problematic are dark wizards who seek to harness draconic power for themselves, either through attempted control of young, untrained pairs or through magical extraction methods invariably fatal to the dragons involved. Harry's expression darkened, shadows unconsciously gathering around him. Like this Voldemort everyone whispers about. The one who killed my parents. Hermione looked up from the book. The journal said Percival and Athena died fighting Grindelwald. Maybe your parents' deaths weren't just about that prophecy everyone mentions. Maybe Voldemort knew something about your bloodline. It was a disturbing thought, but one that made a certain sense. If Voldemort had somehow discovered that Harry carried the dormant Shadow-Dragon bloodline, it would have made him an even more significant target. We need to be prepared, Harry said firmly. For everyone, Dumbledore, the Ministry, even Voldemort if he's still out there somehow. Hermione closed the book with a determined nod. Then let's get started. Over the next several days, Harry and Hermione fell into an intensive training routine, guided by the books in the sanctuary and their own rapidly developing instincts. Each morning began with physical exercises designed to help them adjust to their changing bodies. Their draconic aspects were becoming more pronounced. Harry's arms now permanently bore a light covering of black scales that extended up his shoulders and along his spine, while Hermione's skin had taken on a subtle golden luminescence, with delicate scales framing her face and neck. They practiced shadow walking extensively, with Harry teaching Hermione to accompany him through the portals. Though she couldn't create the shadow doorways herself, she could sense them and move through them when in physical contact with Harry. They made brief, carefully concealed excursions to various locations around Britain, gathering additional supplies, observing the magical world from a distance, even visiting a Muggle library where Hermione was able to send a coded message to her parents through an online bulletin board, assuring them of her continued safety. The Journal of Ravenclaw and Slytherin proved invaluable, revealing new information as they progressed in their abilities. They learned that their magical cores were still developing, their full powers wouldn't manifest until puberty, with complete transformation ability typically arriving around age 13. That gives us time, Hermione noted one evening as they practiced wandless magic in the training area. She held her hand palm up, a sphere of golden light hovering above it. With careful concentration, she shaped the light into a bird form that flew circles around the chamber. We'll be ready when our Hogwarts letters come. Harry, who had been manipulating shadows into various shapes, first defensive walls, then attacking tendrils, paused at her words. You think we should go to Hogwarts? After everything we've learned? Hermione allowed her light bird to dissipate. I think we need to consider it carefully. The sanctuary is wonderful for training, but we can't hide forever. Hogwarts has resources we might need, and... She hesitated. I still want to learn normal magic too. Don't you? Harry hadn't considered this. His entire focus had been on understanding his draconic nature, mastering the abilities that came with it. But Hermione was right, there was an entire magical world beyond their sanctuary, knowledge and experiences that might be valuable. We'd be under Dumbledore's watch there, he pointed out. And we don't know if we can trust him. True, Hermione acknowledged. But we'll be much stronger by then. And there's safety in being where they expect us, rather than running forever. She approached him, taking his scaled hands in her golden ones. Besides, the tapestry shows that most dragon pairs attended Hogwarts. It's part of our heritage too. Harry couldn't argue with her logic. And something in him, the territorial dragon aspect, perhaps, liked the idea of claiming a place at the school his ancestors had helped found. We'll decide when the time comes, he conceded. For now, let's focus on what we can learn here. That evening, as they studied the journal's entries on elemental magic, they discovered a section specifically addressing shadow fire, the unique flame that shadow dragons could produce. Unlike normal dragon fire, it burned cold rather than hot, consuming magic rather than matter. It says here that shadow fire is particularly effective against dark magic, Hermione read. It can destroy curses, hexes, even magical bindings that no other force can break. Harry looked up with sudden interest. Could it affect magical blocks? Like if someone had their magic restrained somehow? Hermione skimmed further down the page. Yes, it specifically mentions that. Why? Harry's thoughts had turned to his godfather, a man he'd never met but had learned about through careful research during their excursions. Sirius Black, imprisoned in Azkaban for a crime that, according to their investigations of old newspaper archives, had never been properly proven in court. "I've been thinking about Sirius Black," he admitted. "Everything we've uncovered suggests he might have been wrongfully imprisoned. If he was my parents' friend, my godfather, he might be an ally." Hermione looked thoughtful. The magical suppression wards at Azkaban would be vulnerable to shadow fire, according to this. "But Harry, breaking someone out of wizard prison would make us fugitives for certain." "We're already in hiding," Harry pointed out. "And if Black is innocent?" He left the thought unfinished, but Hermione understood. In their isolated state, any true ally would be invaluable. "We should gather more information first," she suggested. "Make absolutely sure before we consider something so risky." Harry agreed, though the idea had taken root in his mind. His draconic nature resonated with the concept of justice, and of reclaiming what belonged to his territory, which now included the remnants of his human family. Their discussion was interrupted by a sudden shift in the sanctuary's magical atmosphere. Both children tensed, their enhanced senses detecting an intrusion, not into the sanctuary itself, which remained impregnable, but into the outer perimeter of its protective wards. "Someone's probing the entrance," Harry said, shadows instinctively gathering around him. Not aggressively, but persistently. Hermione closed her eyes, extending her magical awareness outward. "It feels familiar somehow. Not hostile." They approached the main entrance, a solid wall of stone that concealed a doorway accessible only to those the sanctuary recognized. Harry placed his hand against the cool surface, sending his consciousness through the wards to observe who waited outside. "It's a dog," he said, confusion evident in his voice. "A large black dog, but it doesn't feel like an ordinary animal." Hermione joined him, her golden magic blending with his shadows to enhance their perception. "It's an animagus," she realized. "A wizard in animal form." They exchanged concerned glances. How had anyone tracked them to this location? The sanctuary was supposed to be unplottable, hidden from magical detection. "Wait," Harry said suddenly. "The pendant, it's vibrating." He pulled the silver dragon pendant from beneath his shirt. The gem at its center was glowing, responding to the presence outside. The journal mentioned that the sanctuaries would recognize allies of previous dragon pairs, Hermione recalled. Could this person be connected to one of our predecessors? Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the magical signature beyond the door. There was something oddly familiar about it, something that called to his blood. "I think," he said slowly, "it might be Sirius Black." Hermione's golden eyes widened. "The very person we were just discussing." "That's too coincidental." "Or it's fate," Harry countered. "The tapestry showed my connection to previous shadow dragons. Maybe Black knows something about it, maybe that's why he came looking for me after escaping." "If it is Black, he's extremely dangerous according to the official reports," Hermione cautioned. "We should be careful." Harry nodded agreement, then placed both hands flat against the stone door. "Sanctuary," he commanded in a voice that resonated with draconic power, "show us the truth of who seeks entrance." The stone beneath his palms glowed with ancient runes, and a section of the wall became transparent from their side, a magical window showing them the creature that waited in the catacombs beyond. The large black dog sat patiently, its gaunt frame evidence of long hardship. As they watched, it shifted form, elongating and transforming into a skeletal man with matted black hair and hollow eyes. Despite his ragged appearance, he held himself with a certain dignity, scanning the seemingly solid wall as if aware he was being observed. "I know you're in there," the man said hoarsely. "I can feel the dragon magic. I mean no harm to either of you." He coughed, his voice raw from disuse. "I'm Sirius Black. Harry, if you can hear me. I was your father's best friend. Your godfather. I've come to help you." Harry felt a pull of recognition, not from memory, as he'd been too young to remember the man, but from something deeper, more instinctual. His draconic senses detected no deception in Black's words or posture. "I think he's telling the truth," Harry whispered to Hermione. "And he's alone, no one followed him." Hermione studied the haggard figure with cautious golden eyes. "The sanctuary seems to recognize him as non-hostile. And we were just talking about finding allies." She squeezed Harry's hand. "It's your decision. He's your godfather." Harry considered for a long moment, weighing the risks against his instincts. Finally, he nodded once, decisively, and spoke the command that would allow entry. "Sanctuary, grant passage to Sirius Black, godfather to the Shadow-Dragon Progenitor." The stone door rumbled, ancient mechanisms shifting as it split down the middle, opening just enough to allow a man to pass through. On the other side, Sirius Black stared in wonder as the seemingly solid wall parted before him. He stepped forward cautiously, freezing at the threshold when he caught sight of the two children waiting within, particularly the boy with black scales along his arms and reptilian green eyes that glowed faintly in the shadowlight. "Harry," he breathed, his voice breaking on the name. "You look so much like James, but—" He gestured vaguely at Harry's draconic features. "The Black family always did whisper about dragon blood in the Potter line. I never thought. How did you find us?" Hermione interrupted, her practical nature asserting itself despite the emotional moment. Sirius turned his hollow gaze to her, taking in her golden scales and luminous skin. "You must be the Granger girl. The prophet's been running stories about your disappearance for days." He reached into his ragged robes, slowly to avoid alarming them, and withdrew a familiar silver object. "I had this. James gave it to me for safekeeping." It was another dragon pendant, identical to the one Harry wore except for the color of its central gem, deep red rather than the shifting colors of Harry's. "It's been in the Potter family for generations," Sirius explained. "James never knew its true purpose, thought it was just an heirloom good luck charm. But when I felt the surge of dragon magic the night you performed the binding ritual, I remembered old stories my family used to tell, about shadow walkers and their sanctuaries." Harry approached his godfather cautiously, examining the pendant. It resonated with his own, confirming Sirius's story. "You escaped Azkaban to find me?" he asked. Sirius nodded, his gaunt face deadly serious. "The moment I felt your magic awaken. I knew you'd need protection, from the Ministry, from Dumbledore, from anyone who might fear what you're becoming." His expression darkened. "I failed your parents. I won't fail you too. Were you their secret keeper?" Hermione asked bluntly, still not entirely convinced of his innocence. "No," Sirius replied, meeting her golden gaze unflinchingly. "We switched to Peter Pettigrew at the last moment, thought it would be the perfect bluff. No one would suspect weak, talentless Peter." His hands clenched into fists. "But he was the traitor all along. He betrayed them to Voldemort, then framed me when I cornered him." Harry extended his draconic senses, analyzing Sirius's scent, heartbeat, the minute shifts in his expression. Everything confirmed truth-telling. "He's not lying," Harry told Hermione. "I believe you," she said to Sirius after a moment's consideration. "But if you're innocent, why didn't you demand a trial? Use Veritaserum to prove it?" A bitter laugh escaped Sirius. "I never received a trial. Barty Crouch had me thrown straight into Azkaban, no hearing, no Veritaserum, nothing. It was chaos after Voldemort's fall, and everyone wanted someone to blame." The injustice of it resonated with Harry's increasingly draconic sense of territory and protection. This man, his godfather, had been wrongfully imprisoned, separated from his rightful place in Harry's life. The shadows around them darkened in response to his anger. "We'll clear your name," Harry stated with quiet intensity. "But first, you need to recover your strength. And we need your help understanding what's happening to us." Sirius nodded gratefully, following as Harry led him deeper into the sanctuary. The ancient door sealed itself behind them, once again hiding their refuge from the outside world. "This place," Sirius said, gazing around in wonder at the vast circular chamber with its thrones and bookshelves. "I never imagined. The old stories didn't do it justice. What exactly did your family know about shadow dragons?" Hermione asked, practical as always. Sirius sank into a chair, his escape and journey having clearly taken a toll on his weakened body. "Not much, just fragments passed down through generations. The Blacks are an old family, with connections to many magical bloodlines. There were always whispers about the Potter line having dragon blood, though most dismissed it as pureblood posturing." He looked at Harry with newfound understanding. Obviously, it was more than that. As Hermione prepared food from their supplies, Sirius explained what little he knew about shadow dragons from family lore, mostly aligning with what they'd already discovered through the sanctuary's resources, but with a few new perspectives. "The Ministry has always feared dragon pairs," he explained between bites of the first proper meal he'd had in years. "Not just for their power, but for their independence. Dragon magic doesn't require wands, can't be traced or regulated like normal wizardry. A fully mature shadow dragon answers to no one." "Is that why they're not mentioned in standard magical textbooks?" Hermione asked. Sirius nodded. "The Ministry prefers to treat them as myths, legends from a bygone era. Easier to control what people don't believe exists." "And Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "Where does he stand?" Sirius considered this carefully. "Dumbledore isn't evil, despite what you might think after he placed you with those muggles. But he's a man who believes deeply in the greater good, sometimes at the expense of individuals." He met Harry's eyes directly. "He would never harm you intentionally, but he would absolutely try to guide your development in ways he considers safe and beneficial to society." "Control us, you mean," Harry translated flatly. "Guide, control, depends on your perspective," Sirius acknowledged. "But yes, he would certainly want to contain and direct dragon magic rather than allow it to develop naturally." He glanced between the two children. "How far has your transformation progressed?" Harry and Hermione exchanged looks. "We've stabilized since the binding ritual," Hermione explained. "Our physical changes have slowed, but our magical abilities continue to develop. According to the journals we found, full transformation won't be possible until we're older." "Good," Sirius said, relief evident in his voice. "That gives us time to prepare. Once you can take full draconic form, the Ministry will have to acknowledge what you are, and decide how to respond." "And if they respond with fear?" Harry asked quietly. Sirius's gaunt face grew serious. "Then we make contingency plans. The sanctuary is a good start, but there are other places, properties owned by the Black family that I can access now that I'm free, places unplottable and hidden even from Ministry detection." As they continued their discussion late into the night, a sense of cautious optimism settled over the sanctuary. With Sirius's arrival, they had gained not just an ally but a connection to the wizarding world, someone who could move between their hidden refuge and the outside, gathering information and resources they would need. For the first time since their transformation began, Harry and Hermione didn't feel quite so alone. Their path remained uncertain, filled with potential dangers from multiple fronts, but they had taken another step toward understanding and accepting their extraordinary destiny. In the shadows of ancient Roman catacombs, forgotten by the modern world above, a new family unit was forming, a godfather reunited with his godson, a young witch growing into powers beyond her wildest dreams, and a boy discovering that his true heritage was more remarkable than he could have imagined. The Shadow-Dragon and his Golden Queen had found their first true ally. And somewhere in the tapestry of their interwoven destinies, new threads began to shimmer with possibility. As August faded into September, life in the sanctuary fell into a comfortable routine. Sirius, gradually recovering his strength and mental equilibrium away from Azkaban's influence, became both guardian and teacher to the two young dragon children. His knowledge of the wizarding world proved invaluable, filling gaps in their understanding that the ancient texts couldn't address. Most importantly, He taught them about the political landscape they would eventually have to navigate, the Ministry's factions, Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, which Sirius had once belonged to, and the remaining Death Eaters who might pose a threat if they learned of Harry's draconic nature. Lucius Malfoy would give his entire fortune for a chance to control a shadow dragon, Sirius explained during one of their strategy sessions. His family has always been obsessed with rare magical bloodlines. And as a school governor, he has considerable influence at Hogwarts. Is Hogwarts still our best option when we turn 11? Hermione asked, making notes in the journal where they recorded their plans and observations. We've been debating whether to accept our letters when they come. Sirius considered this carefully. There are alternatives, Beau's batons, Durmstrang, even private tutoring. But Hogwarts has advantages too. It's where your ancestors built their legacy, including hidden chambers and passages only dragons can access. Like the Chamber of Secrets? Harry asked, having read about the legendary hidden room in one of Slytherin's personal journals. That and others, Sirius confirmed. Ravenclaw had her own hidden spaces too, though they're less infamous. And your parents, both sets, he nodded to include Hermione, would have wanted you to experience Hogwarts. The mention of parents brought a shadow to Hermione's golden eyes. Through careful arrangements involving Sirius's animagus form and secure Muggle post boxes, she had maintained limited contact with her parents, assuring them of her safety without revealing her location. But the separation remained painful, especially as her transformation made a normal return to family life increasingly unlikely. Could we meet with them? She asked suddenly. My parents. In a safe location, with proper precautions. I miss them. Harry immediately nodded support. We should. They deserve to understand what's happening to their daughter. Sirius looked between them, weighing risks against the obvious emotional need. It would be dangerous, he warned. Dumbledore almost certainly has them under observation, hoping you'll make contact. Then we'll be careful, Harry said firmly, shadows curling protectively around his shoulders. We'll use the shadow roads to a location they've never visited before. Somewhere public enough to be safe but private enough to talk. After careful planning, they arranged the meeting through their established communication channel, a remote Muggle location, specific timing to minimize risk, code phrases to ensure no one was under coercion. Hermione's parents had responded with immediate agreement, their relief palpable even through the clinical language of their message. The day of the meeting dawned clear and cool, early autumn bringing a crispness to the air that penetrated even the sanctuary's underground chambers. Harry and Hermione had spent hours preparing, practicing partial glamours to minimize their more obvious draconic features, rehearsing explanations that would help the Grangers understand without overwhelming them. Remember, Sirius cautioned as they prepared to depart, at the first sign of magical observers, you shadow walk straight back here. No heroics, no delays. They had chosen a private room in a small museum in northern Scotland, remote enough to be off the wizarding world's radar, yet public enough that any confrontation would be witnessed by Muggles. Sirius would wait nearby in dog form, vigilant for any signs of magical pursuit. Harry created the shadow portal with practiced ease, his ability now refined enough that he could target locations he'd never personally visited, working from photographs and descriptions. The darkness parted before them like a curtain, revealing a quiet exhibition room dedicated to local archaeological finds. Hand in hand, the young dragon pair stepped through, the portal closing silently behind them. They were 10 minutes early, giving them time to check for any unexpected magical signatures in the vicinity. Finding none, they settled to wait, partially concealed behind a display case containing Iron Age artifacts. At exactly the appointed time, Daniel and Emma Granger entered the room, trying to appear casual despite their obvious tension. They were an ordinary-looking couple, he tall and lean with Hermione's eyes, she with the same bushy hair their daughter had inherited. Both scanned the room anxiously, looking for their missing child. Hermione stepped forward first, Harry close behind her. Despite their best efforts at concealment, their draconic aspects remained visible, the subtle golden luminescence of Hermione's skin, the slightly sharpened features, eyes that glowed with inner light. "Mum. Dad," she called softly. Emma Granger's hand flew to her mouth, stifling a gasp as she took in her transformed daughter. Daniel stood frozen, eyes widening in shock. For one terrible moment, Hermione feared rejection, that her changes would prove too much for her scientifically minded parents to accept. Then Emma rushed forward, gathering her daughter into a fierce embrace. "My baby," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "What's happened to you?" Daniel joined them, his arms encircling both his wife and child. "We've been so worried," he said hoarsely. "Your messages told us nothing except that you were alive." Harry stood apart, giving the family their moment of reunion, shadows unconsciously gathering around him in a protective gesture. Daniel Granger noticed him first, releasing his daughter to study the boy with the calculating gaze of a man accustomed to observing details. "You must be Harry," he said finally. "The friend Hermione mentioned in her letters." Harry nodded, suddenly nervous under this paternal scrutiny. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry for." He gestured vaguely, encompassing the entire situation, all of this. "Perhaps," Emma suggested, still keeping one arm around Hermione, "you should both explain exactly what all of this entails." They moved to a small seating area in the corner of the exhibit room, where Hermione, with occasional input from Harry, explained everything, from Harry's awakening at the Dursleys to their flight, the ritual at Stonehenge, the sanctuary, and the gradual transformation they were undergoing. She omitted some details about Sirius's fugitive status and their more dangerous activities, but otherwise presented the truth as completely as she could. The Grangers listened with remarkable composure, interrupting only occasionally for clarification. When Hermione finished, a heavy silence fell over the group. "So," Daniel said finally, his voice carefully controlled, "my daughter is becoming a Dragon Queen. Of an ancient magical bloodline we apparently carry without knowing it." "A Golden Queen, technically," Hermione corrected, then bit her lip. "I know it sounds impossible, no more impossible than some of the things we've seen you do since you were a toddler," Emma interrupted gently. "Books floating to you, broken toys mending themselves." She reached out to touch one of the delicate golden scales at Hermione's temple. "This is just, more than we expected. Can you control it?" Daniel asked pragmatically. "These changes, these powers?" Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. "We're learning to," Harry answered honestly. "That's why we've been in hiding, to understand what we're becoming without interference." "And there's no way to reverse it?" Emma asked, the scientist in her seeking alternatives. "To return to normal?" Hermione shook her head. "No. Once awakened, dragon magic can't be suppressed or removed without." She hesitated, "without destroying the magical core itself. Essentially killing us." The blunt statement hung in the air between them. The Grangers absorbed this with the gravity it deserved, understanding that their daughter's path had irreversibly diverged from the future they had imagined for her. "What happens now?" Daniel asked finally. "You obviously can't come home looking like this. The neighbors would have a collective heart attack." Despite the tension, Hermione smiled at her father's attempt at humor. "We need to continue our training. And eventually, we'll receive invitations to attend Hogwarts, the magical school I mentioned." "And after that?" Emma pressed. "What kind of life can you have, Hermione? Will you ever be able to?" She struggled for the right words, "to live normally. To have a career, a family." Harry sensed Hermione's discomfort with these questions that reached far into a future they themselves had barely considered. He stepped in, shadows subtly enhancing his presence as he addressed her parents. "Dragon pairs have existed throughout history," he said with quiet confidence. "They've been scholars, leaders, protectors. Whatever future Hermione chooses, she'll have the power and knowledge to achieve it." He glanced at her with unmistakable loyalty. "And she'll never be alone." Something in his tone, a promise beyond his years, seemed to reassure the Grangers more than any technical explanation could have. They recognized in this strange, scaled boy a protector for their daughter, a companion on a journey they themselves could not share. "We want to be part of your life," Emma said firmly to Hermione. "However that needs to happen. If we can't have you home with us, then we'll find other ways. Maybe," Daniel suggested, practical as his daughter, "we could arrange regular meetings like this. Safe locations where we can see you, talk with you." Hermione's golden eyes brightened with hope. "You're not afraid of what I'm becoming?" "Terrified," Emma admitted candidly. "But not of you, sweetheart. For you. There's a difference." "And fascinated, if I'm honest," Daniel added with a slight smile. "My daughter, the Dragon Queen. Can't say I saw that coming when we were planning for ballet lessons and university applications." The tension broken, they continued talking for nearly an hour, the Grangers sharing news from home, Hermione describing, in carefully edited form, their life in the sanctuary, Harry occasionally adding details about their magical studies. It was almost normal, this family conversation in a quiet museum corner, despite the extraordinary circumstances that had prompted it. When it was time to leave, the partings were emotional but not despairing. Plans were made for future meetings, arrangements for secure communication established. Emma hugged her daughter fiercely, whispering private motherly assurances in her ear, while Daniel surprised Harry by pulling him aside for a brief but intense conversation. "I'm trusting you with my daughter's safety," he said quietly, his expression serious. "Not because I want to, but because I have to. Don't let anything happen to her." Harry met the man's gaze directly, a flicker of draconic intensity in his green eyes. "I would die before I let anything hurt Hermione," he stated with simple conviction. It wasn't bravado or childish promise but a fundamental truth of his transformed nature, the Shadow Dragon's absolute commitment to his queen's protection. Daniel studied him for a moment longer, then nodded once, satisfied with whatever he'd seen in the boy's face. The return to the sanctuary was swift and silent, Harry creating the shadow portal with practiced ease once they'd confirmed no magical observers were present. Sirius was waiting anxiously, relaxing only when they stepped safely through. "How did it go?" he asked, noting Hermione's tear-streaked but smiling face. "Better than we could have hoped," she replied, a weight visibly lifted from her shoulders. "They're frightened but accepting. They want to stay part of my life." "Good," Sirius said with genuine warmth. "Family is important, whatever form it takes." His gaze shifted to Harry, including him in the statement. In their weeks together, the three of them had formed their own unconventional family unit, bound by circumstance and growing affection. That night, as Harry practiced his elemental control in the training area, forming increasingly complex shapes from shadow fire, Hermione sat nearby, documenting their progress in the journal they'd started keeping. The meeting with her parents had energized her, restored a balance that had been missing since their transformation began. "I've been thinking," she said suddenly, looking up from her writing. "About what you said to my father, about dragon pairs throughout history being scholars, leaders, protectors." Harry extinguished the shadow flame he'd been manipulating, giving her his full attention. "What about it? It made me realize we've been so focused on understanding what we are that we haven't really discussed why." She set aside the journal, golden eyes intent. "Why did our bloodlines awaken now, after centuries of dormancy?" "The book said it happens, when the world has need, of dragon magic." Harry considered this, settling beside her on the stone bench. "You think there's a specific purpose? Beyond just continuing the lineage? Don't you feel it?" Hermione pressed. "This pull towards something greater. It's not just about us transforming or gaining power. It's like we're being prepared for something." Harry nodded slowly, recognizing the sensation she described, a constant awareness at the back of his mind, pushing him to master his abilities as quickly as possible, as if time were limited. "Voldemort," he said finally. "Everyone says he's gone, but Sirius doesn't believe it." "Neither do I." He met her gaze directly. What if our awakening is connected to his eventual return? Hermione didn't dismiss the idea as fantastical, as most adults would have. Instead, she reached for the ancient journal they'd found at Stonehenge, turning to passages they'd previously skimmed. "Look at this pattern," she said, pointing to dates recorded throughout history. Each dragon awakening coincided with a major magical conflict or threat. The last pair manifested during Grindelwald's rise. Before that, during the Goblin rebellions. Before that, the Great Plague that decimated magical communities in the 1600s. Harry followed her logic. "So if we're awakening now, then something's coming," Hermione finished grimly. "Something that will require Shadow-Dragon magic to counter." The implications settled heavily between them. Their transformation wasn't just a personal journey of discovery but a response to forces beyond their control, a magical world preparing its defenses against some approaching threat. "Then we need to be ready," Harry said with quiet determination. "Whatever's coming, whatever we're meant to face, we need to be prepared." Hermione nodded, her golden eyes reflecting the same resolve. "We will be together." In the quiet sanctuary beneath London, while the magical world continued its frantic search above, the young Shadow-Dragon and his Golden Queen returned to their studies with renewed purpose. Time was passing, their bodies and powers developing day by day, and somewhere in the uncertain future, a destiny awaited that would test everything they were becoming. But for now, they had what they needed most: knowledge accumulating in ancient texts and modern journals, a loyal guardian in Sirius Black, connections to both magical and Muggle worlds, and most importantly, each other. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them as all true dragon pairs had throughout history, two halves of a greater whole, shadow and light in perfect balance. And in the deepest shadows of magical Britain, unseen by either children or their protector, ancient forces stirred in response to their awakening, some curious, some fearful, and some hungrily anticipating the power that young dragons might unwittingly bring within reach. Chapter 3: The gathering storm. Spring sunlight streamed through the enchanted windows of the sanctuary, illuminating dust motes that danced like tiny stars in the ancient chamber. Though deep beneath London streets, the magical space reflected the passage of seasons above, keeping its inhabitants connected to the world they had temporarily withdrawn from. Nearly 2 years had passed since Harry's awakening and their subsequent flight. 2 years of intensive study, of physical and magical transformation, of growing into powers that continued to surprise them. What had begun as a desperate escape had evolved into purposeful preparation, for what, exactly, they weren't entirely certain, but both felt the approaching storm with increasing clarity. Harry stood in the center of the training arena, eyes closed in concentration. At almost 8 years old, he'd grown taller, leaner, his body hardening with muscle and scale in equal measure. Black dragon scales now covered his forearms completely, extending up his shoulders and along his spine in a protective ridge. His features had sharpened further, cheekbones more pronounced, eyes permanently slitted like a reptile's, though he could still pass for human at a distance with carefully applied glamours. "Focus on the transition point," Sirius instructed from the edge of the arena. "The moment between forms is where most animagi struggle." Harry nodded without opening his eyes. They had discovered months ago that his Shadow-Dragon transformation shared certain principles with the animagus process, though it was far more complex and powerful. Sirius's expertise had proven invaluable in helping Harry understand how to control the shift between his mostly human form and his increasingly draconic one. With a deep breath, Harry extended his awareness into the shadows surrounding him. They responded eagerly, swirling around his body like living smoke, embracing him. The transformation began gradually, first his hands and arms, where scales already existed, then spreading across his chest and face. His body elongated, growing larger, denser. Sharp pain lanced along his shoulder blades as wing structures began to form, still nascent but increasingly defined with each practice session. Across the chamber, Hermione watched with analytical attention, making notes in what had become their comprehensive transformation journal. At 9 years old, her own changes were equally dramatic though differently expressed. Her skin permanently held a subtle golden luminescence, delicate scales framing her face like an elegant mask. Her once bushy hair had transformed into something finer, almost silk-like, with strands that occasionally shifted color like light through crystal when her emotions ran high. 30 seconds longer than yesterday, she noted approvingly as Harry held his partial transformation, his upper body and face now predominantly draconic while his lower body remained humanoid. Your control is improving significantly. Harry managed a nod, unable to speak in this halfway state as his jaw and throat had reconfigured into something no longer designed for human language. Instead, a low rumble of satisfaction emanated from his chest, reverberating through the chamber. Sirius circled him slowly, professional assessment momentarily overriding his perpetual amazement at his godson's transformation. Try moving while maintaining the form, he suggested. Small steps at first. Harry complied, finding his balance in this hybrid shape. Movement was awkward but possible, each step becoming more confident than the last as he adjusted to his altered center of gravity. The wings, still too small for flight but growing with each transformation, flexed experimentally, sending shadows dancing across the stone floor. That's enough for today, Sirius said after several minutes, noting signs of strain in Harry's posture. Don't push beyond your limits. With visible effort, Harry began reversing the transformation, the shadows receding gradually as his body returned to its base state. The process had become less painful over time, but still left him momentarily vulnerable as his magic realigned itself. Well done, Hermione said when he was fully human-shaped again, though human was increasingly a relative term for both of them. She handed him a potion they developed specifically to ease post-transformation fatigue. 2 more minutes than your previous record. Harry drank gratefully, leaning against one of the stone pillars that ringed the training area. Still can't make it past the half-transformation though, he noted with mild frustration. According to the journal, Slytherin achieved full dragon form by age 10. Slytherin didn't have the Ministry of Magic and a possibly returning Dark Lord to contend with, Sirius pointed out reasonably. Your magic is developing perfectly normally for your circumstances. Besides, Hermione added, practical as always, partial transformation has tactical advantages. You maintain human dexterity and speech capability while accessing draconic strength and sensory enhancement. Harry smiled at her logical approach. Even after 2 years of magical immersion, Hermione maintained her methodical, analytical mindset, a perfect complement to his more instinctual relationship with his growing powers. Your turn, he said, pushing away from the pillar as his strength returned. Let's see those light constructs you've been working on. Hermione handed him the journal and moved to the center of the arena. Unlike Harry's transformation practice, which required protective wards to contain potentially volatile shadow energy, Hermione's exercises in light manipulation were less physically taxing but required greater precision. She centered herself with a deep breath, golden light already beginning to gather around her hands. Over months of practice, she had progressed from creating simple illumination to forming complex three-dimensional constructs of solid light, temporary but tangible manifestations of her will. With a fluid gesture, she sent tendrils of golden energy spiraling outward, weaving themselves into a complex lattice that gradually took shape as a miniature replica of Hogwarts Castle, accurate down to the tiniest towers and windows. The construct hovered above the stone floor, rotating slowly to display its remarkable detail. Impressive, Sirius said with genuine appreciation. Especially considering you've never actually seen Hogwarts in person. The books have excellent descriptions, Hermione replied modestly, though pleasure at the praise showed in her glowing eyes. And the sanctuary's library contains architectural plans from the Founder's era. Harry circled the light construct, noting its stability and detail. Can you maintain it while creating something else? Hermione's brow furrowed in concentration. Without disrupting the hovering castle, she extended her other hand, forming a second construct, this one a detailed dragon that flew in circles around the castle, its light substance wings beating in realistic motion. Perfect, Harry said softly, pride evident in his voice. You're projecting solid forms while maintaining independent motion in both constructs. Hermione maintained the demonstration for another minute before allowing both constructs to dissolve back into ambient light that was gradually absorbed into her skin. Unlike Harry's transformations, her light working didn't physically drain her, but required intense mental focus that could be exhausting in its own way. These abilities will be invaluable when we finally attend Hogwarts, Sirius observed, handing her a glass of water. Though they'll certainly cause quite a stir among the professors. The mention of Hogwarts brought a contemplative silence. Their 11th birthdays approached, Hermione's this September, Harry's the following July, and with them, the inevitable letters that would require decisions about their future. Have you made any progress with the ministry contacts? Harry asked, turning to more immediate concerns. Over the past year, Sirius had cautiously re-established connections in the wizarding world, using disguises and intermediaries to gather information without revealing his identity or location. Sirius grimaced. Some. Augusta Longbottom is sympathetic to reviewing my case, though she's waiting for the right political moment to raise the issue with Amelia Bones. The problem remains finding Pettigrew to prove my innocence. The hunt for Peter Pettigrew had become a parallel mission to their preparation and training. Sirius's memory of the traitor's animagus form, a common rat, made the search especially challenging. They had developed several magical detection methods specifically designed to identify animagi, but implementing them across Britain without attracting ministry attention had proven nearly impossible. We'll find him, Harry said with quiet determination. The shadows around him darkened momentarily, responding to his emotions. Finding Pettigrew wasn't just about clearing Sirius's name anymore, it had become a matter of draconic territorial justice. The rat had violated the trust of Harry's parents, his original territory, and something primal in Harry's developing nature demanded retribution. Hermione recognized the shift in Harry's demeanor, the subtle draconic intensity that sometimes emerged when discussing Pettigrew or Voldemort. She placed a calming hand on his arm, her golden energy naturally balancing his shadow aspects. We should review the surveillance reports from Diagon Alley, she suggested, redirecting his focus to productive channels. There's been unusual activity around Gringotts according to your last informant. Sirius nodded agreement, moving toward the large table where they maintained their intelligence operations. As he spread out various parchments containing coded information, Harry and Hermione joined him, their momentary roles as practicing students shifting seamlessly into strategic planners. Over the past year, they had established a careful network of observation throughout magical Britain. Sirius, using various disguises and his animagus form, gathered information directly. They had also recruited several carefully vetted allies, a handful of goblins intrigued by the re-emergence of dragonkind, a squib librarian with access to ministry archives, even a house elf named Dobby who had approached them voluntarily after sensing Harry's draconic signature during a rare visit to magical London. Gringotts has increased security around certain high-security vaults, Sirius reported, indicating notes from their goblin contact. Particularly ones associated with old families connected to Voldemort supporters. They're preparing for something, Hermione observed, scanning the reports. Moving assets, securing heirlooms that might normally be kept in family vaults. The timing correlates with increased activity among known former Death Eaters, Harry noted, gesturing to another parchment showing tracked movements of several individuals. Malfoy, Knott, Crabbe, Goyle, they've all made unusual withdrawals from their vaults in the past month. And there's this, Sirius added grimly, producing a newspaper clipping from that morning's Daily Prophet. Ministry official Bertha Jorkins disappeared while vacationing in Albania. The three exchanged significant looks. Their research into Voldemort's possible survival had identified Albania as the most likely location for whatever remained of the Dark Lord after his encounter with baby Harry. Too many rumors of strange possession incidents and unexplained magical disturbances pointed to the remote forests there. They're mobilizing, Harry said quietly. Whatever form Voldemort exists in now, his supporters seem to believe he's ready to return. Or they're helping him return, Hermione amended. These financial movements could indicate pooled resources for some kind of ritual or magical artifact. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, now cut shorter and properly maintained since his escape from Azkaban. If you're right, we need to accelerate our preparations. And possibly reconsider our timeline for going public. This last statement hung heavy in the air between them. Their long-term strategy had been to remain hidden until Harry and Hermione received their Hogwarts letters, using their official entry into the wizarding world as the moment to reveal their transformed nature on their own terms. But if Voldemort's return was imminent rather than theoretical, priorities might need adjustment. Not yet, Harry decided after consideration. We still have more to learn, more abilities to master. If we reveal ourselves too soon, we'll face opposition from the Ministry and Dumbledore before we're ready to handle it. And from Voldemort's supporters, Hermione added. Right now, they don't know what you've become. That uncertainty is an advantage we shouldn't surrender prematurely. Sirius nodded reluctant agreement. Fair points. But we should prepare contingency plans. If Voldemort makes a move before you're at Hogwarts, we need to be ready to adapt quickly. The discussion continued into the evening, plans refined and contingencies established. Later, as Sirius retired to his chambers, Harry and Hermione remained in the sanctuary's library, pursuing independent research projects that had occupied their recent studies. Hermione sat cross-legged on a cushioned window seat, surrounded by books on magical healing. Her Golden Queen abilities included natural healing powers that she had been methodically developing. Her goal was to create light constructs that could repair internal injuries, something even St. Mungo's healers struggled with for certain magical wounds. Harry, meanwhile, was deep in the sanctuary's oldest texts, researching shadow-walking capabilities beyond simple transportation. The ancient journal suggested that fully developed shadow dragons could not only move through shadows but temporarily merge with them, becoming essentially incorporeal, immune to physical attacks and most spells. Listen to this, he said suddenly, breaking their companionable silence. The matured shadow dragon exists simultaneously in two realms, the physical world and the shadow realm that underlies all creation. This dual nature allows for manipulation of reality itself within limited parameters. Hermione looked up from her own research. Manipulation of reality? That sounds impossible by normal magical standards, Harry finished. But this describes Slytherin creating what sounds like pocket dimensions within shadows, spaces that exist outside normal spacetime. Like our sanctuary? Hermione suggested, gesturing to the magically expanded chambers around them. More advanced, I think. Not just expansion charms, but actual created spaces with their own physical laws. Harry's eyes gleamed with excitement. Imagine creating a shadow realm that we could fully control, where we could establish a permanent territory regardless of what happens in the ordinary world. Hermione considered this thoughtfully. That would certainly be useful if we ever needed a final retreat. But it sounds like extremely advanced magic, likely years beyond our current abilities. Something to work toward, Harry agreed, marking the page for future reference. Speaking of advanced capabilities, how's your research going? Hermione brightened, golden light briefly illuminating the pages before her. I've made a breakthrough with tissue regeneration. Watch this. She held up her hand, displaying a small cut she'd made for testing purposes. Concentrating, she directed a focused beam of golden light onto the wound. Unlike her previous healing attempts, which closed injuries but left faint scars, this time the skin knit together perfectly, leaving no trace of the cut. Cellular-level regeneration, she explained with justified pride. Not just closing the wound but actually rebuilding the tissue to its original state. I'm theorizing that with enough power and control, this technique could eventually regenerate entire limbs or organs. Harry moved to sit beside her, examining her unmarked skin with amazement. That's extraordinary, Hermione. How did you manage it? I realized I've been approaching healing too much like conventional magic, as something I do to a subject, she explained, eyes bright with intellectual excitement. But the Golden Queen abilities work differently. I'm not imposing healing, I'm awakening the body's own perfect memory of itself, using light as a conduit for life energy. Harry smiled at her enthusiasm, always enjoying when Hermione's brilliant mind made connections that the ancient texts only hinted at. Her innovative approach to their developing abilities frequently led to breakthroughs that surprised even Sirius, with his pureblood background and extensive magical knowledge. "We should document this properly," Harry suggested. "It could be crucial if we ever face combat situations." The practical consideration sobered them both. Despite their youth, not quite 9 and 10, they had been training not just for magical development but for eventual confrontation. Sirius had insisted on combat preparation, teaching them dueling techniques that incorporated their unique abilities alongside traditional spellwork. "Do you ever wonder," Hermione asked softly, setting aside her books, "what our lives would be like if you hadn't awakened that night? If we'd just gone to Hogwarts as normal magical children?" Harry considered this counterfactual seriously. "I'd still be with the Dursleys," he said after a moment. "Probably ignorant of magic entirely until my Hogwarts letter arrived." "And you would be the strange, bookish girl with no friends who could do unexplainable things," Hermione finished with a slight smile. "Probably just as isolated, in a different way." "We might have met on the Hogwarts Express," Harry suggested, continuing the imaginary scenario. "Become friends the normal way." "Maybe," Hermione agreed. "Though I suspect I'd have been insufferable, so desperate to prove myself in a world I'd just discovered." Harry chuckled. "And I'd have been completely overwhelmed, with no preparation for any of it." His expression grew more thoughtful. "But we wouldn't have had this time together, these years of learning who and what we are without external pressures shaping us. Do you regret it?" Hermione asked, meeting his gaze directly. "The transformation, the isolation, all of it?" Harry's response was immediate and certain. "Never." The shadows around them stirred in harmony with his conviction. "This is who I was meant to be. Who we were meant to be." The simplicity and certainty of his answer warmed something deep inside Hermione. Despite the challenges of their unusual development, the physical transformations, the separation from normal society, the looming conflicts ahead, there was a rightness to their path that neither could deny. "It's getting late," she observed, noticing the enchanted windows now showing a star-filled night sky. "We should rest. Sirius wants to test our defensive capabilities against multiple attackers tomorrow." Harry nodded, gathering his books as Hermione did the same. They had long since established separate sleeping chambers off the main sanctuary space, though they frequently worked late into the night in their shared study area. As they reached the point where their paths would diverge to their respective rooms, Harry paused. "Hermione," he said quietly, "whatever comes, with Voldemort, the Ministry, Hogwarts, all of it, I'm glad we're facing it together." She smiled, golden light briefly illuminating her features in the dimness. "Shadow and light, remember. Neither complete without the other." With that simple affirmation of their connection, they parted for the night, each to dreams increasingly filled with premonitions of challenges to come, dreams that, unknown to them, were beginning to synchronize, their mental bond strengthening along with their magical ones. Miles away in Scotland, Albus Dumbledore sat in his office at Hogwarts, a troubled expression on his lined face. Before him lay a peculiar silver instrument, one of many that whirred and puffed on his desk, but this particular one had been specially attuned to track Harry Potter since his placement with the Dursleys. For nearly 2 years, the device had registered only the faintest signal, confirming that the boy was alive but providing no useful location data. Tonight, however, it had suddenly surged with activity, emitting a high-pitched tone before settling into a new pattern, pulsing with dual energies that the old wizard recognized with growing concern. "Shadow and light," he murmured, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Growing stronger by the day." A soft knock at his door interrupted his contemplation. "Enter," he called, straightening in his chair. Minerva McGonagall stepped into the office, her expression suggesting she too had noticed something unusual. "The Book of Admittance," she said without preamble. "It's behaving strangely." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. The ancient magical book that recorded the names of all magically gifted children in Britain was among Hogwarts' most reliable enchanted artifacts, dutifully noting each magical birth for centuries. Strange in what way, precisely? Two names, Potter and Granger, are changing in the registry, McGonagall explained, her Scottish accent more pronounced with agitation. The ink is shifting colors, black to something darker, almost consuming the light around it for Potter, and Granger's has developed a golden sheen that actually illuminates the page. Dumbledore rose immediately, following his deputy headmistress down the spiral staircase and through the castle corridors to the small, warded chamber where the Book of Admittance was kept. Few besides the headmaster and deputy had access to this room, where future students' names appeared automatically upon their birth, waiting until their 11th year to generate the famous acceptance letters. The book lay open on its pedestal, pages turned to the current cohort of children approaching Hogwarts age. Just as McGonagall had described, two names stood out from the uniform black script that filled the pages: Harry James Potter, written in what appeared to be living shadow rather than ink, the letters occasionally shifting as if something moved beneath the surface of the page. Hermione Jean Granger, inscribed in golden letters that emitted a subtle glow, illuminating the names above and below hers. "It's accelerating," Dumbledore observed gravely. "Their transformation is progressing faster than I anticipated." "You've known about this all along?" McGonagall asked sharply. Dumbledore sighed. "Known, suspected, theorized, the lines blur after 2 years of searching. But yes, from the moment young Harry vanished and Miss Granger disappeared shortly thereafter, I feared we were witnessing the awakening of the Shadow-Dragon bloodline." McGonagall studied the magical book with renewed concern. "These changes in the registry, what do they signify?" "That Mr. Potter and Miss Granger are no longer entirely human," Dumbledore replied simply. "Their magical signatures have altered to the point that the book is struggling to categorize them appropriately." "Will they still receive their letters?" McGonagall asked practically. "Can they still attend Hogwarts?" Dumbledore smiled slightly despite the gravity of the situation. "Always the teacher, Minerva." "Yes, they remain eligible for Hogwarts. The founders ensured the school would accommodate various magical beings, particularly since 2 of them were dragon-paired themselves." This last statement caused McGonagall's eyes to widen. "Ravenclaw and Slytherin. The history books never mention, history is written by those who wish to control the narrative," Dumbledore interrupted gently. "The Ministry has long preferred to minimize certain aspects of magical heritage that might challenge their authority." He turned away from the book, hands clasped behind his back as he considered their options. "We must prepare for their arrival next year. Miss Granger this coming September, Mr. Potter the following year. I suspect they will have developed significant abilities beyond standard first-year magic. If they choose to come at all," McGonagall pointed out reasonably. "They've successfully hidden themselves this long. They might prefer to continue their independent development." "They will come," Dumbledore said with quiet certainty. "Curiosity, if nothing else, will bring them, the desire to see the place their ancestors helped build. And..." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "I believe they understand, on some level, that their awakening coincides with growing darkness. They will seek allies, information, protection." "Protection?" McGonagall repeated skeptically. "From what I recall of dragon lore, they're among the most magically resistant beings in existence." "Not physical protection," Dumbledore clarified. "Legal protection. Social integration. The young dragon pair will need a legitimate place in our world if they're to help defend it, rather than being treated as threats themselves." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "You intend to help them, then? Not control them?" Dumbledore met her gaze directly. "Control is an illusion, Minerva, particularly with beings of their nature. No, I intend to guide if they'll allow it, support if they'll accept it, and learn from them in all cases." His blue eyes grew distant. "I've made many mistakes in my long life. Attempting to contain powers beyond my understanding would be another." As they left the registry chamber, securing it behind them, neither noticed the faint shimmer of house elf magic in the corner. Dobby, invisible and silent, who had monitored the conversation on behalf of his chosen master. Within moments, the loyal elf had disappeared to report this significant development to the young shadow dragon and his golden queen. Deep in Albania's darkest forest, a shadow that was more than a shadow slithered between ancient trees. Once a man, then less than a spirit, the entity that had been Lord Voldemort existed in a state of half-life, conscious but incorporeal, powerful but unable to affect the physical world without a host. For years he had survived by possessing small animals, burning through their life force rapidly before moving to new hosts. It was a miserable existence for one who had once commanded the wizarding world's fear and respect. But soon, very soon, that would change. Master, a trembling voice called softly. I've brought what you requested. Peter Pettigrew, once hidden as a pet rat for years, now revealed and returned to his master's service, approached cautiously. In his hands he carried a small silver box, ornately decorated with serpentine patterns. The shadow moved toward him, and Pettigrew shuddered as the dark essence partially merged with his body, not a full possession, which would destroy him too quickly, but enough connection to communicate. Open it, the cold, high voice commanded, seeming to originate inside Pettigrew's own mind. With shaking fingers, the balding, rat-like man opened the silver box, revealing a small vial of dark red liquid, blood, preserved by powerful magic, still fresh despite being collected years ago. Yes, the voice hissed with satisfaction. The boy's blood, taken the night I marked him. Imperfect, from before his transformation, but sufficient for our purposes. Transformation, my lord? Pettigrew asked nervously. The shadow rippled with what might have been amusement. You've been hiding as a rodent too long, Wormtail, ignorant of significant developments. The Potter boy has awakened his draconic heritage, become something far more interesting than a simple wizard child. Pettigrew's watery eyes widened with fear. Draconic? You mean he's becoming a shadow dragon, the disembodied voice confirmed. The first in centuries. How fitting that he should provide the key to my resurrection, just as his parents' death facilitated my original rise. The shadow detached from Pettigrew, circling the blood veil hungrily. This sample, taken before his transformation, contains the perfect balance, human enough for our ritual to recognize his blood as mine to claim by right of conquest, magical enough to provide the power we need. When, Master? Pettigrew asked, eager to complete whatever task would restore his lord to physical form, ending his own precarious position as sole servant. Patience, Wormtail, the shadow chided. The stars must align properly for a ritual of this magnitude. And our other allies must secure the remaining components. The shadow seemed to gather itself, becoming more defined in the forest's gloom. The boy's blood is merely the beginning. We require the bone of my father, the flesh of my servant. Pettigrew flinched visibly, and one more critical element. What element, my lord? The shadow pulsed with dark anticipation. Dragon heartstring from a living shadow dragon. Not enough to kill the boy, not yet, but enough to bind his power to my resurrected form. Pettigrew's face paled further. But master, if he's truly becoming a dragon, capturing him would be nearly impossible. Not capturing, the cold voice corrected. Luring. And not yet. We proceed methodically, gathering strength and resources. The shadow expanded briefly, causing nearby plants to wither from its malevolent presence. By the time the Triwizard Tournament concludes, all will be ready. The boy will come to me, and from his power, I shall forge my return, stronger than before, with the ancient magic of dragons at my command. In the silver box, the vial of Harry's blood seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, as if recognizing the dark intentions surrounding it. Miles away, in the sanctuary beneath London, Harry Potter woke suddenly from a dead sleep, his hand pressed to his famous scar, a sense of dread flooding through him that he couldn't explain but instinctively recognized as warning. The storm was gathering, forces aligning on all sides, and the young dragon pair stood at its center, still developing, still learning, but increasingly aware that their time of preparation was growing short. Again, Sirius commanded, his wand trained on Harry. Faster this time. Harry nodded, bracing himself as multiple stinging hexes flew toward him from different angles, cast by Sirius and by training dummies they had enchanted for combat practice. Instead of dodging physically, Harry reached for the shadows around him, pulling them into a protective shield that absorbed the incoming spells. Simultaneously, he extended his other hand toward one of the dummies, sending a concentrated burst of shadow energy that knocked it backward into the wall. The effort of maintaining defense while attacking left him momentarily breathless, but he recovered quickly, his stamina improving with each training session. Better, Sirius acknowledged, lowering his wand. But you're still thinking too sequentially, defend, then attack. In real combat, you need to do both simultaneously. It's harder without a full transformation, Harry explained, rolling his shoulders to release tension. The dragon aspect wants to handle everything at once, but this body has limitations. Sirius's expression softened slightly. You're making remarkable progress, considering. Most adult wizards can't handle multiple magical tasks without a wand, let alone while channeling elemental forces. From her position at the edge of the training area, Hermione looked up from the magical theory text she'd been studying. It's the separation of conscious and unconscious control, she suggested. Harry's trying to actively manage both defense and offense, when the shadow shield should be automatic, freeing his conscious mind for targeted attacks. Sirius pointed at her with approval. Exactly. Dragons don't think about their scales protecting them, it's automatic. Your shadow defenses should function the same way. Harry considered this, wiping sweat from his brow. At nearly 9 years old, he looked older, his accelerated draconic development adding years to his appearance, making him seem closer to 11 or 12. The physical training regimen Sirius had established for both children had further defined his lean musculature, creating a form balance between human agility and draconic strength. Let's try something different, he suggested. Instead of me defending against multiple attacks, let's practice Hermione and I working in tandem. Sirius raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What did you have in mind? Harry turned to Hermione. The complementary shield we've been theorizing. Shadow defense with light reinforcement. Hermione set aside her book immediately, moving to stand beside Harry. They had been developing combination techniques that leveraged both their unique abilities, creating effects neither could achieve alone. Full power, she asked, golden energy already gathering around her hands. Harry nodded. Sirius, hit us with everything you've got. Don't hold back. Sirius looked skeptical but took up position across the training area. With a complex wand movement, he activated all 6 training dummies simultaneously, then added his own considerably powerful spellwork to the mix. Within seconds, a barrage of hexes, jinxes, and physical projectiles was hurtling toward the young dragon pair. Harry and Hermione moved in perfect synchronization, years of training together creating a wordless harmony. Harry's shadows surged outward, forming a dome around them both, while Hermione's golden light wove through the shadow substance, reinforcing it at a molecular level. Where the two energies combined, they created a barrier that wasn't simply physical or magical, but something beyond conventional wizard defense. Spells hit the shield and simply vanished. Not deflected, not absorbed, but erased from existence as if they had never been cast. Physical projectiles passed partially through before freezing in place, suspended in the boundary between shadow and light. Sirius increased the intensity, moving from standard combat spells to more aggressive curses, even sending a controlled blast of fire toward their position. Nothing penetrated. More remarkably, Harry and Hermione stood relaxed within their protective dome, apparently expending minimal effort to maintain what was clearly an extraordinarily powerful defense. Merlin's beard, Sirius muttered, finally lowering his wand in astonishment. That's not just impressive, it's theoretically impossible. You're nullifying spell energy completely. Harry and Hermione exchanged small smiles as they allowed their shield to dissolve gradually. Not nullifying exactly, Hermione explained, ever the theoretician. We're creating a phase shift in the magical energy, moving it slightly out of alignment with conventional reality. Redirecting it to the shadow realm, Harry added. Where it disperses harmlessly. Sirius stared at them, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite 2 years of witnessing their developing abilities, moments like this still caught him off guard, reminders that these children were becoming something beyond standard magical classification. Well, he said finally, I think that's enough defensive training for today. Let's move on to reconnaissance techniques. They shifted focus to practicing remote viewing through shadows, another ability Harry had been developing, allowing him to extend his awareness through connected shadow spaces to observe distant locations. It was similar to scrying but undetectable by conventional magical monitoring, making it invaluable for their intelligence gathering. As Harry demonstrated his growing range, now able to extend his perception nearly 50 miles from their location, Hermione worked on her complementary skill, light-based communication that could transmit messages through Harry's shadow connections, allowing them to not only observe but potentially interact with distant allies. Their practice was interrupted by the distinctive crack of house elf apparition. Dobby appeared in the center of the training area, his large eyes wider than usual with excitement. Master Shadow-Dragon, sir. Miss Golden Queen, the elf exclaimed, bouncing slightly on his feet. Dobby has important news from Hogwarts. They had recruited Dobby nearly a year earlier, after Harry had sensed the elf's distress during a rare shadow-walking excursion near Malfoy Manor. Recognizing the elf's abusive situation and his potential value as an ally, they had offered him an unusual arrangement, not freedom, which the traditionally minded elf had initially resisted, but transfer of his magical bond from the Malfoys to Harry himself. The resulting partnership had proven extraordinarily beneficial. Dobby's house elf magic allowed him access to places even Harry's shadow-walking couldn't penetrate, and his loyalty to his Master Shadow-Dragon was absolute, though Harry treated him more as a friend than a servant. What news, Dobby? Harry asked, gesturing for the elf to sit, a courtesy that still occasionally flustered Dobby despite their long association. Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Catlady were looking at the special book that writes down students' names, Dobby reported eagerly. Master and Mrs. names are changing in the book. Glowing and shadowing, they are. Harry and Hermione exchanged concerned glances. The Book of Admittance, Hermione identified immediately. It must be responding to our magical transformation. Did they seem alarmed? Harry asked Dobby. The elf tilted his head thoughtfully. Not alarmed exactly. Worried, yes. Headmaster Whiskers knows what Master and Miss are becoming. He called you Dragon Pair. This confirmation that Dumbledore had identified their nature wasn't entirely surprising, but it accelerated their timeline. If the Hogwarts Registry had recognized their transformation, other magical monitoring systems might do the same. Did they discuss plans to find us? Sirius asked, joining the conversation. Dobby shook his head. Headmaster says they will prepare for Master and Miss to come to Hogwarts next year, when letters are sent. So Dumbledore is expecting us to attend, Harry mused. Interesting that he's not actively searching anymore. He's playing the long game, Sirius suggested. Figuring you'll eventually come to him rather than him trying to track you down. Did Dumbledore mention anything about Harry's status as a shadow dragon? Hermione pressed, always focused on gathering complete information. Any concerns or specific preparations? Dobby nodded vigorously. He told Professor Catlady that 2 of the school founders were Dragon Pair too. Said the school was made to welcome beings like Master and Mississippi. This confirmation of what they'd suspected from their historical research was satisfying, though it raised new questions about what special accommodations or challenges might await them at Hogwarts. There's something else, Dobby added, his voice dropping slightly. Bad Malfoy Master received a visitor yesterday. The rat man who hides his magic. All 3 humans snapped to attention at this. They had briefed Dobby extensively on Peter Pettigrew's appearance and animagus form, knowing the elf's access to wizarding households might be their best chance of locating the traitor. Pettigrew was at Malfoy Manor? Sirius demanded, an edge of his old hunting intensity entering his voice. You're certain? Dobby nodded emphatically. Dobby knows the Ratman's smell. He came hidden, spoke with Bad Master in the secret room under the drawing room floor. What did they discuss? Harry asked, shadows unconsciously gathering around him as his emotions intensified. Plans for a special cup, Dobby replied. A tournament at Hogwarts next year. Bad Master promised to help Ratman get something important there. The three exchanged significant looks. This confirmation of activity among Voldemort's former supporters aligned with their other intelligence suggesting movement toward the Dark Lord's return. The Triwizard Tournament, Hermione identified, her encyclopedic knowledge of magical events coming to the fore. It's being reinstated next year after centuries of suspension. Hogwarts is hosting. Which means international attention, complex security arrangements, and numerous potential infiltration points, Sirius analyzed grimly. The perfect cover for whatever they're planning. Harry's expression darkened, shadows rippling along his scaled arms. And perfect timing. I'll be eligible to attend Hogwarts just as this tournament begins. You think they're targeting you specifically? Hermione asked, though her tone suggested she already suspected the answer. I know they are, Harry replied with quiet certainty. I've been having dreams, seeing through shadows to places I've never been. Forests in Eastern Europe, conversations I shouldn't be able to hear. He met Sirius's concerned gaze. Voldemort is gathering strength. And somehow, he knows what I've become. The implications hung heavy in the air. Their careful secrecy, their years of hidden preparation, might not have been as complete as they'd believed. Somewhere, their enemies were making plans that intersected with their own, plans that potentially involved Harry's newly awakened draconic nature. We need to accelerate our preparations, Sirius decided after a moment of tense silence. Combat training, magical theory, political contingencies, all of it. If Voldemort is moving toward resurrection and knows about Harry's transformation, we have less time than we thought. Hermione reached for Harry's hand instinctively, her golden energy meeting his shadows in that now familiar harmonic balance. We also need to reconsider our approach to Hogwarts, she said pragmatically. If both Dumbledore and Voldemort expect us there, perhaps we should adjust our strategy. Harry nodded slowly, tactical options already forming in his mind. Not hiding what we are, he suggested, but controlling how and when it's revealed. On our terms, not theirs. Exactly, Hermione agreed. A controlled revelation rather than a forced one. Sirius watched this exchange with a mixture of pride and concern. Despite their youth, Harry and Hermione had developed strategic thinking far beyond their years, partly due to their accelerated magical maturation, partly from necessity in their unusual circumstances. Whatever you decide, he said firmly, you won't face it alone. We have allies beyond this sanctuary, trusted friends who would stand with us if they knew the truth. It may be time to contact some of them, Harry acknowledged. Starting with the Longbottoms. Augusta's political influence could be valuable, and Neville should be at Hogwarts in my year. And my parents, Hermione added quietly. Their arranged meetings with the Grangers had continued over the years, though with decreasing frequency as Hermione's transformation became harder to disguise even with temporary glamours. They deserve to know what's coming, to be prepared if Voldemort's forces start targeting Muggle families again. As they discussed potential allies and protection strategies, Harry felt a strange sensation, a pulling at the edges of his consciousness, as if something or someone was trying to access his thoughts. He stiffened slightly, instinctively reinforcing his mental shields, another draconic ability they had discovered and developed over the past year. Harry. Hermione noticed his distraction immediately. What is it? Someone's probing, he said quietly. Not here, not physically, but magically. Searching. He closed his eyes, extending his senses outward through the sanctuary's protective wards. It feels serpentine. Sirius tensed. Voldemort? No, Harry replied after a moment. Different. Older, somehow. His eyes opened suddenly, a realization striking him. It's Hogwarts itself. The castle is searching for us. How is that possible? Hermione asked, though her expression suggested her mind was already racing through explanations. Unless the castle has some level of sentience, Harry finished. Particularly regarding descendants of its founders. The idea wasn't as far-fetched as it might have seemed to ordinary wizards. Their research had revealed that Hogwarts contained numerous enchantments specifically keyed to draconic magic, placed there by Ravenclaw and Slytherin before their departure. If the Book of Admittance had recognized their transformed nature, it might have triggered other dormant systems within the ancient castle. Should we block it? Sirius asked practically. Strengthen our mental shields. Harry considered this, then slowly shook his head. No. Let's see what it wants. The castle was partially created by our predecessors, it might have information for us. Cautiously, he lowered his mental barriers, allowing the distant magical probe to make contact. Immediately, his mind filled with images, corridors he'd never walked, chambers hidden behind ordinary walls, passages that shifted and changed according to need. Hogwarts was showing him its secrets, revealing pathways and rooms unknown even to current professors or headmasters. Most significantly, it showed him a particular chamber deep beneath the lake, a circular room with two throne-like chairs facing each other across a pool of water that reflected neither light nor shadow but something in between. Above the pool hung a crystal that pulsed with dual energies, black and gold intertwined. The Founder's Sanctum, Harry breathed, opening his eyes to find Hermione and Sirius watching him with concern. Hogwarts just showed me a hidden chamber created specifically for dragon pairs. A place where Ravenclaw and Slytherin could fully manifest their draconic aspects within the castle without detection. Hermione's golden eyes widened. The castle is preparing for our arrival. More than that, Harry said, the implications becoming clear. It's inviting us. Recognizing us as rightful heirs to spaces and knowledge left by our predecessors. This development shifted their perspective on attending Hogwarts significantly. What had seemed potentially restrictive, entering Dumbledore's domain, subjecting themselves to educational structures designed for ordinary wizards, now appeared as an opportunity to reclaim heritage and resources specifically designed for their unique nature. We need to prepare for Hogwarts differently than we've been planning, Harry decided, strategic adjustments already forming in his mind. Not just academically or magically, but politically. When we arrive, it won't be as ordinary students trying to hide extraordinary abilities. But as the Shadow Dragon and Golden Queen, Hermione completed, understanding immediately, claiming our rightful place as heirs to the Founder's legacy. Sirius watched this exchange with mixed emotions, pride in their growing confidence and strategic thinking, concern for the challenges such an approach would create. That's a bold stance, he cautioned. The Ministry won't appreciate having your full nature thrust into public awareness so directly. They'll have to adapt, Harry replied, a hint of draconic authority entering his voice. Just as Hogwarts is adapting. Just as the magical world will need to adapt when Voldemort returns. The shadows around him deepened momentarily, responding to his resolve. Beside him, Hermione's skin took on that subtle golden glow that appeared in moments of strong emotion or magical focus. Besides, she added practically, controlled revelation is safer than discovery. If we establish our nature and heritage openly, on our terms, we position ourselves as legitimate magical beings rather than anomalies to be feared or controlled. Sirius nodded slowly, recognizing the wisdom in this approach despite its risks. Then we have just over a year to prepare, for your Hogwarts letter, Hermione, and for the public reaction to the revelation of what you both are. And for whatever Voldemort and his supporters are planning involving the Triwizard Tournament, Harry added grimly. As they returned to their training with renewed focus and urgency, none of them noticed the small magical surge that briefly connected their sanctuary to Hogwarts, a momentary bridge between spaces, as the ancient castle acknowledged its future heirs. In the headmaster's office, a previously dormant silver instrument suddenly activated, emitting a soft chime that caused Dumbledore to look up from his correspondence with surprised recognition. So, the old wizard murmured to himself, they've accepted the connection. How interesting. He made a note in his personal journal, adding another piece to the complex puzzle of preparing Hogwarts for its most unusual students in centuries. The storm was gathering from all directions now, Voldemort's subtle movements toward resurrection, the Ministry's growing awareness of magical anomalies they couldn't explain, Dumbledore's preparations for the young dragon pair's arrival, and Harry and Hermione's own accelerating development toward their destined roles. At the center of these converging forces, two children continued their transformation into beings of legend, no longer hiding from their extraordinary fate but preparing to embrace it fully, with all its dangers and possibilities. The Great Hall at Hogwarts buzzed with the usual excitement of the welcoming feast. First years waited nervously for their sorting, returning students reconnected with friends, and staff members observed it all from the high table with varying degrees of anticipation and resignation for the year ahead. Among the unsorted first years, one girl stood apart, not physically separated, but distinctly different in a way that drew curious glances from students and staff alike. Hermione Granger had arrived with the others on the Hogwarts Express, participated in the traditional boat crossing with Hagrid, and now waited with her yearmates for the sorting ceremony to begin. Yet everything about her suggested she was not quite like the other children. At 11 years old, she carried herself with unusual poise, her movements graceful and deliberate. Her appearance, while not overtly non-human, contained subtle differences that attentive observers might notice, a faint golden luminescence to her skin, eyes that sometimes seemed to shift from brown to gold depending on the light, and a quality to her bushy hair that made it appear almost alive, moving slightly even when no breeze was present. Most striking was her composure. While other first-years fidgeted nervously or whispered anxious questions, Hermione stood calmly, observing her surroundings with the measured assessment of someone far older, someone who had prepared extensively for this moment. At the staff table, Albus Dumbledore watched her with particular interest, noting the controlled way she had entered the Great Hall, neither hiding her unusual attributes nor drawing unnecessary attention to them. It was, he reflected, an elegant solution to the question of how she would present herself upon arrival. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with the sorting hat and began calling names. Each sorting proceeded normally until she reached Granger, Hermione. A momentary hush fell over the hall as Hermione approached the stool with measured steps. As she turned to sit, her eyes briefly met Dumbledore's, a deliberate acknowledgement that suggested she was fully aware of his interest in her arrival. McGonagall placed the hat on Hermione's head, and for a long moment, nothing happened. The hat, normally quick to announce houses or at least mutter to itself, sat utterly silent. Those closest might have noticed a faint golden glow emanating from beneath its brim, as if some negotiation or exchange of information was occurring without words. Finally, after nearly a full minute of silence that had students shifting uncomfortably and staff members exchanging concerned glances, the hat spoke, not in its usual decisive announcement, but in a formal, almost ceremonial tone, heir of Ravenclaw, Golden Queen ascendant. Gryffindor. A startled murmur swept through the Great Hall. Students who knew their Hogwarts history immediately recognized the significance of heir of Ravenclaw, while the term Golden Queen sparked confused speculation among those familiar with older magical traditions. Hermione removed the hat with the same calm deliberation, handed it back to a visibly stunned McGonagall, and proceeded to the Gryffindor table. As she walked, a subtle transformation occurred, the golden luminescence of her skin brightened momentarily, tiny scales briefly visible along her hairline before settling back into a more human appearance. It was, Dumbledore realized, a carefully calculated revelation, enough to establish her nature without causing panic, a declaration of identity rather than an attempt at concealment. The message was clear. Hermione Granger had come to Hogwarts as exactly what she was, neither hiding nor flaunting her extraordinary nature. The sorting continued, the initial shock gradually replaced by excited whispers and speculation. By the time Dumbledore rose to give his welcoming speech, the student body was vibrating with curiosity about their unusual new classmate. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts, the headmaster began with his customary warmth. Before we enjoy our excellent feast, a few announcements. First years should note that the Forbidden Forest remains, as its name suggests, forbidden to all students. His eyes twinkled momentarily. Though I recognize that certain magical natures may have different relationships with ancient woodlands. Discretion and safety must remain paramount in all cases. This oblique acknowledgement of Hermione's presence caused another ripple of whispers. Dumbledore continued with standard announcements before concluding with an unusual addendum. Finally, I would like to acknowledge that this year begins a period of transition for Hogwarts, as we welcome students of diverse magical heritages who will enrich our community with traditions and abilities some may find unfamiliar. I encourage all of you to approach difference with curiosity rather than fear, and to remember that Hogwarts was founded to educate all magical youth, regardless of nature or origin. As food appeared on the tables and students turned to their meals, conversation inevitably centered on Hermione and the headmaster's cryptic remarks. At the Gryffindor table, she found herself surrounded by curious housemates, their questions ranging from bluntly direct to awkwardly circumspect. "Are you really Ravenclaw's heir?" asked a red-headed boy who had introduced himself as Ron Weasley, his mouth already half full of potatoes. "My brothers said that's impossible because her line died out centuries ago." "Magical bloodlines rarely disappear completely," Hermione replied diplomatically. "They often go dormant for generations before reawakening under the right conditions." "But what's a Golden Queen?" asked Lavender Brown, eyeing Hermione's subtly luminescent skin with fascination. "Are you part Vila or something?" Hermione smiled slightly. "Not Vila, no. The term refers to a specific magical pairing tradition. The full explanation is rather complex magical history, but essentially, I'm one half of a complementary magical partnership that dates back to the Founder's era." "One half?" Seamus Finnegan picked up immediately. "Who's the other half then?" "You'll meet him next year," Hermione answered simply, returning to her meal with a composure that gently but firmly indicated she'd provided all the explanation she intended to for the moment. At the staff table, similar discussions were occurring in more measured tones. Severus Snape leaned slightly toward Dumbledore, his expression carefully neutral. "The girl has revealed her nature quite openly," he observed quietly. "A risky strategy. But a clever one," Dumbledore replied. "By acknowledging her heritage immediately, she prevents it from becoming ammunition for rumors or revelations later. And note how she carries herself, confident but not aggressive, extraordinary but not threatening. The Ministry will hear of this by morning," McGonagall pointed out from Dumbledore's other side. "Fudge will have questions." "Questions I am fully prepared to answer," Dumbledore assured her. "We've anticipated this moment for 2 years, after all." His gaze returned to Hermione, who was now engaged in conversation with nearly headless Nick, apparently asking the ghost detailed questions about Hogwarts history. "More interesting will be how she navigates the academic structures we've established for ordinary magical students." "You believe she's already beyond standard first-year curriculum," Snape stated rather than asked. "I believe," Dumbledore replied carefully, "that Miss Granger and her companion have spent the past 2 years in intensive magical study, guided by resources few modern wizards have access to. Whether that translates to academic excellence in our structured environment remains to be seen." As the feast concluded and students were directed to their dormitories, Hermione followed her housemates with apparent willingness to adapt to Hogwarts routines. Yet observant staff noticed how the castle itself seemed to respond to her presence, torches brightening slightly as she passed, stairs shifting to create optimal paths, portraits turning to watch her with unusual interest. In her dormitory that night, after her roommates had fallen asleep, Hermione stood by the window, gazing out at the moonlit grounds. She placed her hand against the ancient stone wall, and a faint golden glow transferred from her palm into the castle itself, racing along invisible lines within the masonry. Miles away, deep beneath London, Harry felt the connection instantly, a warm pulse through the bond they shared, carrying impressions of Hermione's arrival, the castle's recognition, the carefully orchestrated first revelation of their nature. "The sanctuary here is magnificent," Hermione's mental voice came through their increasingly refined telepathic link. The castle recognized me immediately. It's preparing for your arrival next year. I can feel it rearranging certain spaces, awakening dormant enchantments. Harry smiled in the darkness of their London sanctuary, shadows curling affectionately around him in response to his pleasure at Hermione's successful integration. Any complications? He sent back, their communication now requiring minimal effort after months of practice. None unexpected. Dumbledore is watchful but respectful. The Ministry hasn't responded yet, but certainly will soon. Students are curious but not hostile. And our special project? Hermione's satisfaction rippled through their connection. The chamber beneath the lake exists exactly as you saw in your vision. I'll explore it tomorrow night. The castle has already shown me several secret passages that will allow undetected access. Their conversation continued briefly, exchanging necessary information and reassurances before concluding with the familiar sensation of their energies harmonizing across the distance, shadow and light maintaining balance despite their temporary separation. As September passed into October, Hermione established herself as an unusual but increasingly accepted presence at Hogwarts. Academically, she demonstrated knowledge far beyond first-year level, prompting professors to provide advanced work that still rarely challenged her. Socially, she developed a reputation for being helpful but somewhat reserved, forming no close friendships but maintaining cordial relations with housemates and students from other houses who approached her without prejudice. Most significantly, she began carefully introducing certain facts about shadow dragons and golden queens into student awareness through casual conversations and thoughtfully placed books in common areas. By establishing the historical context and magical theory behind her nature well in advance of Harry's arrival, she was preparing the ground for his more dramatic entrance the following year. Meanwhile, beyond Hogwarts walls, the wider magical world had indeed taken notice of her arrival and the implications of her publicly acknowledged nature. At the Ministry of Magic, debate raged about the appropriate response to the re-emergence of dragon-paired magic, with opinions ranging from attempted regulation to respectful accommodation. In darker corners of magical Britain, those loyal to Voldemort's memory observed these developments with calculating interest, adjusting plans that centered around the Triwizard Tournament now taking shape for the following academic year. If the Golden Queen had emerged, the Shadow Dragon could not be far behind, and with him, opportunities their master had anticipated. And in a hidden chamber beneath Hogwarts Lake, accessible only to those of specific magical heritage, Hermione Granger worked diligently at the ancient pool that had once served Ravenclaw herself. Within its depths, images formed of events distant in both space and time, currents of probability and possibility that the young Golden Queen studied with increasing skill, preparing for the moment when she and Harry would face the gathering storm together. The pieces were moving into position. The Shadow Dragon would soon join his queen at Hogwarts, reclaiming spaces and knowledge left by their predecessors. Voldemort's supporters advanced their plans for their master's return. Dumbledore prepared the school and its allies for conflicts yet to come. And beneath it all, ancient magic stirred, dragon magic that had slumbered for centuries, now awakened in two extraordinary children who stood at the convergence of past and future, shadow and light, preservation and transformation. The storm was no longer gathering. It had arrived. Chapter 4, Ascension. A hushed anticipation filled Platform 9 3/4 on September 1st, students clustered in whispering groups, parents exchanged knowing glances, and ministry officials attempted to blend inconspicuously into the crowd. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet against the platform, steam billowing around it like the breath of some great beast, appropriate, given what everyone had come to witness. They were waiting for him. The Shadow Dragon. For the past year, rumors had spread throughout magical Britain following Hermione Granger's arrival at Hogwarts. The Golden Queen, heir of Ravenclaw, had neither hidden her nature nor flaunted it, simply existing as what she was, a young witch undergoing a remarkable magical transformation. Her presence had forced the Ministry to acknowledge publicly what they had long denied, that draconic bloodline still existed within certain magical families, capable of awakening under the right conditions. Now they awaited her counterpart, the Shadow-Dragon Progenitor himself, Harry Potter. Do you see him yet? A third-year Hufflepuff whispered too loudly to his friend. How would I know what he looks like now? Came the response. The prophet says he's half dragon already. The whispers multiplied, speculations growing wilder with each retelling. Some claimed Harry Potter would arrive with full wings and a tail. Others insisted he would travel through the shadows themselves rather than taking the train. The more sensational rumors suggested he had already achieved full transformation and would arrive as a massive dragon, carrying his trunk in his claws. At precisely 10 minutes before departure, the crowd's murmuring intensified as a disturbance rippled through the crowd near the platform's entrance. People drew back, creating a path without being instructed to do so. Something in their instincts, some primal recognition of power, compelled them to make way. A tall man with aristocratic features and shoulder-length black hair appeared first. Sirius Black, recently exonerated after the dramatic capture of Peter Pettigrew the previous spring, walked with the confident bearing of his pure-blood heritage. His public rehabilitation had been one of many carefully orchestrated moves in the complex game of preparation for this moment. Behind him walked a boy who simultaneously matched and defied expectations. Harry Potter stood taller than most would expect for a newly minted 11-year-old, his frame lean and powerful. He moved with predatory grace, each step purposeful and balanced. His famous scar remained visible on his forehead, but it was now the least remarkable feature of his appearance. Black scales covered his exposed forearms in elegant patterns, disappearing beneath the sleeves of a custom-made robe that accommodated his partially transformed physiology. His face remained recognizably human, though sharper in its angles, with pronounced cheekbones and a stronger jaw than childhood should have developed. His eyes, however, were purely draconic, vertical pupils set in irises of such intense emerald they seemed to glow from within. Most striking was the way shadows behaved around him. They deepened where he passed, stretching toward him like affectionate pets seeking attention, then settling back into normal patterns after he moved on. The effect was subtle enough that some might question whether they were truly seeing it, yet undeniable to those paying close attention. Harry ignored the stares and whispers, his gaze fixed ahead with singular focus. He carried no trunk, no owl cage, no visible luggage at all, another detail that sparked immediate murmurs. Some observers noticed a silver pendant gleaming against his chest, the only ornament he wore besides a simple watch. Mr. Potter. A ministry official stepped forward, clearly having been assigned to make official contact. Welcome back to Wizarding Britain. I'm Percival Weasley, junior assistant to the minister. Minister Fudge asked me to ensure you have everything you need for a smooth journey to Hogwarts. Harry turned his draconic gaze on the young red-haired man, assessing him briefly before responding with a voice that carried surprising depth for his age. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. I have everything I require. The formality of his speech, lacking any childish inflection, caused more murmurs. Percy Weasley seemed momentarily taken aback but recovered quickly, professional ambition overriding discomfort. Of course. If I might ask, where is your school equipment? The standard trunks and, I've made alternative arrangements, Harry interrupted smoothly. Headmaster Dumbledore is aware and has approved them. The mention of Dumbledore seemed to reassure Percy slightly. Very well. The minister also wished to extend an invitation to meet with you at your convenience once you've settled in at Hogwarts. There are certain matters regarding your unique status that would benefit from direct discussion. Harry's expression revealed nothing, but the shadows at his feet darkened perceptibly. Please tell Minister Fudge I appreciate his interest. Any official communication can be directed through my godfather, who handles my legal affairs. Sirius stepped forward with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I'm sure the minister understands that Harry's primary focus must be his education. Political matters can wait until he's properly settled. The subtle power play was clear to those with enough political awareness to recognize it. The Shadow-Dragon and his guardian were establishing boundaries before Harry even boarded the train, neither hostile nor submissive toward ministry authority, but firmly independent. As Percy retreated with formal politeness, a flash of golden light drew attention to the train itself. Standing in one of the doorways was Hermione Granger, her presence immediately recognizable to anyone who had seen the occasional photographs that had appeared in the Daily Prophet over the past year. At 12 years old, her transformation had progressed significantly since her arrival at Hogwarts. Her skin permanently held a subtle golden luminescence, delicate scales visible along her hairline and jawline. Her once bushy hair now fell in waves that seemed to capture and refract light. Her eyes, once ordinary brown, were now purely gold with no visible whites, giving her gaze an otherworldly quality. The moment Harry saw her, something remarkable happened. The shadows around him surged forward along the platform while golden light extended from Hermione in a matching wave. Where the two energies met midway between them, they intertwined in a breathtaking display of magical synchronicity, shadow and light dancing together without either overwhelming the other. No words were exchanged, yet everyone watching felt the profound connection between the two young people. After a year of separation, maintained for strategic reasons despite their telepathic bond, the Shadow-Dragon and Golden Queen were physically reuniting. Harry walked forward, the crowd parting further to allow him passage. As he reached the train, Hermione extended her hand. The moment their fingers touched, a visible pulse of combined energy rippled outward, causing nearby magical devices to momentarily flicker and several spectators to gasp. "Welcome back," Hermione said simply, though the layers of meaning in those two words were evident in her voice. "It's good to be back," Harry replied, equally layered in meaning. Together they boarded the train, Sirius following after a brief wave to the assembled crowd. The door closed behind them, but those nearest could see how shadows gathered in the corridor, creating a privacy barrier that obscured further observation. As the Hogwarts Express pulled away from the platform, dozens of adults immediately disapparated, rushing to report what they'd witnessed to employers, newspaper editors, and political allies. The magical world had just experienced its first public glimpse of the fully awakened Shadow-Dragon Progenitor, and the implications would reverberate throughout Britain. On the train, Harry and Hermione found an empty compartment, which Sirius secured with privacy wards before taking a seat opposite them. "Well," he said with a ghost of his old mischievous smile, "I'd say that entrance achieved exactly what we intended." Establishing presence without aggression, Hermione agreed analytically. Demonstrating power while maintaining civility. Harry nodded, some of his formal public demeanor relaxing now that they were alone. Percy Weasley was an interesting choice for first contact. Not senior enough to suggest I warrant special handling, but connected enough to report directly to Fudge. "The Ministry's been walking a tightrope since I arrived last year," Hermione explained. "They can't ignore our existence anymore, but they haven't decided whether to treat us as assets or potential threats." "Fudge leans toward the latter," Sirius added. "Though he's been careful to keep that opinion private. Publicly, he's adopted a wait-and-see approach while scrambling to draft new regulations behind the scenes." Harry absorbed this information with a slight nod. Though he and Hermione had maintained their telepathic connection throughout their year of physical separation, certain nuances of the political landscape were better discussed in person. "And Dumbledore?" he asked, turning to Hermione. "Exactly as we expected," she replied. "Watchful but respectful. He's made several overtures that suggest he wants to be an ally rather than an adversary." She smiled slightly. "He also ensured I had access to advanced coursework when it became obvious the standard curriculum wasn't sufficiently challenging." "The Founder's Sanctum?" Harry asked, referring to the hidden chamber beneath the lake that Hogwarts had revealed to them. Hermione's golden eyes brightened with excitement. "Fully functional and remarkable. I've spent most evenings there this past year. The knowledge repositories are even more extensive than we hoped." She leaned forward slightly. "And I've confirmed our theory about the castle's semi-sentience. Hogwarts itself is aware of us, Harry. It's been preparing for your arrival all year." The shadows around Harry stirred with his satisfaction at this news. Their research had suggested that Hogwarts contained enchantments specifically designed to recognize and accommodate dragon pairs, placed there by Ravenclaw and Slytherin before their departure. Confirmation that these systems still functioned after centuries was a significant advantage. What about the students? Harry asked. Varied reactions, Hermione answered honestly. Most are cautiously curious. Some are respectfully distant. A few have attempted genuine friendship. She paused reflectively. I've allowed relationships to develop naturally, as we discussed, though I've been careful about deeper connections given what's coming. Harry nodded understanding. Their bond as Shadow-Dragon and Golden Queen wasn't merely magical but something more profound, a connection that would eventually culminate in a formal bonding ritual as they reached magical maturity. While this didn't preclude other relationships, it did place certain limitations on emotional entanglements. And the special project, he asked, using their code phrase for the most sensitive aspect of their preparations. Hermione's expression grew more serious. Everything is in place. The timing aligns perfectly with the Triwizard Tournament's first task in November. Sirius leaned forward, lowering his voice despite the privacy wards. We've confirmed Voldemort's forces are infiltrating the tournament organization. Barty Crouch Jr. is impersonating Mad-Eye Moody using Polyjuice Potion. He's positioned to manipulate events from inside Hogwarts itself. They expect me to be an unwitting participant, Harry stated rather than asked. Their intelligence network had uncovered enough of Voldemort's plan to understand the broad strokes. Yes, Hermione confirmed. They need your blood for the resurrection ritual, specifically, blood from a shadow dragon. It's more powerful than ordinary wizard blood, capable of creating a stronger restoration than they originally planned. Harry's eyes narrowed, shadows darkening around him. So we let them believe their plan is succeeding, while actually leading them into our countermeasure. Sirius nodded, a grim satisfaction in his expression. The hunter becomes the hunted. The three continued discussing details and contingencies as the train journeyed northward. Outside their compartment, students whispered about the Shadow Dragon's arrival, some brave souls occasionally passing by in hopes of catching a glimpse through the mysteriously darkened windows. As they approached Hogsmeade Station, Harry stood and stretched, his partially draconic physiology evident in the fluid grace of his movements. Ready for your grand entrance to Hogwarts? Sirius asked with a hint of his old humor. Harry's lips curved in a small smile that revealed slightly sharpened canines. I believe the castle is expecting me. The great hall hummed with excitement during the welcoming feast. First years had been sorted, announcements made regarding the upcoming Triwizard Tournament, and still the main topic of conversation at every table remained Harry Potter, the Shadow-Dragon Progenitor, who sat at the Gryffindor table beside Hermione Granger. Unlike Hermione's relatively subdued arrival the previous year, Harry's entrance to Hogwarts had been impossible to downplay. As the first years crossed the lake, shadows had gathered around his boat, moving contrary to the wind and water currents. When he entered the Great Hall, the enchanted ceiling had momentarily shifted from showing the night sky to displaying a vast cosmic darkness scattered with unfamiliar constellations, a glimpse, some theorized, of the Shadow Realm itself. Most dramatically, when the Sorting Hat was placed on his head, it had remained silent for nearly 3 minutes before announcing in ringing tones, heir of Slytherin by magic, heir of Gryffindor by blood, Shadow Dragon Ascendant. Gryffindor. The declaration of dual heritage had sent shockwaves through the student body. Everyone knew the historical significance of being heir to not one but two founders, particularly those historically at odds with each other. The implications for Hogwarts politics were staggering. Now Harry ate calmly amid the whispers and stares, engaged in quiet conversation with Hermione while maintaining an awareness of his surroundings that missed nothing. When addressed by housemates, he responded politely but briefly, neither encouraging nor discouraging interaction, establishing himself as present but focused on his own priorities. At the staff table, the professors observed with varying degrees of fascination and concern. Minerva McGonagall maintained her usual stern demeanor, though those who knew her well could detect a hint of pride that both remarkable students had been sorted into her house. Severus Snape studied Harry with unreadable eyes, his feelings about teaching James Potter's son complicated by the boy's connection to Slytherin's legacy. Alastor Moody, or rather, Barty Crouch Jr. disguised as Moody, watched Harry with an intensity that might have seemed suspicious to anyone paying close attention. Dumbledore, for his part, observed the young dragon pair with thoughtful consideration. Unlike many, he recognized that their placement in Gryffindor represented choice rather than destiny. Both Harry and Hermione possessed attributes that could have placed them in any house, but had selected Gryffindor for their own reasons. As dessert appeared on the tables, Hermione leaned closer to Harry, speaking quietly enough that only he could hear. "The castle is responding to your presence even more strongly than it did to mine. Feel the magic in the stones?" Harry nodded slightly, his enhanced senses detecting the currents of ancient power flowing through Hogwarts' very foundation. The castle wasn't merely a building enchanted to accommodate magical education, it was a semi-sentient magical entity, and it recognized him as the heir to two of its creators. "The sanctum is actively calling to us," he murmured back. "I can feel it even from here, like a heartbeat beneath the lake." "Tonight," Hermione confirmed with a small smile. "After everyone's asleep. There are preparations we need to make before classes begin tomorrow." Across the table, Ron Weasley, who had maintained a cautious friendship with Hermione the previous year, finally gathered enough courage to address Harry directly. "So, can you really control shadows?" he asked, curiosity overcoming his obvious nervousness. "My brothers have been taking bets on what you can actually do versus what the prophet's been claiming." Harry considered the redhead for a moment before responding. Their strategy included carefully controlled demonstrations of their abilities, neither hiding them completely nor revealing their full extent. "Shadow manipulation is one aspect of my nature," he acknowledged. Then, with a subtle gesture, he caused the shadows cast by the floating candles to ripple across the table, briefly forming the shape of a miniature dragon that unfurled its wings before dissolving back into ordinary darkness. Several nearby students gasped or murmured in appreciation. The display was impressive yet controlled, magical without being threatening. "Wicked," Ron breathed, clearly impressed. "Can you really travel through shadows too? Like, disappear in one place and appear somewhere else?" Before Harry could respond, Hermione interjected smoothly. "Perhaps magical theory discussions would be better saved for after dinner. I'm sure Harry will have plenty of opportunities to explain Shadow Dragon abilities in appropriate settings." Her diplomatic redirection worked as intended, shifting conversation toward the upcoming Triwizard Tournament and the arrival of students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang in October. Harry gave her a subtle nod of appreciation. They had agreed to manage information about their capabilities carefully, revealing enough to satisfy curiosity without exposing strategic advantages. As the feast concluded, Dumbledore rose for final announcements. After covering standard rules and introducing new staff members, he addressed the obvious topic with characteristic directness. "As you have all no doubt noticed, we are honored to welcome Mr. Potter to Hogwarts this year, completing the extraordinary dragon pair that began with Miss Granger's arrival last September. While their unique magical heritage may be a source of fascination, I remind all students that Mr. Potter and Miss Granger are here primarily as students, deserving of the same respect and consideration you would show any of your peers." His blue eyes twinkled slightly as he continued. "That said, I acknowledge that certain accommodations have been made to address their specific magical needs. You may occasionally notice Miss Granger and Mr. Potter engaged in specialized training or accessing restricted areas of the castle. This has been arranged with full faculty approval and poses no safety concerns for the general student body. This public acknowledgement of their special status, framed as reasonable accommodation rather than preferential treatment, was another carefully negotiated element of Harry's integration into Hogwarts. After a year of establishing precedent with Hermione, the groundwork had been laid for a smooth transition. As students filed out of the Great Hall toward their dormitories, Harry and Hermione lingered slightly behind the Gryffindor group. Professor McGonagall approached them discreetly, her voice pitched for their ears alone. "The headmaster would appreciate a brief word in his office tomorrow after your first classes," she informed them. "The password is Acid Pops." And, she hesitated momentarily, "Welcome back to Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. Despite the unusual circumstances, I trust you'll find it becomes home, as it has for countless students before you. Harry inclined his head respectfully. Thank you, Professor. I already feel its welcome. Something in his tone, a genuine appreciation for the ancient castle beyond merely the stones and halls, seemed to resonate with McGonagall. She nodded once, sharply, before departing with her usual brisk efficiency. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry received curious but generally welcoming introductions from housemates who had known Hermione the previous year. The initial nervousness some displayed gradually relaxed as Harry responded with calm courtesy, neither aloof nor overly familiar. Your bed's been specially prepared, explained Neville Longbottom, whom Harry recognized from intelligence briefings as a potential ally given his family's historical stance against Voldemort. They modified one of the 4 posters in our dormitory. Harry followed Neville up the spiral staircase to the first-year boys' dormitory, where he found his assigned bed notably different from the others. The standard red hangings had been replaced with deeper material that absorbed rather than reflected light. The bed frame itself appeared to be made of darker wood, inlaid with subtle runic patterns that Harry recognized as comfort enchantments specifically designed for those with partially draconic physiology. The castle prepared this, Harry noted, running his hand along one of the carved runes. These are Founder-era accommodations. You can tell? Neville asked with genuine curiosity rather than skepticism. Harry nodded. The magical signature is distinctly older than the other furnishings. Hogwarts maintains certain accommodations for specific magical heritages, though they're rarely needed in modern times. This explanation seemed to satisfy Neville and the other boys, who soon became occupied with unpacking and preparing for their first night at Hogwarts. Harry went through the motions of settling in, though observant roommates might have noticed he unpacked remarkably little from his seemingly empty pockets, just a few books, writing materials, and personal items that appeared as he needed them. Late that night, when the dormitory had fallen silent with the deep breathing of sleeping boys, Harry rose silently from his bed. Shadows gathered around him, concealing his movements as he descended to the common room, where Hermione waited by the dying fire, golden light dimmed to avoid attracting attention. No words were needed as they moved together through the portrait hole, their bond allowing silent communication. The fat lady's portrait swung open automatically at their approach, the guardian painting watching them pass with curious respect rather than questioning their late-night departure. The castle is facilitating our movement, Hermione observed through their mental link as they navigated corridors that seemed to rearrange themselves to provide the most direct path to their destination. It's never been this responsive before, even for me alone. The paired energies are key, Harry responded silently. Shadow and light together activate the deepest enchantments. They moved through the sleeping castle without encountering patrolling professors or prowling poltergeists, guided by Hogwarts itself toward the concealed entrance to the Founder's Sanctum. Located behind an unremarkable section of wall near the lake's interior shore, the entrance revealed itself as they approached, stones rearranging to form an archway inscribed with runes that glowed black and gold in response to their presence. Beyond the archway lay a descending staircase that spiraled deeper than the dungeons, leading to a vast circular chamber carved directly from the bedrock beneath the lake. Unlike the damp, cold dungeons above, the sanctum felt perfectly comfortable, the temperature neither too warm nor too cool, the air fresh despite being deep underground. The chamber's design centered around a raised dais containing 2 throne-like chairs facing each other across a pool of water that reflected neither light nor shadow but something in between. Above the pool hung a crystal that pulsed with dual energies, black and gold intertwined. The walls were lined with bookshelves containing ancient texts, interspersed with alcoves holding artifacts whose purposes were evident only to those with draconic knowledge. "It's been waiting for us," Harry said aloud, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. "Both of us, together." Hermione nodded, moving toward one of the thrones, the white one, carved with patterns reminiscent of light refracting through crystal. "I've spent hundreds of hours here this past year, but certain aspects remain dormant. The pool, for instance, wouldn't respond fully to my magic alone." Harry approached the black throne opposite hers, its surface carved with shadow patterns that seemed to move subtly when viewed from different angles. As he sat, the chamber responded immediately, torches flaring to life with dual flames, some burning gold, others with the cool black fire unique to shadow dragons. "The sanctum remembers," Hermione explained, taking her place on the white throne. It was created by Ravenclaw and Slytherin as a private space where they could fully express their draconic natures away from the rest of the school. When they left Hogwarts, they sealed it to respond only to future dragon pairs. "And now it's ours," Harry said, feeling the ancient magic recognizing him, welcoming him as rightful heir. Just as they intended. Between them, the pool's surface began to ripple without any physical disturbance, the liquid within, neither fully water nor any other identifiable substance, responding to their combined presence. The crystal suspended above it glowed more intensely, projecting patterns of light and shadow onto the chamber's domed ceiling. The seeing pool, Hermione identified, having researched the chamber's features extensively. It can show past, present, and possible futures, though the future visions require careful interpretation. "Show us Voldemort," Harry commanded, his voice resonating with subtle draconic power. The pool's surface swirled, colors shifting until an image formed, a decrepit manor house on a hillside, surrounded by overgrown grounds. The vision zoomed closer, through walls and doors, revealing a darkened room where a small, malformed creature sat in a large chair before a fireplace. Beside it stood Peter Pettigrew, his rat-like features unmistakable despite the magical disguise he'd worn for years while hiding as the Weasleys' pet. "This is happening now," Hermione confirmed, her golden eyes reflecting the pool's illumination. "They're at Riddle Manor in Little Hangleton, just as our intelligence suggested." The image showed Pettigrew attending to the creature, which Harry recognized as Voldemort's temporary form, a magical homunculus created to house his fractured soul until a proper resurrection could be performed. A large snake slithered around the chair's legs, occasionally rising to receive what appeared to be instructions from its master. "He's weakening," Harry observed, noting subtle details in the homunculus's movements. "The temporary form is deteriorating faster than he anticipated." "Which means he'll accelerate his plans," Hermione concluded. "He can't wait until the tournament's third task as originally intended." The pool shifted again, showing a different scene. Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Moody, examining the goblet of fire in a secluded room, practicing complex spells around it. "He's preparing to tamper with the goblet," Harry noted. "To ensure I'm selected despite being underage." "They don't realize we're aware of their plan," Hermione said, satisfaction evident in her tone. "That gives us the advantage." Harry leaned forward, addressing the pool directly. "Show us the optimal moment for our countermeasure." The liquid swirled more vigorously, images flickering rapidly as the ancient magic calculated probabilities and examined possible futures. Finally, it stabilized on a scene of the Hogwarts grounds covered in light snow, a massive arena constructed near the Forbidden Forest's edge, crowds gathered in spectator stands. "The first task," Hermione identified. "Late November. Earlier than we anticipated," Harry noted. "But manageable. We'll need to accelerate our preparations." The pool showed one final image, Harry and Hermione standing together in the forest clearing where they had first established their telepathic bond, surrounded by a magical circle inscribed with runes of power. Their forms in this vision were more dramatically transformed than their current state, scales covering larger portions of their bodies, their magical auras visibly stronger. "The bonding ritual," Hermione said softly. "The pool is showing us that we need to complete it before confronting Voldemort." Harry studied the vision carefully. "Not the full bonding, we're still too young for that. But the intermediate ritual, the one described in Slytherin's journal. It would stabilize our transformations at the next level." The implications hung between them. The intermediate bonding ritual would significantly advance their draconic transformation, bringing them closer to full dragon form, enhancing their magical abilities, strengthening their telepathic connection. It would also make their changed nature impossible to conceal or disguise, committing them irreversibly to their path as Shadow-Dragon and Golden Queen. "The next full moon is in 2 weeks," Hermione calculated. "That gives us time to prepare the ritual space and gather the necessary components." Harry nodded agreement, the shadows around his throne deepening with his resolve. Then we proceed as planned, but accelerated. Ritual at the full moon, then preparation for Voldemort's attempt during the first task. As the pool's surface calmed, returning to its neutral state, Harry and Hermione rose from their thrones. They spent the next several hours exploring the sanctum together, Hermione showing Harry the various resources she had discovered during the previous year, ancient texts on draconic magic, artifacts left by Ravenclaw and Slytherin for their successors, training facilities designed specifically for their unique abilities. The sanctum will be our primary base within Hogwarts, Harry decided as they prepared to return to Gryffindor Tower before dawn. We'll maintain the appearance of normal students attending classes, but our real work will happen here. Hermione nodded agreement. I've established a pattern of studying independently that gives me cover for disappearing for hours. You'll need to create similar expectations. Quidditch, Harry suggested after a moment's thought. Seeking alone requires isolated practice time that no one would question. And given my reflexes and eyesight, I should easily make the team despite being a first year. Hermione smiled appreciatively at the strategic thinking. Perfect. It gives you a normal student activity while providing cover for absences. As they ascended the spiral staircase back toward the main castle, Harry reached for Hermione's hand. Their fingers intertwined naturally, shadow and light magic pulsing in harmonic resonance where they touched. It's good to be physically together again, he said quietly. The telepathic bond helped during our separation, but it's not the same, she finished, squeezing his hand gently. I've missed this too. For a moment, they were simply two young people reconnecting after a long separation, the weight of their extraordinary destiny temporarily lightened by the simple pleasure of each other's company. Then, with matched determination, they continued upward to face the first day of what promised to be a momentous year at Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore's office was exactly as Harry had imagined it from Hermione's descriptions, circular, filled with whirring silver instruments, portraits of former headmasters lining the walls, and Fawkes the Phoenix perched majestically beside the large desk. The headmaster himself sat waiting, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles as Harry and Hermione entered. Ah, right on time. Please, sit down, Dumbledore gestured to two comfortable chairs arranged before his desk. I trust your first day of classes has been illuminating, Mr. Potter. Harry took the offered seat, noting how it had been subtly modified to accommodate his partially transformed physiology, evidence of Dumbledore's careful attention to detail. Illuminating in several ways, Headmaster, he responded diplomatically. Professor Flitwick seems particularly well informed about draconic magic. His charms lesson incorporated several theories directly applicable to my particular magical expression. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled appreciatively. Professor Flitwick has goblin ancestry, as you may know. Goblins have traditionally maintained better records about magical beings than the Ministry chooses to acknowledge. And Professor McGonagall assigned me independent transfiguration exercises after determining I'd already mastered the first-year curriculum, Harry continued. Her adaptability is commendable. Your professors were briefed on your likely advancement, Dumbledore acknowledged. Miss Granger's performance last year provided a useful benchmark. He steepled his fingers thoughtfully. Which brings me to the purpose of our meeting today. After observing Miss Granger's educational needs this past year, it became apparent that standard Hogwarts curriculum would be insufficient for both of you in certain areas. Hermione leaned forward slightly. You're proposing alternative educational arrangements. Indeed. Dumbledore smiled appreciatively at her directness. While you will both attend regular classes to maintain normal student integration, I propose supplementary instruction in areas particularly relevant to your unique magical development. Advanced independent study projects, specialized training with professors who have expertise in complementary magical disciplines, and, his eyes twinkled slightly, unrestricted access to certain castle resources typically unavailable to students. Harry and Hermione exchanged a brief glance, their mental link allowing silent communication. They had anticipated this offer but needed to establish certain boundaries. We appreciate your accommodating approach, Headmaster, Harry responded carefully. Specialized instruction would indeed be valuable. However, we would need assurances regarding our autonomy in certain matters. Specifically, Hermione elaborated, we require privacy for our draconic development practices, freedom to access our ancestral spaces within Hogwarts, and respect for the bond that exists between us, including its eventual formalization through traditional rituals. Dumbledore studied them both for a long moment, his expression thoughtful rather than offended by their conditions. You speak of the bonding rituals described in Slytherin's private journals, I presume. Rituals typically performed as dragon pairs approach magical maturity. Yes, Harry confirmed, impressed despite himself by Dumbledore's knowledge. Though our accelerated development may necessitate earlier performance of certain preliminary rituals. The headmaster nodded slowly. Hogwarts was founded partly to provide safe harbor for magical beings during their formative years. That certainly includes accommodating necessary magical rituals for those of draconic heritage. He leaned forward slightly. I ask only that you inform me before performing significant magical workings that might impact the castle or its wards. Not for permission, you understand, but for coordination and safety. That's reasonable, Hermione acknowledged after a brief mental consultation with Harry. We had planned to maintain open communication regarding major magical events. Excellent. Dumbledore smiled, the tension in the room easing slightly. Now, regarding the Triwizard Tournament, you're concerned about Voldemort's interest in it, Harry interrupted calmly, causing Dumbledore's eyebrows to rise slightly. Specifically, the plan to use the tournament to capture me for a resurrection ritual. A momentary silence filled the office as Dumbledore reassessed the two young people before him. You are, remarkably well informed, he said finally. May I ask how you came by this intelligence? We have our resources, Harry replied diplomatically. Just as you have yours. The important question is how we proceed with this knowledge. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. I had intended to prevent your involvement in the tournament entirely, perhaps by establishing age restrictions that would disqualify you regardless of any magical tampering. That would simply delay their attempt, Hermione pointed out. And potentially drive them toward more desperate measures outside a controlled environment. You prefer to allow their plan to proceed, Dumbledore deduced, studying them with new intensity. To use it as an opportunity to confront Voldemort directly. Harry nodded once, shadows briefly darkening around him. On our terms, in a situation we've prepared for, rather than reacting defensively to whatever alternative he develops. Dumbledore leaned back, his expression grave. You are both extraordinarily gifted, but Voldemort is a formidable enemy with decades of magical experience and knowledge of the darkest arts. With respect, Headmaster, Hermione said gently, you're thinking in terms of conventional magical confrontation. Our approach will be, considerably different. A significant look passed between the dragon pair and the old wizard, a silent acknowledgement that their magical capabilities operated outside traditional wizarding paradigms. After a moment, Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. I have lived long enough to recognize when younger minds may perceive paths invisible to my experience, he said with surprising humility. If you are willing to share your strategy, I am willing to consider supporting it rather than imposing my own. This openness, this willingness to treat them as capable allies rather than children to be protected, confirmed what they had hoped about Dumbledore's approach. Harry nodded appreciatively before outlining their plan in broad strokes, omitting certain critical details but providing enough information to demonstrate its viability. By the time they finished, Dumbledore was regarding them with a complex mixture of concern, admiration, and something that might have been wistfulness. It is unorthodox, but potentially effective, he acknowledged finally. And it addresses certain magical vulnerabilities I hadn't fully considered. He fixed them with a penetrating gaze. However, it relies heavily on magical abilities I cannot fully evaluate. Your draconic powers are largely undocumented in contemporary magical literature. Which is precisely why Voldemort won't be prepared for them, Harry pointed out. His knowledge, while extensive, is limited to what magical texts and dark rituals have preserved. The true nature of shadow dragon magic has been intentionally obscured for centuries. A fair point, Dumbledore conceded. Very well. I will support your approach, with certain provisions for contingencies should matters not proceed as anticipated. His expression grew more serious. But I must insist on one condition, that you accept backup from the Order of the Phoenix position discreetly during the confrontation. Harry and Hermione exchanged another telepathic consultation before Hermione responded. That's acceptable, provided they remain at a safe distance and intervene only if signaled. Shadow dragon magic can be unpredictable around unfamiliar wizards. Agreed, Dumbledore said with evident relief. Now, regarding your more immediate academic arrangements. The meeting continued for another hour, establishing parameters for their unusual educational situation at Hogwarts. By its conclusion, a working relationship had been established, not one of complete trust, perhaps, but of mutual respect and pragmatic cooperation. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore made one final observation. You know, in all my years at Hogwarts, I have never seen the castle itself respond to students as it does to you both. The stairs rearrange themselves to create optimal paths for your movement. The room of requirement appeared for Miss Granger last year without her needing to pace before it. Even the ghosts defer to your presence in unusual ways. Hogwarts recognizes its own, Harry replied simply. We are connected to its original magic through our bloodlines. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. A reminder that the castle has always been more than mere stone and mortar, it is perhaps the greatest magical artifact in Britain, with wisdom and memory beyond any individual wizard's understanding. His blue eyes twinkled once more. I sometimes fancy it has merely tolerated my headmastership all these years, while waiting for more interesting occupants. The subtle acknowledgement, that Hogwarts itself might ultimately answer to them rather than the current administration, was not lost on either Harry or Hermione. They departed the headmaster's office with a deeper appreciation for Dumbledore's perceptiveness and adaptability, qualities that would make him a valuable ally in the challenges ahead. The 2 weeks following Harry's arrival at Hogwarts established patterns that would define their public presence at the school. They attended classes regularly, participated in house activities, and maintained cordial if somewhat reserved relationships with their peers. Harry, as planned, secured a position as Gryffindor Seeker after a spectacular tryout that left even the most skeptical upper years convinced of his abilities. Publicly, they appeared to be extraordinarily talented students with unusual magical characteristics, gradually accepted by the Hogwarts population as their controlled displays of draconic abilities became more familiar. Shadow manipulation for Harry and light constructs for Hermione became almost commonplace sights in the Gryffindor common room, demonstrated just often enough to satisfy curiosity without revealing their true extent. Privately, they spent every available moment preparing for both the upcoming bonding ritual and the eventual confrontation with Voldemort. The Founder's Sanctum became their true base of operations, where they could practice their most advanced abilities without observation or limitation. On the night of the full moon in late September, they slipped away from the castle after curfew, shadowwalking directly to a prepared clearing in the Forbidden Forest. Unlike their first binding ritual at Stonehenge years earlier, this intermediate bonding wouldn't draw upon external magical nodes but would focus instead on strengthening and stabilizing the connection that already existed between them. The clearing had been carefully prepared over several nights. Ancient runes carved into standing stones formed a perfect circle, with symbols of shadow and light alternating around its circumference. At the center stood an altar of black and white marble, upon which rested items representing the 4 classical elements, a bowl of water from the Black Lake, a burning brazier, a silver bell to represent air, and a crystal bowl containing earth from the Hogwarts grounds. Harry and Hermione entered the circle from opposite sides, each wearing ceremonial robes specially designed for the ritual. Harry's were deepest black, absorbing light rather than merely blocking it, while Hermione's gleamed with a subtle golden radiance that illuminated her path through the darkness. They met at the central altar, where moonlight filtered through the canopy to illuminate their faces. Both had abandoned any magical concealment of their draconic features for this sacred space, appearing as they truly were, hairy with black scales covering his forearms and neck, eyes fully reptilian, shadows moving around him like living extensions of his will, Hermione with golden scales framing her face and extending down her throat, her eyes purely gold from edge to edge, light emanating from her skin in gentle pulses. "The moon reaches zenith in 3 minutes, Hermione said softly, her voice carrying a melodic quality it assumed only in moments of strong magical connection. Harry nodded, extending his hands palm upward on the altar. Hermione placed her hands atop his, their fingers intertwining naturally. Where shadow and light magic met, that now familiar resonance occurred, energies neither cancelling nor overwhelming each other, but harmonizing into something greater than either alone. "We begin as we are," Harry recited, the ritual words coming naturally from memory, separate yet connected, shadow and light divided yet one. "We continue as we shall be," Hermione responded, bound by choice and magic, complementary forces in perfect balance. Together, they spoke the next lines: "What nature began, we strengthen by will. What magic awakened, we stabilize by bond. Shadow-Dragon and Golden Queen, advancing together toward completion." As the final words left their lips, the moonlight intensified, focusing through some unseen lens to illuminate only the altar and their joined hands. The ritual elements activated simultaneously, water rippling without physical disturbance, flames changing color from orange to alternating black and gold, the silver bell ringing without being touched, earth in the crystal bowl shifting to reveal buried gemstones of onyx and citron. Power built around them, drawing partly from the forest's ancient magic but primarily from their own developing draconic natures. Unlike their first binding at Stonehenge, which had required external magical nodes to catalyze their transformation, this ritual channeled their already awakened powers, directing them toward the next stage of development. "Shadow embraces," Harry intoned, his voice deepening as the transformation accelerated within him. "Light illuminates," Hermione responded, her voice taking on harmonics beyond normal human range. "Together we walk between worlds," they said in unison, neither fully of one realm nor another, but masters of the boundaries between. The magical energies surged, creating a vortex of shadow and light that enveloped them both. Within this magical maelstrom, their bodies began to change more rapidly than ever before. Harry's scales spread further across his torso and face, hardening into true draconic armor rather than the more flexible covering they had been. His spine elongated slightly, shoulder blades shifting to accommodate the nascent wing structures that had been developing for years. Hermione underwent parallel changes, golden scales extending across her cheekbones and down her arms in elegant patterns, her hair transforming further into something between traditional human hair and finer, crystalline filaments that captured and refracted light. Her fingers elongated slightly, nails hardening into golden claws delicate enough for precise manipulation but strong enough to cut stone if necessary. Most significantly, both experienced internal changes, magical pathways realigning to handle greater power flow, senses sharpening beyond human limitations, minds expanding to accommodate new forms of awareness that transcended ordinary perception. The vortex continued building, feeding on their transformation and simultaneously accelerating it, until the magic reached a crescendo that sent waves of power rippling outward through the forest. Trees swayed without wind, magical creatures paused in sudden awareness, and somewhere in the castle, sensitive magical instruments began recording an unprecedented surge of harmonic energies. Then, as suddenly as it had peaked, the magical storm subsided, leaving Harry and Hermione standing at the altar, still connected through their joined hands but fundamentally changed. They were no longer children with draconic aspects, but young dragons maintaining partially human form, a crucial distinction in magical terms. "It's done," Hermione breathed, her golden eyes wide with wonder as she absorbed the changes in herself and Harry. "The intermediate bonding is complete." Harry nodded, feeling the new stability in his transformation. The constant effort of maintaining balance between his human and draconic aspects had vanished, replaced by a natural equilibrium that required no conscious control. "How do you feel?" he asked, scanning her with newly enhanced senses that could detect subtle magical and physical changes. "More integrated," she replied thoughtfully. "As if parts of me that were separate have finally aligned properly." She flexed her fingers, golden light dancing between them with unprecedented control. My magic feels more responsive, more intuitive. Harry experienced the same sensation, shadow magic responding to his will without the previous distinction between conscious command and magical execution. He extended his awareness outward experimentally and found he could perceive far beyond the clearing, sensing magical signatures throughout the forbidden forest with remarkable clarity. Our telepathic link has strengthened too, he noted, feeling the connection between them operating at a deeper level than before. More like shared consciousness than communication. Hermione nodded, experiencing the same enhancement. This will significantly improve our coordination during the confrontation with Voldemort. They examined each other more thoroughly, cataloging the visible changes the ritual had produced. Both would need to adjust their public appearance charms to accommodate their more dramatically draconic features, though they had already established sufficient precedent at Hogwarts that gradual development of their draconic aspects wouldn't seem suspicious. We should return to the castle, Hermione suggested after they had completed their assessment. The magical surge will have been detected, and we should be in our dormitories before anyone comes to investigate. Harry agreed, gathering shadows around them both. Shadow walking had become effortless for him now, the boundaries between realms thin and permeable to his enhanced perception. With a thought, he opened a portal directly to the Founder's sanctum, where they could clean up and change before returning to Gryffindor Tower. As they stepped through the shadow portal, neither noticed the single figure watching from the forest's edge, Alastor Moody, or rather Barty Crouch Jr. disguised as Moody, his magical eye penetrating the darkness to observe the ritual's completion. Remarkable, he whispered to himself, a twisted smile forming beneath his disguise. The Master will be most interested to learn how far their transformation has progressed. He turned away, limping back toward the castle with new intelligence that would soon reach Voldemort, intelligence that would accelerate plans already in motion, bringing the inevitable confrontation closer than anyone anticipated. October brought the arrival of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students for the Triwizard Tournament, adding new dynamics to Hogwarts' already unusual year. The foreign visitors reacted to Harry and Hermione with varying degrees of fascination, caution, and in a few notable cases, recognition of their true nature. The Vila students from Beauxbatons sense our non-human aspects, Hermione observed during dinner the evening after the delegations arrived. They've been watching us since they entered the hall. Harry nodded slightly, having noticed the same attention from several silver-haired Beauxbatons girls. Magical beings recognize each other. It's instinctual. This recognition extended to Victor Crumb, Durmstrang's champion and international Quidditch star, who approached them directly during the feast with a formal bow that acknowledged their status in magical being hierarchy. My grandmother told stories of dragon pairs, he said in his thick accent, eyes showing respect rather than the usual wariness they receive from wizards. In Bulgaria, they are remembered with honor as protectors during dark times. The interaction established a quiet alliance that would prove valuable in coming weeks, as Crumb began joining them occasionally in the library, sharing magical lore from Eastern Europe that had been lost or suppressed in British wizarding education. Meanwhile, preparations for the tournament proceeded rapidly. The Goblet of Fire was installed in the entrance hall, surrounded by an age line to prevent underage students from entering. Harry and Hermione observed these developments with careful attention, knowing Crouch Jr. would attempt to enter Harry's name despite the precautions. On Halloween night, as expected, the champions were selected, Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons, Victor Crumb for Durmstrang, and Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. Then, moments after Dumbledore concluded his congratulatory remarks, the goblet flared once more, ejecting a fourth piece of parchment. Harry Potter, Dumbledore read, his voice carefully neutral despite the shock rippling through the great hall. All eyes turned to Harry, who sat at the Gryffindor table beside Hermione, his expression revealing nothing but calm acceptance. This moment had been anticipated, prepared for, incorporated into their strategy. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore called again, following the script they had established during private meetings. Please join the other champions. Harry rose gracefully, shadows subtly darkening around him as he walked forward. The whispers that followed contained equal parts suspicion and fascination. had the famous Shadow-Dragon somehow circumvented Dumbledore's age line? Was this further evidence of his extraordinary magical abilities? In the small chamber off the Great Hall, the other champions turned as Harry entered, their reactions varying from Fleur's immediate recognition of another magical being to Cedric's confused concern. "What is it?" Fleur asked in her accented English. "Do they want us back in the hall?" Before Harry could respond, the door burst open again as tournament officials and Hogwarts professors crowded in, expressions ranging from confusion to outrage. "Extraordinary!" Ludo Bagman exclaimed, reaching Harry first. "Absolutely extraordinary. Gentlemen, lady," he added, nodding toward Fleur. "May I introduce, incredible though it may seem, the fourth Triwizard champion." The expected protests erupted immediately, from Madame Maxime and Karkaroff about unfair representation, from various professors about the age restriction, from Percy Weasley, standing in for Mr. Crouch, about tournament rules and regulations. Throughout the commotion, Harry remained silent, observing the reactions with particular attention to Moody, who was performing his role perfectly, suggesting someone might have entered Harry's name to put him in danger, while actually being the very person who had done so. When directly questioned about whether he had put his name in the goblet, Harry responded with deliberate ambiguity. "The Goblet of Fire represents a binding magical contract," he stated, his slightly inhuman voice cutting through the arguments. "As it has selected me, I am obligated to compete regardless of how my name was entered." This pragmatic acceptance, coupled with Dumbledore's carefully rehearsed reluctance followed by eventual acquiescence, established exactly what they had planned. Harry would participate in the tournament, seemingly trapped by magical contract into Voldemort's scheme while actually advancing his own counter-strategy. Later that night, after extensive discussions with officials and professors, Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower to find Hermione waiting in the common room, which had emptied of other students either by coincidence or, more likely, her subtle influence. "Everything proceeded as expected?" she asked, though their telepathic link had already provided her most of the details. Harry nodded, settling beside her on the sofa. "Crouch Jr. played his part perfectly, never suspecting we've identified him. Dumbledore maintained appropriate concern while ultimately acknowledging the binding contract. The other champions reacted exactly as we anticipated." "And the reaction here?" Hermione gestured toward the dormitories above. "Mixed," Harry replied. "Some excitement that Gryffindor has a champion, even an unconventional one. Some resentment about how I supposedly circumvented the age line. Mostly curiosity about whether my dragon powers will give me an unfair advantage." Hermione smiled slightly. If they only knew. The double meaning was clear. The other students couldn't begin to comprehend either the true extent of their abilities or the real purpose behind Harry's participation in the tournament. What appeared to be a competition for eternal glory was actually the bait in a carefully laid trap for the Dark Lord himself. "We should accelerate the final preparations," Harry said, his expression growing more serious. "Crouch will inform Voldemort tonight that I've been successfully entered. They'll likely move the resurrection attempt to the first task rather than waiting for the third as originally planned." Hermione nodded, having reached the same conclusion. "I've already adjusted our timeline accordingly. The specialized wards are nearly complete, and I've finished the runic arrays for the containment protocol." They discussed technical details for another hour, refining strategies and contingencies for the approaching confrontation. Finally, as the common room fire burned low, Hermione reached for Harry's hand, her expression softening from tactical to personal. "Are you concerned?" she asked quietly. "About facing him directly?" Harry considered the question seriously, their bond allowing complete honesty between them. "Not about my physical safety," he answered finally. "Our preparations are sound, and our abilities are beyond what he can anticipate. But he killed your parents," Hermione completed, understanding immediately. "This will be your first direct encounter with their murderer." Harry nodded, shadows unconsciously deepening around them both. "I've prepared tactically, magically, even psychologically. But there's an emotional component that can't be fully anticipated until the moment arrives." Hermione squeezed his hand gently, golden light briefly illuminating their joined fingers. "That's why we're bonded," she reminded him. "Whatever emotional impact occurs, you won't face it alone. I'll be connected to you throughout, balancing whatever arises." The reminder settled something in Harry, reinforcing what the bonding ritual had established at an even deeper level. They were truly complementary halves of a greater whole, each supporting the other's potential weaknesses while enhancing their strengths. 2 more weeks, he said with renewed determination. Then Voldemort will learn exactly what it means to face a fully awakened Shadow Dragon and his Golden Queen. The morning of the first task dawned cold and clear, a light dusting of snow covering the Hogwarts grounds. Students buzzed with excitement about the coming challenge, which remained a closely guarded secret despite numerous attempts to discover its nature. Only the champions themselves had been officially informed the previous day. They would face dragons. For Harry and Hermione, this revelation had prompted wry amusement rather than the terror it had induced in the other champions. Facing a dragon held different implications for those with draconic nature themselves, less a deadly threat than a complex magical interaction requiring appropriate respect and approach. "The Hungarian horntail they've assigned you has been agitated since yesterday," Hermione reported as they prepared in the Founder's sanctum early that morning. "The dragon handlers are attributing it to maternal instincts around her eggs, but it's more likely she senses your approaching presence." Harry nodded, completing the final adjustments to his tournament robes, which had been specially designed to accommodate partial transformation if necessary. "How are the containment preparations?" "Complete," Hermione confirmed, checking a complex magical diagram hovering above the seeing pool. "Dumbledore has positioned Order members as discussed, and I've established the anchor points for the runic array around the arena. Once activated, it will prevent outside interference while containing whatever magical discharge occurs during the confrontation." The plan they had developed over months of preparation was elegantly straightforward in concept, though magically complex in execution. Harry would use the tournament task as expected, allowing Voldemort's agent to capture him during the supposed dragon challenge. However, rather than being taken unaware to a resurrection ritual, Harry would actually be drawing Voldemort's essence into a prepared battleground of his choosing, one specially warded to contain draconic magic and prevent collateral damage to Hogwarts and its occupants. "Sirius is in position?" Harry asked, referring to his godfather's critical role in the day's events. Hermione nodded, her golden eyes reflecting the sanctum's magical illumination. "Disillusioned among the spectators with emergency port keys for each champion in case our containment has unforeseen complications." They continued reviewing final details until it was time to depart for the champion's tent. Before leaving the sanctum, they performed one last ritual, a brief magical alignment where they synchronized their energies for optimal telepathic connection during the coming confrontation. Standing face to face, hands joined between them, they allowed their magical auras to manifest visibly, Harry's a deep, swirling darkness that absorbed light, Hermione's a golden radiance that illuminated the chamber. Where the energies met, they merged into that perfect balance that characterized their bond, neither dominating the other but creating something greater than either alone. "Shadow and light," they spoke in unison, separate yet one. The ritual complete, Harry leaned forward to rest his forehead against Hermione's, a gesture of connection that had become natural over their years together. No words were necessary, their bond conveyed everything that needed to be expressed between them. Then, with matched determination, they departed the sanctum, Harry to the champion's tent, Hermione to her position among the spectators, where she would monitor and maintain the complex magical safeguards they had established. The tournament arena had been constructed at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a massive oval stadium with tiered seating surrounding a rocky enclosure designed to simulate a dragon's natural habitat. By the time Harry reached the champion's tent, the stands were already filling with excited students and faculty. Inside the tent, the other champions paced nervously or sat in tense silence. Cedric offered a tight smile as Harry entered, while Fleur gave him a measuring look that suggested she sensed something unusual about his demeanor. Crumb simply nodded respectfully, having developed a better understanding of Harry's nature through their library conversations. Ludo Bagman bounced in shortly afterward, explaining the task officially and offering the champions a small bag from which to draw miniature models of the dragons they would face, complete with numbers indicating their order. As expected, Harry drew the Hungarian Horntail with the number 4, he would go last, giving Crouch Jr. maximal opportunity to implement whatever method he'd planned for Harry's capture. As the first champion, Cedric, was called to face his dragon, Harry settled into a quiet corner of the tent, closing his eyes in apparent meditation. In reality, he was extending his magical senses throughout the arena, mapping the positions of key individuals: Dumbledore in the judge's box, Moody stationed near the medical tent, Hermione in the spectator stands precisely where they'd planned, Sirius disillusioned nearby. More importantly, he was sensing the magical signatures of the wards and boundaries established for the task, identifying the weak points Crouch would likely exploit. One area in particular, near the forest edge, showed signs of magical tampering, subtle enough to evade standard detection but clearly visible to Harry's enhanced perception. Found it, he communicated to Hermione through their link. Northwestern perimeter, behind the rocky outcropping. Disguised as a standard medical evacuation point but connected to a displacement ward. Confirmed, came Hermione's response. I've adjusted our containment array to incorporate it rather than neutralize it. When activated, it will redirect to our prepared location rather than wherever Crouch intended. Their silent communication continued as the task progressed. One by one, the other champions faced their dragons with varying degrees of success, Cedric transfiguring a rock into a dog to distract his Swedish shortsnout, Fleur using a form of hypnotic enchantment on her Welsh green, Crumb hitting his Chinese fireball with a conjunctivitis curse that, unfortunately, caused the dragon to stumble and crush some of her real eggs. Finally, it was Harry's turn. He walked into the arena amid a strange hush from the crowd, the usual cheers muted by uncertainty about how the Shadow-Dragon Progenitor would approach a confrontation with an actual dragon. The Hungarian Horntail crouched at the far end of the enclosure, massive and imposing, her spiked tail sweeping agitated arcs behind her as she guarded her clutch of eggs, including the golden one Harry was officially tasked with retrieving. The moment he entered her line of sight, her behavior changed, head lifting in sudden alertness, nostrils flaring as she caught his scent. She recognizes your draconic nature, Hermione observed through their link. She's confused rather than immediately hostile. Harry nodded slightly, beginning his approach with deliberate, respectful movements. Rather than drawing his wand, he extended his awareness toward the Horntail, establishing a magical connection that ordinary wizards couldn't achieve with dragons, a recognition between draconic beings. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Harry raised his hands, palms forward in a gesture of peaceful intent. The Horntail tilted her massive head, studying him with intelligent eyes that recognized something familiar yet different in the small human-shaped creature before her. Then Harry did something that caused gasps to ripple through the audience. He began to speak in Parseltongue, the serpentine language that shared certain root structures with draconic communication. While not perfect dragon speech, it was close enough for basic understanding. "Greetings, Ancient One," he hissed, the sound carrying clearly across the suddenly silent arena. "I come with respect, not challenge." The Horntail rumbled deep in her chest, a sound halfway between threat and curiosity. Her spiked tail stilled its agitated sweeping, though she remained protectively positioned before her eggs. "You smell of Shadow Dragon," she responded in her own version of the reptilian language. "Yet wear human shape. What deception is this?" "No deception," Harry assured her, continuing his careful approach. "I am Dragonkind Awakening. These humans," he gestured toward the stands, "have brought you here as a test of my worthiness." The explanation seemed to satisfy the Horntail, who settled more comfortably onto her haunches, though her eyes remained warily fixed on Harry. "They placed a false egg among my clutch," she complained, indicating the golden egg with a tilt of her massive head. "Yes. I am tasked with retrieving it without harming your true eggs," Harry explained. "With your permission, I will approach and remove only the false one." The crowd watched in amazement as Harry continued conversing with the dragon, slowly approaching the nest without any of the defensive or offensive magic the other champions had employed. Commentary from Ludo Bagman had fallen silent, the announcer apparently too stunned by this unprecedented approach to provide his usual colorful narration. In the judge's box, Dumbledore watched with twinkling eyes, while other officials exchanged bewildered glances. Near the medical tent, Moody observed with intense focus, magical eye whirring as he tracked Harry's movements, hand positioned near a concealed portkey activation device. "Crouch is preparing to act," Hermione warned through their link. "He'll wait until you're at maximum distance from the spectator stands, near the tampered ward boundary." "Perfect," Harry responded, continuing his measured approach to the Horntail's nest. "Containment wards ready. Active and synchronized. The moment his portkey activates, our redirection will engage." Harry reached the clutch of eggs, still maintaining respectful eye contact with the Horntail, who watched him carefully but without aggression. With deliberate movements, he reached for the golden egg, lifted it gently, and bowed to the Dragon Mother. "My thanks for your understanding, Ancient One," he hissed. "May your hatchlings grow strong." The Horntail rumbled what might have been acknowledgement, settling more protectively around her remaining eggs as Harry turned to walk back toward the exit. His path deliberately took him near the northwestern boundary, where the tampered ward pulsed subtly in his magical awareness. As he passed the rocky outcropping that shielded this section from direct view of the main stands, Harry sensed the sudden magical surge of an activating portkey spell. Rather than attempting to avoid it, he smoothly pivoted to face the direction of the attack, shadows gathering around him protectively. "Now, Moody," came a desperate shout from behind the rocks, a voice Harry recognized as belonging to a Durmstrang student who had been helping Crouch implement the plan. The disguised Death Eater emerged from his position, magical eye focused on Harry, a twisted smile visible beneath his magical disguise. "Got you, Potter," he growled, activating the displacement ward with a complex wand movement. Magic surged around Harry, the familiar pull of portkey transportation seizing him, but altered, redirected by Hermione's carefully crafted counterspell. Instead of traveling to Voldemort's prepared resurrection site, Harry found himself exactly where he intended to be, a warded clearing deep in the Forbidden Forest, specially prepared for the confrontation to come. The golden egg fell from his grasp, transforming as it hit the ground, not a tournament clue at all, but a disguised magical container. It cracked open, releasing a swirling dark mist that coalesced rapidly into a small, malformed creature, Voldemort's homunculus form, accompanied by a large snake and, moments later, the disoriented figure of Peter Pettigrew, who had been waiting at the original destination to perform the resurrection ritual. "What, where?" Pettigrew stammered, looking around in confusion at surroundings entirely different from the graveyard he had prepared. "This isn't." "Silence, fool," the homunculus hissed, its high, cold voice incongruous coming from such a small form. Red eyes fixed on Harry, who stood calmly at the center of the clearing, shadows swirling gently around him. "So, the famous Shadow Dragon has decided to face me directly. How unexpected." Harry inclined his head slightly, his draconic eyes reflecting no fear, only focused intent. "Tom Riddle. You've been seeking me for some time. Here I am." The use of his birth name caused the homunculus to writhe in fury. "You dare. I am Lord Voldemort, greatest sorcerer in the world, heir of Slytherin." "Half-heir at best," Harry corrected calmly. "And not of the Draconic bloodline." He gestured around the clearing. "You intended to use my blood for your resurrection, specifically, the blood of a shadow dragon to enhance your returned form. Instead, you find yourself in my territory, without your Death Eaters, without your carefully prepared ritual components." Fury contorted the homunculus's features, but calculation quickly replaced it. "Barty," it called sharply. "The backup plan." From the edge of the clearing, Crouch Jr. emerged, having followed the redirected portkey trail, still disguised as Moody but with the magical eye removed, revealing his true gaze beneath. "Yes, my lord," he responded, drawing his wand with fanatical devotion. "Begin the simplified ritual," Voldemort commanded. "We may lack the prepared site, but we have the essential components, the servant's flesh, the enemy's blood." My father's bone can be substituted with the dragon heartstring we extracted in Albania. Pettigrew scrambled to obey, withdrawing various components from his robes, while Crouch maintained his wand trained on Harry, who made no move to attack or escape. You seem unconcerned, Potter, Voldemort observed, red eyes narrowed with suspicion. Either remarkably foolish or prepared, Harry finished for him. As you should have expected from a true draconic descendant. On this cue, the clearing's perimeter suddenly illuminated with golden light as Hermione activated the containment wards from her position just beyond the tree-line. Runic arrays carved into surrounding trees glowed with power, establishing a perfect magical barrier. Nothing could enter or exit until the confrontation was resolved. At the same moment, Harry allowed his partial transformation to progress further than he had publicly revealed before. Shadows engulfed him momentarily, and when they receded, his appearance had changed dramatically. Scales now covered most of his visible skin, his features more reptilian, nascent wing structures extending from his shoulder blades, hands tipped with obsidian claws. You are not the only one who planned for this encounter, Tom, Harry said, his voice deeper, resonating with draconic power. The difference is that I anticipated your moves correctly, while you fundamentally misunderstood what you were facing. Voldemort's homunculus hissed in rage and fear as it recognized the transformation. Kill him, he shrieked to his servants. Take his blood before the full dragon change makes it incompatible. Crouch and Pettigrew attacked simultaneously, the former with precise, powerful curses befitting his training, the latter with desperate, frantic spellwork. Their magic splashed harmlessly against the shadow barrier Harry had erected around himself without even a gesture, darkness absorbing and nullifying their attacks. Perhaps I wasn't clear, Harry said, shadows deepening around him. You are in my territory now. Conventional magic follows different rules here. With a flick of his clawed hand, Harry sent a wave of shadow energy toward Pettigrew, engulfing the rat-like man completely. When the darkness receded, Pettigrew stood frozen in magical stasis, unable to move or cast further spells. Crouch proved more challenging, his fanatical dedication to Voldemort fueling increasingly dark magic, curses that would have bypassed ordinary magical shields. But Harry's shadow defenses weren't ordinary, they operated on principles beyond standard magical theory, shifting spells sideways into the shadow realm rather than blocking them directly. Growing desperate, Crouch aimed his wand not at Harry but at the homunculus itself. Forgive me, Master. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse struck the malformed creature, but instead of destroying it, the spell triggered a contingency mechanism within the magically constructed form. The homunculus burst open, releasing a wraith-like essence, Voldemort's disembodied spirit, now forced from its temporary vessel. The wraith howled with rage and pain, swirling through the clearing like a malevolent wind. You think this stops me, Potter? Its voice echoed, no longer constrained by physical limitations. I cannot die. I have gone further than any wizard toward immortality. Your Horcruxes, you mean? Harry responded calmly, causing the wraith to pause in shock. Yes, we know about those too. In fact, they've been a particular focus of our research these past years. The wraith swooped toward Harry, attempting to possess him directly, a desperate gambit to seize control of his powerful draconic form. But the moment it contacted Harry's magical aura, it recoiled as if burned, shrieking in pain. Shadow-Dragon magic is particularly effective against soul fragments, Harry explained, shadows coiling protectively around him. Something about the fundamental nature of shadow fire, it burns magical bindings rather than physical matter. At the edge of the clearing, still hidden behind advanced disillusionment charms, Hermione activated the second phase of their plan. Golden light spread in a precise geometric pattern across the forest floor, forming a containment diagram that began to pull and concentrate Voldemort's fragmented spirit toward its center. What is this magic? The wraith howled, struggling against the inexorable pull. No wizard spell can contain Lord Voldemort's essence. Correct, Harry agreed, stepping forward as his transformation progressed further, his form growing larger, more definitively draconic. No wizard spell. But we're not using wizard magic, are we? The wraith fought frantically against the golden diagram as understanding dawned. The Golden Queen, it hissed with hatred and fear. You work in tandem. The legends were true. The legends understated the reality, Hermione replied, dropping her disillusionment to reveal herself at the clearing's edge, her own transformation as advanced as Harry's, golden scales covering much of her visible skin, eyes blazing with inner light, an aura of radiance surrounding her that seemed to burn the wraith wherever it touched. Together, Shadow-Dragon and Golden Queen began the ancient containment ritual they had discovered in the Founder's Sanctum, a working specifically designed by Ravenclaw and Slytherin to capture and neutralize fragmented souls. As they chanted in the ancient Draconic language, their magics expanded to fill the clearing, shadow and light intertwining in complex patterns, creating a three-dimensional magical construct that closed around Voldemort's essence like a cage. The wraith screamed in fury and desperation, throwing itself against the magical boundaries with decreasing strength as the ritual progressed. This changes nothing, it shrieked. My Horcruxes remain. I will return again and again. About those Horcruxes, Harry replied conversationally, never breaking the ritual's flow. The diary was destroyed 5 years ago. Shadow fire is particularly effective against soul fragments, as I mentioned. The ring was located and cleansed 3 months ago. The locket last month, with significant help from my godfather's knowledge of his brother's actions. The wraith's struggles became more frantic as Harry continued listing Horcruxes. The cup was retrieved from Gringotts through an arrangement with the goblins. They have particular respect for dragonkind and were quite helpful once they understood what was stored in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. Impossible, the wraith howled. No one knew. No one could have found them all. The diadem was perhaps the easiest, Hermione added, her golden magic pulsing in perfect counterpoint to Harry's shadows. Hogwarts itself revealed its location to us in the Room of Requirement. The snake, she nodded toward Nagini, who had been magically contained at the clearing's edge, will be cleansed momentarily. And as for the accidental Horcrux. Harry touched his scar, which had begun to bleed not red but a black ichor as their ritual progressed. That was removed during our bonding ritual 2 weeks ago. Quite painful, but necessary preparation for today's work. The wraith's struggles weakened as it comprehended the totality of its defeat, every anchor to immortality systematically located and neutralized through years of careful research and preparation. The magical construct around it contracted steadily, compressing the fragmented soul into an increasingly confined space. What are you doing to me? The wraith demanded, its voice losing its commanding power, gaining a note of fear previously absent. Consolidation before judgment, Hermione explained clinically. Dragon magic recognizes the natural order, life, death, and what lies beyond. Your fragmented existence violates that order. We're restoring the pattern. As the ritual reached its crescendo, Harry and Hermione moved to stand on opposite sides of the now compact spiritual essence that had once been Lord Voldemort. Shadow and light magic flowed from their hands in steady streams, encapsulating the wraith in a perfect sphere of balanced energies. Tom Marvolo Riddle, they intoned in unison, their voices harmonizing in ways that transcended human speech, by the authority of shadow and light, by the power of the ancient compact between dragons and the natural order, we render judgment. The sphere between them contracted suddenly, compressing Voldemort's essence to a single point of intense magical energy. From that point emanated a final, fading scream, not of rage but of something more profound, recognition, perhaps, of the fundamental natural law he had spent decades attempting to circumvent. Then, with a flash of combined shadow and light, the sphere collapsed entirely, leaving nothing but a small crystalline object hovering between Harry and Hermione's outstretched hands, a perfect diamond-like structure, black and gold swirling within its facets. Containment complete, Hermione stated, her golden eyes meeting Harry's across the clearing. Soul judgment transferred to the crystal of consequence. Harry nodded, carefully taking the crystal into his scaled hand. Within its structure, Voldemort's reconsolidated soul essence would experience the natural consequences of his actions, not as punishment, but as the inevitable result of his choices, a process that would continue until the soul learned and evolved sufficiently to move on to whatever lay beyond. With Voldemort neutralized, they turned their attention to his remaining servants. Pettigrew remained in stasis, while Crouch had been magically restrained during the ritual. Nagini, freed from the Horcrux that had partially possessed her, had settled into a quiescent coil, her natural serpent mind reasserting itself without Voldemort's influence. The containment wards are stable, Hermione reported after checking the runic arrays surrounding the clearing. We can signal the Order members now. Harry nodded, sending a pulse of shadow energy skyward, the prearranged signal to Dumbledore that the confrontation had concluded successfully. Within minutes, several figures apparat to the edge of the containment zone, Dumbledore himself, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and several other Order members Harry recognized from briefings. As Harry and Hermione released the perimeter wards to allow entry, the new arrivals took in the scene with varying degrees of shock and wonder, the restrained Death Eaters, the crystalline soul container, and most dramatically, the two young people whose draconic transformation was now undeniably advanced. "It is done, then?" Dumbledore asked quietly, approaching Harry with respectful caution. Harry nodded, offering the crystal for Dumbledore's inspection without relinquishing it. Consolidated and contained. The Horcruxes have all been neutralized, including the snake. Extraordinary, Dumbledore murmured, studying the crystal with scholarly fascination. I had theorized a ritual to reconsolidate soul fragments, but the magical requirements were beyond anything conventionally achievable. Dragon magic operates by different principles, Hermione explained, her voice still carrying those inhuman harmonics from the ritual. Particularly regarding soul magic, which falls under natural order jurisdiction in Draconic tradition. Sirius approached next, pride evident in his expression as he surveyed his godson's dramatically transformed appearance. "You did it," he said simply. "Just as you planned." Harry inclined his head, shadows gradually receding as he allowed his transformation to stabilize at a less dramatic level, still clearly draconic, but closer to his normal partially transformed state. "We should return to the tournament grounds. There will be questions." This understatement drew a bark of laughter from Sirius. "Questions? Half of magical Britain just saw you vanish during the first task, followed by Moody disappearing as well." The Ministry representatives were in an absolute panic until Dumbledore assured them it was part of a controlled operation. Which, in fairness, it was, Dumbledore added with a slight twinkle in his blue eyes. Though perhaps with fewer participants in the planning stages than the Ministry might have preferred. As Order members secured Pettigrew and Crouch for transport to Ministry custody, Harry and Hermione conferred briefly about their approach to what would inevitably become a very public revelation of their capabilities and actions. No more hiding, Harry decided, the crystal containing Voldemort's soul now secured in a specially warded container Hermione had produced. "We've achieved our primary objective. Now we establish our position openly." Hermione nodded agreement. "The foundation has been prepared over the past year. The magical community has had time to adjust to our existence. This will be a shock, but not an introduction." With that decision made, they departed the clearing together, walking rather than shadow walking, giving themselves time to adjust their appearance to something less dramatically inhuman before facing the inevitable crowd. Behind them, Order members managed the practical aftermath, while ahead lay the more complex challenge of reshaping magical Britain's understanding of what had just occurred. As they neared the tournament arena, where confused and frightened spectators still waited for explanations, Harry reached for Hermione's hand. Their fingers intertwined naturally, shadow and light magic pulsing in that familiar harmonic resonance. "Ready?" he asked quietly. Golden eyes met draconic green, a wealth of shared experience and understanding passing between them. "Together," Hermione replied simply. And together, Shadow-Dragon and Golden Queen emerged from the forest edge to face a magical world forever changed by their ascension. Epilogue: 3 months later the Great Hall at Hogwarts had been transformed for the evening's extraordinary event. The house tables had been replaced by a formal seating arrangement more appropriate for diplomatic proceedings. Representatives from every significant magical body in Britain occupied the front rows: ministry officials, Wisingamot members, goblin delegates, centaur observers, even a merfolk ambassador in a specially enchanted water sphere. Behind them sat international representatives, officials from magical governments across Europe, observers from as far as America and Asia, all drawn by the unprecedented developments of recent months. The remainder of the hall accommodated the Hogwarts students and faculty, along with selected press representatives and families connected to the historic proceedings. The enchanted ceiling reflected not the actual weather outside but a symbolic display of intertwined shadow and light, swirling in harmonious patterns that many found strangely calming despite their complexity. At the center of the hall stood a raised dais where Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, or more formally, the Shadow-Dragon Progenitor and Golden Queen, prepared to sign the Draconic Accord, a comprehensive treaty establishing their unique legal status within magical Britain and beyond. The months following Voldemort's defeat had been filled with intense negotiation, public education, and carefully managed revelation of the full scope of what had occurred. The capture of Pettigrew had exonerated Sirius completely, providing him the political standing to advocate effectively for his godson's interests. The imprisonment of Barty Crouch Jr. had exposed corruption within the ministry, leading to significant reforms under Amelia Bones, who had replaced Fudge as minister following his resignation. Most significantly, the incontrovertible evidence of Voldemort's return and subsequent defeat had forced the magical world to acknowledge truths many had preferred to ignore, about their recent history, about the nature of magic itself, and about the extraordinary young people who had orchestrated his final downfall. Harry and Hermione stood side by side on the dais, their appearance now stabilized in what would be their permanent partially transformed state. Harry's draconic features were unmistakable, black scales covering his forearms and neck, extending partially across his cheekbones, eyes fully reptilian with vertical pupils set in emerald irises. Shadows responded visibly to his movements, deepening and flowing around him like conscious entities. Beside him, Hermione presented the perfect complement: golden scales in delicate patterns along her hairline and forearms, eyes purely gold from edge to edge, skin emitting a subtle luminescence that intensified with her emotions. Her once bushy hair had transformed completely into something between human hair and fine crystalline filaments that captured and refracted light in hypnotic patterns. They wore formal robes specially designed for their unique physiology, Harry's deepest black with emerald accents that matched his eyes, Hermione's purest white with gold embroidery that seemed to move subtly when caught by the light. Around their necks hung the silver dragon pendants that had guided them to their first sanctuary years earlier, now recognized as official symbols of their status. Dumbledore stepped forward to begin the ceremony, his voice magically amplified to reach every corner of the great hall. Distinguished guests, students, faculty, and friends, we gather today to formalize an historic accord between the magical governments of Britain and Europe and the recognized draconic sovereignty represented by Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. The careful phrasing had been negotiated over weeks of diplomatic discussions. The term, draconic sovereignty, acknowledged what magical law had been forced to recognize, that beings of their nature existed partially outside normal wizarding jurisdiction, answering to older magical principles that predated modern governmental structures. Minister Bones approached the dais next, unfurling an elaborate scroll covered in magical script that glowed with embedded enchantments. The Draconic Accord establishes formal recognition of the Shadow-Dragon Progenitor and Golden Queen as sovereign magical entities with specific rights, responsibilities, and territorial considerations within greater magical society. She proceeded to summarize the key points of the lengthy document. Harry and Hermione would complete their education at Hogwarts, maintain their ancestral sanctuaries as recognized sovereign territories, participate in magical governance through a newly established Magical Beings Advisory Council, and continue their research into ancient magics under regulated but respectful conditions. In return, they committed to upholding magical security, non-interference in routine wizarding governance, transparency regarding their ongoing transformation and abilities, and maintenance of the carefully warded containment system that held what remained of Lord Voldemort's soul. As the formal reading concluded, Harry stepped forward to address the assembled dignitaries. His voice carried that subtle draconic resonance that commanded attention without magical amplification. What we sign today represents not conquest or capitulation on any side, but recognition of a more complex magical reality than most have been taught to acknowledge, he began, shadows swirling gently around the dais as he spoke. For centuries, magical society has operated under artificial distinctions, human versus creature, light versus dark, ministry approved versus forbidden. These categories may provide administrative convenience, but they fail to capture the true diversity and complexity of magical nature. His gaze swept across the hall, meeting the eyes of various representatives without intimidation but with clear authority. The Shadow-Dragon and Golden Queen lineages have always existed at the boundaries of these categories, neither fully human nor simply creatures, wielding magics that transcend light and dark dichotomies, operating according to principles older than modern magical government. Hermione joined him, golden light complementing his shadows as she continued their joint address. We do not seek to disrupt or overthrow existing structures, but to reintegrate knowledge and traditions that have been systematically marginalized over centuries of increasingly centralized magical control. She gestured toward the diverse magical representatives present. This accord represents a first step toward a more balanced magical community, one that respects the autonomy of different magical traditions while maintaining necessary protections and boundaries. Together, they concluded, we sign not as conquerors or subjects, but as partners in a renewed magical covenant, shadow and light in balanced cooperation. The simplicity and directness of their statement resonated throughout the hall. Even those who had opposed aspects of the accord found it difficult to argue with the fundamental principle they expressed, that magical diversity deserved recognition and respect within appropriate boundaries. With ceremonial quills enchanted specifically for the occasion, Harry and Hermione signed the massive scroll, their signatures briefly glowing black and gold respectively before settling into permanent magical binding. Minister Bones signed next, followed by Dumbledore as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and finally representatives from each major magical constituency. As the last signature was applied, the document sealed itself with an elaborate magical flourish, copies instantaneously generating for each signatory. The original rose into the air, transforming into a crystalline display that would remain permanently in the Ministry's Hall of Records, visible evidence of a new era in magical cooperation. The formal ceremony complete, the gathering transitioned to a celebratory reception. Tables laden with refreshments appeared along the hall's perimeter, and the formal seating rearranged itself to facilitate movement and conversation. Music began playing from an unseen source, a composition specifically created for the occasion that somehow incorporated both shadow and light themes in its melodic structure. Harry and Hermione found themselves at the center of considerable attention, approached by a steady stream of officials, diplomats, and curious dignitaries. They handled each interaction with the poise they had developed through years of preparation, neither aloof nor overly familiar, balancing natural draconic reserve with genuine engagement. You've managed something truly remarkable, Dumbledore observed quietly, joining them during a momentary lull in the procession of well-wishers. Not merely defeating Voldemort, but fundamentally reshaping how the magical world perceives itself. Harry inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the observation. That was always the greater challenge. Voldemort was a symptom of deeper imbalances in magical society, the obsession with blood purity, the marginalization of magical beings, the arbitrary categorization of magics into acceptable and forbidden. The real work is just beginning, Hermione added pragmatically. Treaties and accords create frameworks, but lasting change requires sustained effort and education. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with appreciation for their perspective. Indeed. Which is why I'm particularly pleased that you've chosen to complete your formal education at Hogwarts, despite your accelerated personal development. This diplomatic reference to their obviously advanced magical abilities drew small smiles from both. Though chronologically still only 12 and 11, their draconic transformation had accelerated their development in multiple dimensions, physically, magically, and intellectually. They now operated at levels more typical of advanced magical scholars, while maintaining the social connections of their chronological peers. Hogwarts is our ancestral home in many ways, Harry replied, glancing around the great hall with genuine affection. Completing our education here honors that connection while demonstrating our commitment to remaining integrated with broader magical society. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Sirius, accompanied by Remus Lupin and, somewhat surprisingly, Severus Snape. The unlikely trio approached with formal correctness befitting the occasion, though Sirius couldn't entirely suppress the pride evident in his expression. Minister Bones has asked me to confirm your availability for the first Magical Beings Advisory Council meeting next week, Sirius informed them, having accepted a formal diplomatic role as liaison between the Ministry and the Dragon Pair. The Centaur representatives can only attend during the specific astronomical alignment, so timing is somewhat inflexible. We'll be there, Hermione confirmed. I've already prepared preliminary position papers on the 3 agenda items. Snape, who had undergone a complex re-evaluation of his perspectives following the revelations about Harry's true nature and heritage, offered a stiff but genuine acknowledgement. The experimental potions laboratory you proposed has been approved by the Board of Governors. Construction will begin next month in the East Wing. This development, a research facility within Hogwarts specifically designed for collaborative work between human and non-human magical practitioners, represented one of several educational reforms the Accord had facilitated. Harry nodded appreciatively, recognizing the significance of Snape's involvement in the project despite their complicated history. As the evening progressed, Harry and Hermione gradually withdrew from the center of attention, moving to a quieter corner of the hall where they could observe the proceedings with some privacy. The shadows deepened accommodatingly around them, while subtle golden light created a gentle illumination that discouraged casual interruption without appearing unwelcoming. Satisfied with how it's unfolding? Harry asked quietly, observing the diverse magical representatives mingling with increasing comfort as the formality of the occasion gradually relaxed. Hermione considered the question seriously, her golden eyes tracking particular interactions with analytical interest. It's proceeding as well as could reasonably be expected. There's still uncertainty, some fear, considerable curiosity. But the foundation is solid. She turned to face him directly, their bond allowing complete honesty between them. The real question is whether you're satisfied. This path commits us publicly to a particular role in magical society, more visible and integrated than the traditional dragon pair approach of establishing separate territory. Harry nodded, understanding the historical context she referenced. Previous Shadow-Dragon and Golden Queen pairs had typically withdrawn from wizarding society after reaching full maturity, establishing independent territories where they could complete their transformation into full draconic form without human interference or limitation. I've been thinking about that, he admitted, shadows shifting thoughtfully around them. About why we're approaching this differently than our predecessors. And? Hermione prompted when he paused. I think it's because our awakening wasn't random or cyclical as the historical pattern suggested, Harry said slowly. It was catalyzed by specific circumstances, Voldemort's attack, the prophecy, the converging bloodlines in precisely the right generation. Hermione nodded encouragement, following his reasoning. Previous pairs awakened in response to particular magical threats or imbalances, addressed them, then withdrew to live according to their draconic nature, Harry continued. But our awakening seems connected to a more fundamental realignment of magical relationships. Not just defeating a single dark wizard, but re-establishing connections that have been systematically severed over centuries. The separation between magical beings and wizard kind, Hermione elaborated, golden light pulsing gently with her intellectual engagement. The artificial hierarchies, the suppression of traditions that acknowledge the interconnectedness of different magical expressions. Exactly, Harry agreed. Which suggests our purpose extends beyond the traditional dragon pair role. We're not meant to withdraw into isolation once we reach full maturity, but to maintain this bridge position, connected to both worlds, facilitating a more balanced relationship between them. The insight settled between them with the weight of truth recognized rather than discovered. Their bond hummed with harmonious resonance as they contemplated this understanding of their shared purpose, not merely as magical partners or even as extraordinary individuals, but as living embodiments of a principle larger than themselves. Around them, the celebration continued, representatives of magical traditions that had been separated for generations finding cautious common ground, students observing models of interaction they would carry forward into the next generation of magical leadership, press recording an historic shift in magical governance and cooperation. And at the center of it all, though they had strategically removed themselves from the literal spotlight, stood the Shadow-Dragon and his Golden Queen, young in years but ancient in heritage, powerful beyond conventional measurement yet committed to balance rather than dominance, transformed irrevocably from the children they had once been yet preserving the essential humanity that connected them to both worlds they now bridged. Shadow and light, Hermione murmured, the phrase that had defined their journey from the beginning. Separated yet one, Harry completed, his hand finding hers naturally, their fingers intertwining as their magics harmonized in that perfect balance that characterized their bond. Above them, in the enchanted ceiling of the great hall, shadow and light continued their eternal dance, distinct yet interdependent, opposing yet complementary, each defining and completing the other in an endless cycle of cosmic balance. Just as it should be. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.